On the far outskirts of the western side of Linen City, inside a shabby rented room, Araujo takes a shot from outside the box. Predictably, it's a skyscraper of a shot taking out an alien invader. Thanks for defending the Earth. The Desert Ball King receives a pass at the right corner of the penalty area, unleashing a grounder that veers wildly off target. The goal wasn't well behaved. If it were twice as wide, it surely would have gone in. Ronaldo dribbles forward, and with almost no physical contact flings himself into the penalty area in an extremely theatrical manner. His gaze immediately locks onto the referee, truly a first-rate diver. Su Feng, wearing a faded Miami jersey, was live-streaming the match, spittle flying as he ranted at his phone screen. Su Feng was 22 years old, a man of many identities. He was once a second-rate forward in the China League One, dreaming of stepping onto the pitches of Europe's top 5 leagues. He was also a semi-professional player, drifting through a semi-pro team in Linen City, scraping together a living by competing in provincial leagues. The peak of his football career came in 2022, when he scored 5 goals in the China League One. He then transferred to the Qianjiang Dalong Club of the Chinese Super League, only to suffer a severe injury during a training match before the 2023 season. After more than half a year sidelined by injury, he was no longer wanted by the club. He returned to a China League One team in 2024, but found no revival there either. That was how he ended up drifting to his current semi-professional club, living in straitened circumstances. Su Feng himself couldn't pinpoint when he had turned into a minor online troll and a Ronaldo hater. He particularly loathed Ronaldo's desperate stat-padding boastfulness, diving for penalties and hogging credit while shifting blame. He felt restless if he didn't hurl a few insults his way every day. Lately, with the general downturn, his semi-pro wages had shrunk further. Forced to start streaming online, he earned a few meager gifts by bashing Araujo just to make ends meet. On the computer screen was the 2026 Desert League match between Al Nassr and Al Hilal. This match was the crucial battle for whether the Desert Ball King could claim his first Saudi League title, and Su Feng naturally wouldn't miss this golden opportunity to bash Ronaldo and milk the traffic. In the 42nd minute of the first half, Ronaldo met a pass from Koeman and smashed the ball into the net with a volley. The positioning was superb, and the shot was powerful. There was genuinely nothing to criticize. But as a Ronaldo hater, Su Feng had to say something. He immediately mimicked Ronaldo's tone. Ronaldo scored. His inner monologue right now must be, "Did you all see that? This is what one man can do. My teammates didn't help me at all. This long-range strike of mine, what do my teammates have to do with it? At best, they pass me the ball from a great distance. Is that a contribution? Hardly. Haha, that's so Ronaldo. He fits his style to AT." The viewers in the live stream agreed. In the 57th minute, Al Nassr committed a foul, and the referee awarded Al Hilal a penalty. Ronaldo sprinted to the penalty spot. Haha, the Desert Camel thought it was Al Nassr's penalty and rushed over to take it. Su Feng immediately narrated. Exactly. As long as the goal could be credited to Ronaldo, he would gladly take this penalty for Al Hilal. Avero has no attacking ability left besides nuclear blasts. No, he can still eat a sitter in front of goal. A group of Ronaldo haters gleefully carried on the discussion. Then Al Nassr's goalkeeper was shown a red card, and they conceded another goal soon after. Ronaldo received the ball a dozen meters beyond Al Hilal's defensive line, and unsurprisingly was flagged offside by the referee. Araujo probably wants to stand on the opponent's goal line all game long. Such an absurd offside, and he still looks incredulous. He thinks this is the Georgina League, where the referee won't call it. Haha, Avero is definitely going to lose this one again. Looks like another trophyless season. Haha, hearing brother doffing trash Avero is so satisfying. A Porsche for you. A wealthy viewer in the live stream, apparently also a Ronaldo hater, immediately sent Su Feng, known by his Douyin name Brother Doffing, a gift worth 120 yuan. Thank you, Brother Universes. No. One handsome for the Porsche gift. I hope everyone in the stream follows Brother Doffing, watches the matches together, trashes the donkey, and has a blast. After finishing the stream, Su Feng went to the kitchen to cook some fried rice noodles to fill his stomach. Suddenly the lights in the room went out. This rotten place. The circuit keeps tripping. As soon as I get some money, I'm moving out. Su Feng muttered while washing the wok, then shook the water off his hands and fumbled his way to the breaker box in the dark. Zzzt. A flash of blue electric light crackled. Su Feng's body convulsed violently, and then everything went black as he collapsed. Blue Star, a parallel world specifically for taking the blame. Qingtai training base of Qianjiang Dalong Football Club, Linen City. Su Feng, wake up. A player in Qianjiang team training gear around 20 years old patted the cheek of Su Feng, who had just been knocked to the ground. Hearing the voice calling him, Su Feng opened his eyes and scrambled to his feet. Where's this? Wasn't I just cooking in my rented room? Su Feng looked down at the neatly trimmed football pitch beneath his feet and surveyed his surroundings. Wasn't this the very Qianjiang team he had just joined in 2023? It was on this very turf that he had once dreamed of taking off. But he hadn't expected his takeoff to be so poorly executed that he soon came crashing down. He looked at the player who had roused him. The face seemed familiar, but what was his name? Su Feng felt dazed. Team doctor. Team doctor. Su Feng is injured. The young player who had called him shouted loudly, and the Qianjiang team doctor immediately ran over. The doctor examined him, checking his eyes, and said, "Probably a mild concussion. Nothing serious. Just rest, and you'll be fine." He then helped Su Feng to the sideline to sit down. After a moment, Su Feng's memory finally returned. A single electric shock, and he had actually been reborn. He had been reborn back to 3 years ago, 2023. That year he was only 19, having just transferred from the China League One to the Chinese Super League's Xinjiang Dalong team, full of ambition. But it was during this very training session that he, eager to make a good impression on the head coach, leapt desperately for a header in an unfavorable position and was collided with by a defender. His head hit the goalpost, causing severe concussion, and he was left with a psychological shadow, no longer daring to challenge for headers in front of goal. This caused his form to plummet after recovery. Without even playing a single Super League match, he was sent back to the China League One. After that he drifted until he became the man he was before his rebirth. Damn, I've been reborn 3 years back. Su Feng cheered inwardly, but he quickly calmed down. Even though he had returned to the brightest moment of his football career, and this time, due to the supposed effect of his rebirth, his injury was only a mild concussion. But Su Feng knew his own ability. Scoring 5 goals in the China League One last season was already an overachievement. He was a player developed from a local sports school team through the China League One's youth ranks. His fundamentals were solid, his pace was decent, but nothing else stood out. Especially as a forward, his penalty box instincts and anticipation of landing points were rather ordinary. He could only be considered a mediocre talent. In his previous life, after returning to the China League One once more, he played a full season, but scored only 1 goal and was mercilessly released by the club. Even if he were reborn this time, no matter how hard he trained, he would likely only become a substitute in the Super League, scraping by for a living. Sigh, if only I'd known I'd be reborn, I would have memorized a few lottery numbers instead of streaming Araujo matches. Now all he had in his mind was an entire vault of material for trashing Ronaldo, but not a single memory that could quickly make him rich. Su Feng grumbled inwardly. Damn it, I'm supposed to be the chosen one after rebirth. Can't I get a bit of superstar talent? Just don't give me the Desert Ball Kings. Since I've been reborn, isn't there any kind of system or special perk? At this point, I might as well smash myself with a brick. Su Feng continued, venting in utter exasperation. Ding. Detected intense emotional fluctuations from the host. Binding of Cristiano Ronaldo's talent skill inheritance system commencing. Binding successful. What? Cristiano Ronaldo's football skill inheritance system. I don't want it. Bro system, can we make a deal? Switch to another legendary star to inherit from. How about Messi? Or Mbappe would do too. Importing host data. The system clearly remained unmoved and began displaying loading data. Bro system, if it really doesn't work, Bellingham or Vinicius will do. Bro system, grandpa system, at the very least, give me brother Lay's talent. I'll just muddle along in the Hua Super League. Su Feng shouted inwardly. As a Ronaldo hater, how could he inherit Cristiano Ronaldo's talent and skills? Besides, everyone says Messi relies on talent, while Ronaldo relies on hard work. Does the Desert Football King even have talent? What if I only inherit his diving nuclear blast and marketing skills? If I end up with Bro Ronaldo's illness without Bro Ronaldo's ability, I'm done for in this life. Su Feng waited anxiously for a moment, and the system interface before him finally finished loading and displayed the player attribute panel. Host Su Feng, age 19, born January 11, 2004. League Hua Super League, 3rd tier league equivalent to League 2 or Segunda División B. Basic abilities: speed 8693. The former is the host's actual ability. The latter is Cristiano Ronaldo's peak ability. Strength 6095, shooting 5999, passing 5188, dribbling 6286, tackling 2665, off-ball movement 5895, free kick 5291, a confidence 50100, overall ability 5995, special skills none. Su Feng was stunned after reading the panel. His overall ability was only 59, which was not even a passing grade. He quickly asked the system, Bro system, what level is an overall ability of 59? System, regulars in 3rd tier leagues generally have 61 to 70 points. Regulars in 2nd tier leagues generally have 71 to 80. Above 811 can stand firm in a 1st tier league, the top 5 European leagues. Above 91 is world class. Su Feng immediately asked, didn't I obtain Cristiano Ronaldo's talent skill inheritance? Then how is my overall ability supposed to improve? The moment he saw that the system panel showed Cristiano Ronaldo's overall ability as 95, clearly a peak world-class level, Su Feng no longer cared that he was a Ronaldo hater. If he could obtain Ronaldo's peak ability even at 80, he could swagger across the Hua Super League. At that moment, Su Feng suddenly felt that Ronaldo's inheritance was actually quite appealing. System, host, please explore on your own. Improving your abilities requires wisdom and arduous effort. What? You won't even give me an instruction manual? Su Feng exclaimed in surprise. System, you lousy system, are you toying with me? You only gave me an attribute panel. How am I supposed to allocate points? And special skills is actually listed as none. See, Ronaldo is at least the Desert Football King. What about his powerful long-range shots and superb headers? Even if I have to work hard, at least give me a direction. Bro system, grandpa system, please give me some direction. From cursing and complaining to desperate pleading, Su Feng tried every trick in his mind, but the system remained completely silent. What a junk system, it's just messing with me. After futilely struggling for a long while, Su Feng had to give up. At that moment, the training match on the pitch also ended. The player who had been defending Su Feng and caused him to crash into the goalpost walked over and asked, Fengzi, are you okay? You didn't scramble your brains, did you? Su Feng had recovered his memories, so he naturally knew him. Liu Haofan, 20 years old, the team's right back. Liu Haofan had joined the Xinjiang first team half a year before Su Feng, had already played in the Hua Super League and was regarded as a backup defender on the team's backline. Both were young players and shared a room at the club, so they had a good relationship. With that skinny frame of yours, if my attention hadn't been drawn to the football, could you have knocked me down? Su Feng answered immediately. Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. To comfort your wounded soul, I'll treat you to video games tonight. Lu Haofan invited. No games. Su Feng refused at once. He had already accepted the reality of his rebirth. Take things as they come. The most important thing now was to improve his football skills. No matter what in this life, he was not injured and could stay at the Hua Super League club, definitely much better than his previous life. Although he knew his aptitudes were not great, he had to struggle and fight with all he had. What if he could succeed? One must always have dreams. Even wild lilies have their spring. Who says a salted fish can't turn over? Why aren't you even playing games now? Don't tell me you're sneaking out for a drink. Lu Haofan was a little surprised when Su Feng rejected his game invitation. Bro fan, I was injured just now and didn't train. I didn't even sweat. Now my head doesn't hurt and my legs don't cramp. I'd better do some practice before going back. Alright then, you go ahead. I'm going back to take a shower. I'm soaked in sweat. The first team's training match was intense and Lu Haofan was exhausted. Su Feng waved to him, picked up a football, and walked toward the pitch. By this time the head coach and other players had all finished training and left. Only assistant coach Tan Yang and a few staff members were packing up equipment. Su Feng, are you doing extra training? Tan Yang asked. Coach Tan, I got injured earlier and missed the training, so I want to practice a bit more by myself. Su Feng replied. Do you need any equipment? Su Feng thought for a moment and said, Coach Tan, could you leave me a set of marker discs and cones? I want to practice quick dribbling direction changes. Alright, I'll leave a set for you. When you're done, bring it back to the equipment storage yourself. Tan Yang agreed readily. After they all left, Su Feng set up the marker discs and cones and began dribbling drills. After more than 10 sets of drills in a row, sweat began to drip from his forehead. Su Feng picked up a sports towel and wiped his face, muttering, my dribbling doesn't seem to have improved compared to what I remember. Could this Ronaldo talent inheritance have passed down? Nothing but emptiness. And this damn system doesn't react at all. At times like this, shouldn't there be a ding sound telling me I've completed some drill and my dribbling ability has increased by a point or two? Unwilling to give up, Su Feng called up the system's attribute panel again and carefully looked it over. To his disappointment, not even a punctuation mark had changed. However, he carefully examined his basic abilities. His strongest stat, speed, reached 86 points, no longer far from Arbeloa's peak of 93. This also matched his ability characteristics very well. In the youth team, he had always made a living by speed. His overall rating was 59, only 2 points away from the lower limit of 61 for Hua Super League starters. Now he was only 19. If he trained properly, there should be hope of improvement. That said, at worst he could still play in the Hua Super League as a rotation starter. Besides, in his previous life, Su Feng had played another 2 or 3 years in the Hua Jia League and semi-professional matches. His level wasn't high, but he still had some experience in his mind. In particular, the experience of struggling to make a living with semi-pro teams had forged Su Feng's mental toughness to be extremely strong. With this thought, Su Feng instantly felt confident and continued training with full concentration. For the next few days, Su Feng trained as diligently as ever, equally unremarkably. Speaking of diligence, this had always been one of Su Feng's virtues. Every day he got up at 6:30 sharp, went to the training ground to run and warm up, and then practiced ball juggling, dribbling, and other ball field drills. During the day, he participated in the team's daily training. At night, he voluntarily went to the gym to lift iron. With the attribute panel, Su Feng could clearly see that his strength was only 60, not yet at the average level of the Hua Super League. And this ability was relatively easy to train. Su Feng decided to focus on strengthening it to see whether it would cause any changes in his attribute values. As for unremarkable, none of Su Feng's ability values changed, and his performance in team training matches was also ordinary. He neither gave people reason to call him a flop, nor gave the coaching staff any eye-opening performance. In one sentence, he was the kind who, once placed in a crowd, showed no trace at all. It wasn't until the evening of the 5th day, Su Feng as usual spent over an hour lifting weights at the gym drenched in sweat, and was about to take a bath. Ding. Detected that the host has voluntarily trained for 5 consecutive days, activating the inheritance of Ronaldo's special skill, extreme self-discipline. Ding. The host has obtained the initial level of Ronaldo's extreme self-discipline skill, which can slightly enhance speed and strength. A warm current then seemed to flow through his body, nourishing every cell. The system, silent for 5 days, finally let out its first notification sound. Su Feng, as if hearing celestial music, immediately opened the system interface. Special Skill 1. Extreme Self-Discipline. Initial 0-10 days. Description: Extreme self-discipline is the key skill that allowed Ronaldo to maintain his competitive form over a long period. It involves strictly adhering to nutritional requirements in one's diet and engaging in over an hour of physical training daily. If the host checks in for more than 10 consecutive days, this skill will advance to the intermediate level, moderately enhancing physical attributes like speed and strength. Su Feng quickly returned to the front of his attributes panel and saw that his stats had already changed. Basic abilities: speed 87/93, 1 strength 62/95, 2. Overall rating 60/95, 1. 3 of his basic abilities had changed: speed 1, strength 2, and overall rating 1. Wow. My overall rating has finally reached the passing grade of 60. It seems with a bit more training I'll be up to the standard of a starting player in the Chinese Super League. Su Feng inwardly cheered. He then took off his shirt and checked his body in the mirror. The muscle definition seemed slightly better. He then clenched his fist and raised his arm, clearly feeling an increase in strength. After showering, Su Feng lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and began to contemplate the system's trigger mechanism. This time it was because he had trained extra for 5 consecutive days, activating Ronaldo's extreme self-discipline skill. In other words, the system's inheritance mechanism could be triggered through practical performance. And this trigger seemed to require a connection. For instance, disciplined extra training activated Ronaldo's extreme self-discipline skill. So how could other skills be activated? For instance, the knuckleball free kick. Although before his transmigration, Su Feng had cursed Ronaldo's free kick ability as utterly useless. He would take dozens of shots without scoring a single one, his conversion rate infinitesimally close to zero. It got to the point where his national team teammates couldn't bear to watch. A planned free kick routine where a teammate would fake a run to create a diversion was taken over by the teammate himself, who took the shot directly. It infuriated Ronaldo so much that smoke seemed to billow from his orifices. But during his peak, his free kicks were quite respectable, especially his knuckleball, which was truly a marvel. Although some of Ronaldo's behaviors were annoying, inheriting his peak free kick ability would be incredibly valuable. Su Feng decided for the sake of his future on the green pitch to set aside his prejudice and strive for the inheritance. The next day during training, Su Feng arrived at the football field early in the morning and began practicing free kicks intensely. After taking dozens of shots, the system remained silent without a single notification sound. What's wrong? Is it not enough practice time, or am I not mimicking it correctly? Su Feng muttered in confusion, placing the ball back at the spot just outside the penalty area. He then prepared to step back for the kick. At that moment, Ronaldo's habitual pre-kick routine suddenly flashed into his mind. These were actions Su Feng had frequently mocked in his previous life, considering them signs of poor skill and excessive fussiness. Why not give it a try? No one's watching anyway, so it won't be embarrassing, Su Feng said to himself. He then took 5 steps back, each one precise, before taking a sideways step and planting his feet. After adjusting his run-up distance, he spread his legs and pulled up his shorts. Su Feng couldn't figure out what the purpose of this action was, to show off his thigh muscles, or was it pure performance art? Forget it, this is Ronaldo's trademark free kick stance anyway. Haha Fengzi, what are you doing striking a compass pose? Trying to imitate the Desert King. Look at Ronaldo's free kick success rate. The occasional goal is pure luck and has nothing to do with his stance. Liu Haofan, who was just starting his warm-up, saw his good buddy in that pose and immediately began to mock him. Su Feng ignored him, began his run-up and shot. He couldn't really respond anyway. Imitating Ronaldo out of the blue was far too embarrassing. Ding. Before he could even register the system notification, Su Feng suddenly felt a flood of insights regarding free kicks pour into his mind. Just before his right foot struck the ball, he subtly adjusted his kicking motion based on the newly integrated insights. The moment of contact felt absolutely perfect. Bang! A loud noise echoed as the ball shot through the air, dipped rapidly, and slammed hard against the crossbar. Damn! A knuckleball. Fengzi, you actually pulled off the president's knuckleball. Liu Haofan, who had been mocking him just moments ago, was now staring with his mouth agape in astonishment. What do you think I've been doing every early morning? The plum blossom's fragrance comes from the bitter cold. No kick is ever wasted. Su Feng replied. That was just a fluke. I bet you can't do it again. Come on, I'll be the goalkeeper. Liu Haofan volunteered, walking towards the goal. Alright, let me show you the results of my recent special training. Su Feng placed the ball down again, took 5 steps back, and began his run-up, mimicking the same routine. Striking Ronaldo's signature compass pose, Su Feng ran up and shot. The ball rocketed into the air, then plummeted rapidly, finding the top right corner of the net. Liu Haofan, acting as the goalkeeper, was caught completely flat-footed. This ball was so fast. I was distracted for a second. Do it again, Liu Haofan said, unconvinced. One more it is. Su Feng received the ball passed back to him, placed it just outside the penalty area, and prepared to shoot again. It was the same recipe. The ball traced a lightning-fast arc and nestled into the back of the net. Damn Fengzi, you've actually mastered the free kick. Liu Haofan, as a professional player, knew that one goal could be luck, but consistently striking high-quality free kicks was a mark of true skill. Oh, it's nothing special, just standard procedure. Don't make a fuss, Su Feng said nonchalantly, but inwardly he was absolutely stunned. He hadn't expected Ronaldo's peak form to be so formidable. He really did have some tricks up his sleeve. A knuckleball like that with its speed and sharp dip was a devastating weapon for scoring goals. Wait, I'm a Ronaldo hater. How can I be singing his praises? Fengzi, don't be so smug. Tell me, how did you practice this killer move? Liu Haofan ran over and asked. It's all about footwork, my friend. Practice makes perfect. Su Feng couldn't exactly mention the system's enhancement, so he brushed it off casually. Liu Haofan, being a defender, rarely got the chance to take free kicks during matches anyway. Seeing that Su Feng didn't have any special secrets to share, he didn't press the matter further. Back in his room, while taking a shower, Su Feng finally had the chance to open the system interface and check the earlier notification. Ding. Detected that the host took a free kick in the same manner as Ronaldo, activating the inheritance of Ronaldo's special skill, knuckleball heavy cannon. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the initial level of Ronaldo's knuckleball heavy cannon skill, which can slightly enhance shooting and free kick abilities. Su Feng instantly felt he had found the key to unlocking Ronaldo's skill inheritance. The key was to imitate Ronaldo. The more faithfully he imitated him, the more likely he was to receive the skill inheritance. Su Feng then continued to examine the system interface. Special skills. 1. Extreme Self-Discipline Novice, 0-10 days. 2. Elevator Cannon Novice, 3,100 shots. Note the elevator cannon is the formidable free kick weapon of Cristiano Ronaldo in his prime. By consecutively completing 100 high-quality free kick strikes, this skill will advance to the intermediate level, moderately enhancing shooting and free kick attributes. He then looked at the attributes section. Basic attributes. Shooting 61.99-2. Free kicks 55.91-3. Overall ability 62-2. Haha, my overall football ability has finally surpassed the threshold for a Chinese Super League starter. Su Feng felt a surge of private satisfaction. Just by inheriting 2 novice-level skills from Ronaldo, my Ronaldo, his overall ability had increased by 3 points. There was no denying it, this was truly remarkable. The afternoon followed the usual routine, with an intra-squad scrimmage. Head coach Jordi divided the first team players into red and blue teams. The red team comprised starting attackers paired with backup defenders, while the blue team was the reverse, featuring backup attackers with starting defenders. Su Feng, wearing jersey number 25, was assigned to the blue team as the right winger. His role was to leverage his speed advantage to create opportunities with low crosses into the box. Lu Haofan was placed on the red team as the left back, directly opposing Su Feng. As the match began, red team's number 30, Meshekwi, initiated the attack by passing back to number 10, Li Tixiang. After a few quick exchanges, the ball was played into the penalty area. Meshekwi, true to his reputation as the team's top scorer, managed a high-quality strike despite being in an unfavorable position, but it was collected by the starting goalkeeper number 33, Zhao Bo. The blue team then mounted their attack with a defender launching a long ball down the right flank. Su Feng and Lu Haofan raced towards the ball's landing point simultaneously. At the moment of receiving the ball, Su Feng distinctly felt his increased strength. He leaned his back against Lu Haofan and easily shoved him aside. Damn, what kind of miracle pill did you take today? Even your strength has increased. Su Feng ignored Lu Haofan, executed a quick turn, accelerated, and immediately left the defender behind. Although it was only a 2-point increase in strength, it marked a significant milestone. Su Feng's strength rating of 62 had crossed the Chinese Super League starter threshold, which was quite impressive for a young player. He raced down the flank to the byline and delivered a cross without hesitation. The ball's trajectory was decent, but his teammate blue team's number 17 forward Evra lacked Meshekwi's finishing ability. His header was off target, wasting the opportunity. Tan, that number 25, Su has some good penetration. His strength seems to have improved. He could hold off number 5 Lu's pressure with his back. Head coach Jordi immediately noticed Su Feng's improvement. Yes, boss. Su has been putting in extra fitness work lately. Looks like it's paying off, replied assistant coach Tan Yang. No. Although Su's daily extra hour in the gym is commendable, it's not enough to increase his strength so significantly in such a short period. It's quite puzzling, interjected the team's fitness coach Adolf. Maybe it's the result of accumulated effort. The benefits of his long-term training are just manifesting now, Tan Yang continued to explain. Enough of this debate. Let's just see if Su can surprise us further. Head coach Jordi put an end to their discussion. On the pitch, the transition between attack and defense was rapid. Although both teams were a mix of starters and backups, the attacking unit with the starters was clearly more potent. After about 15 minutes, the red team had firmly established control. In the 25th minute, their star player Meshekwi connected with a cross from number 10, Li Tixiang, and scored with a powerful header, putting the red team ahead 1-0. In the 28th minute, Su Feng received the ball again on the right flank. Using the rich experience from his previous life in the Chinese First Division, he executed a La Croqueta to create space, and then using his physical advantage, he again shrugged off the challenge from Lu Haofan. Su Feng glanced at the goal, finding himself within the range of the elevator cannon. At this moment, he didn't bother with theatrics like adjusting his socks or posing. He struck the ball with immense power. Boss, Su's shot was a bit hasty. He should have continued down the line for a cross. Tan Yang commented, as the ball seemed to be sailing high over the bar. But just as the words left his mouth, the ball suddenly dipped sharply. The red team's goalkeeper was Xinjiang's backup keeper number 12, Lai Yinfeng. Seeing Su Feng shoot from outside the box with what looked like an overhit strike, he was somewhat dismissive and wasn't fully prepared for a save. By the time he saw the ball's rapid descent, it was too late. The ball clipped the underside of the crossbar and nestled into the back of the net. Su Feng helped the blue team equalize the score. A knuckleball. Su Feng actually pulled off a knuckleball. Tan Yang shouted. Although it was only a training match, players capable of such quality shots were rare. Jordi nodded, involuntarily acknowledging Su Feng's goal. After scoring, a sudden surge of adrenaline rushed through Su Feng's mind. He sprinted to the corner flag, leaped high, flung his arms down, and yelled "Siuuu." He had actually replicated Cristiano Ronaldo's signature celebration. Tisk, he really thinks he's Ronaldo celebrating a goal in a training match. Celebrating is one thing, but copying that move is nauseating. Ronaldo's gone to the desert, and you're still imitating his celebration. How embarrassing. The red team's substitute defender, already frustrated from conceding, immediately mocked Su Feng's ostentatious celebration. The moment Su Feng landed from his leap, he regretted it. Damn, why did I use Avero's signature celebration move? This is utterly mortifying. Ding. Detected host naturally using Ronaldo's signature celebration. Activated Ronaldo's special skill, inspiring legacy. Ding. Host acquired Ronaldo's basic inspiring skill. Slightly boosts confidence and team leadership. Subsequently, his basic ability assessment adjusted with confidence increasing by 5 points to 55, finally crossing the halfway mark. For the rest of the match, Su Feng felt much more confident in every action he took. He dared to attempt moves he previously wouldn't and took on defenders he would have avoided. His performance became even more prominent, constantly creating danger on the right flank. Had his partner, the substitute striker, been more clinical in front of goal, they would have already taken the lead. That's how football works. Confidence is crucial. A player lacking self-belief cannot fully showcase their abilities. Conversely, with high confidence, one often performs beyond their usual level. It seems Avero's supreme self-assurance isn't entirely a flaw. Su Feng continued playing for a while, reflecting on this internally. In the 50th minute, he broke through on the right flank, delivering a swift and accurate curling cross into the box. This time, the substitute striker 17 Evra didn't waste the chance, executing a diving header to firmly plant the ball into the net. Shortly after the 60-minute training match concluded, thanks to Su Feng's goal and assist, the blue team defeated the red team 2-1. Man Feng's you're on fire today. After the match, Lu Haofan gave Su Feng a hearty slap. What do you mean on fire today? This is pure skill. Perhaps influenced by Ronaldo's aura, Su Feng replied without a hint of modesty. You're really not being humble, quite different from your usual personality. Have you been possessed by Avero or something? Lu Haofan, being his roommate and close friend, immediately noticed the change. Su Feng quickly smacked him on the head and said, "You've been reading too many novels." Possessed? If I were Ronaldo, I'd have crushed you guys today. The two chatted and laughed as they headed back to their room. Head coach Jordi, however, jotted down a note in his book. 25 Su has a powerful long shot, worth keeping an eye on. Time swiftly arrived in early April. It had been over 20 days since Su Feng was reborn into this world. During this period, Su Feng maintained rigorous training every day, earning full recognition from the club. He had to complete the system's highly disciplined daily check-in tasks, leaving no room for slackening. However, since that training match, despite Su Feng mimicking several of Ronaldo's moves, such as stepovers and cutbacks, he had not triggered any new skill inheritance. This made Su Feng wonder if his system had gone on strike. Fortunately, the related stats were still increasing, indicating the system was functioning normally. It was likely just not the right time to trigger an inheritance. After more than half a month of training, Su Feng opened his attribute panel once again. Host Su Feng. Age 19, born March 11, 2004. League Hua Chao 3rd Division, equivalent to League 1 or Segunda División B. Basic abilities. Speed 89.93, 2. Strength 68.95, 51. Shooting 65.99, 41. Passing 51.88, 1. Dribbling 6,286. Tackling 27.65, 1. Off the ball movement 59.95, 1. Free kicks 62.91, 61. Confidence 55,100. Overall abilities 66.95, 4. Special skills. 1. Extreme self-discipline, intermediate 550 days. 2. Elevator bomb, intermediate 13,500 balls. 3. Inspiring presence, beginner 0-10 matches. Note: Ronaldo is adept at using his influence to boost teammates' morale. Win 10 official matches to advance this skill to intermediate, which can moderately inspire team spirit. The biggest gain from this half-month of training was that both extreme self-discipline and elevator bomb had advanced from beginner to intermediate. Extreme self-discipline leveled up after completing 10 days of check-ins, boosting speed by 2 and strength by 5. Elevator bomb leveled up after completing 100 free kick shooting drills, boosting shooting by 4 and free kicks by 6. The inspiring presence skill had not improved. According to the description, it requires winning 10 official matches in which Su Feng participates to advance from beginner to intermediate. Additionally, through daily rigorous training, 6 basic abilities: strength, shooting, passing, defense, free kicks, and off-the-ball movement, each increased by 1. It seems daily training can also yield stat points, which is quite logical. Otherwise, what would be the point of daily practice? However, speed, dribbling, off-the-ball movement, and confidence did not improve, suggesting these are harder to enhance through regular training alone. After this wave of significant improvement, Su Feng's overall football ability reached 66 points, putting him at the level of an average starter in the Huachao. For a young player who had just turned 19, this was exceptionally rare. Other U21 players still needed policy protection from the Football Association to get playing time, but Su Feng's sheer ability made securing a starting spot largely unproblematic. Nevertheless, ability is one thing, but getting on the field depends on many factors. For instance, forward positions in most teams are dominated by foreign players whose average ability is certainly higher than the average starter in the Huachao. Moreover, as a player who had just transferred from the Huachao, the head coach would not be quick to place him directly into the starting lineup. Of course, as Su Feng's performances in daily training grew increasingly consistent, he began to attract the attention of head coach Jody, and making it into the matchday squad seemed quite likely. However, during this period, because Su Feng was constantly mimicking Ronaldo's moves, he earned the nickname Avero's #1 fanboy. This made Su Feng very unhappy. He was a Ronaldo hater, a hater. How did he become the #1 fan? It was useless, though no one in the team would listen to his explanations. You claim to be a Ronaldo hater, yet you mimic his moves on the field and his goal celebrations. Is there such a thing as a hater who does that? Could it be that he was trying to study Ronaldo thoroughly to find new things to criticize? However, as he continued to inherit Ronaldo's skills, Su Feng slowly began to feel that Álvaro wasn't as bad as he had criticized in his past life. Take extreme self-discipline, for example. Ronaldo genuinely maintained it for 20 years day in and day out. Su Feng considered himself among the more self-disciplined domestic players, but without the system's mandatory check-in requirements, he felt it would be tough to persist, even for 10 days or half a month. Sometimes the weather was bad, sometimes he was tired, sometimes teammates invited him out, and several times he nearly gave up. Alas, you win some, you lose some. Being mistaken for a Ronaldo fan, so be it. As long as my heart remains a hater's. Su Feng could only console himself. April 9, 2023. The Xinjiang Tide Professional Football Club's 2023 season press conference and team send-off ceremony was grandly held at the Haizhou Olympic Sports Center. Due to renovations at the Xinjiang team's usual home stadium, Huanglong Sports Center, the team's home ground for this season was temporarily relocated to the nearby city of Haizhou. The theme of this press conference was Keep Moving Live Forever, which not only represented the attitude of Xinjiang FC, but also reflected their vigorous efforts for the new season. At the press conference, new signings joining the team this season including No. 10 Li Tixiang No. 8 Xinjia and No. 17 Evera made their official debut appearance. Subsequently, all players and coaching staff of the Xinjiang team took the stage collectively, and with the attention and encouragement of those present, the team officially embarked on the 2023 season. Head coach Jody expressed his expectations for the new season to reporters. In the new season, the Xinjiang team will face every difficulty and challenge with hope, dreams, and many strong players. While bringing exciting matches to the fans, we also hope to make them proud. After the send-off ceremony, the team remained at the Haizhou Olympic Sports Center, beginning full preparation for the first round of the Hua Chao on April 15th. In last season's Hua Chao League, the Xinjiang team achieved 18 wins, 11 draws, and 5 losses, establishing an unbeaten home record. They finished third with 65 points, qualifying for the AFC Champions League. As a new team that had only returned to the country's top flight after a 6-year absence, Jody's leadership of this green-clad team was a remarkable surprise, earning widespread admiration. In the first round of the 2023 season, the Xinjiang team would host the northern visitors Changchun Yatai, with victory as their sole objective. However, this also placed significant pressure on the team. After all, the psychological quality of domestic players is generally mediocre, and under the pressure of must-win games, they often fail to perform at their expected level. And later on, when drawing would suffice for advancement, they inevitably failed to advance. But this had nothing to do with Su Feng. Who was he now? He was the inheritor of the skills of Ronaldo, the king of football, with the first, second, and third highest confidence. Dealing with a mere Changchun Yatai would hardly cause him any psychological pressure. However, head coach Jody clearly didn't see it that way. During the pre-match preparation meeting, after some consideration, he placed Su Feng on the substitutes list. Boss Su has been outstanding in recent training matches, scoring in almost every one. I think he deserves a starting spot. Assistant coach Tin Yang tried to advocate for him. No, training matches are completely different from official games. Su is still a lad who just turned 19. Putting him under heavy pressure too early will ruin him, Jody replied confidently. Jody responded with conviction. On April 15th, the floodlights at Haizhou Olympic Sports Center bathed the pitch in a brilliant glow, while the evening breeze swept across the stands, carrying the damp, fragrant air of the Jiangnan spring. The opening round of the 2023 Chinese Super League season was set to ignite as Xinjiang Tide hosted Changchun Yatai on their home turf. Over 21,000 fans in the stands waved green banners with the slogan, "Fight to the end in Zhujiang," prominently displayed under the lights. Su Feng sat on the substitutes bench, watching with a hint of envy as his starting teammates hand in hand with the ball boys filed out through the player tunnel. Though his overall rating in the system had reached 66, matching the average for a CSL starter, he remained in the head coach's eyes just a young player in need of refinement. "Don't be anxious, youngster," assistant coach Tin Yang said, patting his shoulder. "Coach Jody has high hopes for your speed. Be patient and wait for your chance." Su Feng nodded, his gaze shifting to the head coach's area on the sideline. The Spanish head coach Jody stood with his arms crossed in front of the tactics board, while his assistant Javier occasionally jotted down notes. Both exuded a professional rigor. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a crucial match in the opening round of the CSL as Xinjiang Tide host Changchun Yatai at home. Now let's introduce the starting lineups for both teams. Based on their on-field positions, Xinjiang Tide have set up in a 4-2-3-1 formation. Goalkeeper Zhao Bo guards the net with the defensive line of Uxin, Liang Ninyong, Sun Zhengjiao, and Lucas. The double pivot in midfield consists of Qian Jie and Zhang Jieqi, with Li Tixiang and Frank on the wings. Chun Jin operates as the attacking midfielder, while the veteran 37-year-old Mushikivi leads the line up front. Changchun Yatai have also adopted a solid 5-4-1 formation. The defensive line, led by Akre and Yi Tung, is impenetrable. Zhu A orchestrates the midfield, while Tan Long and Serjinho lurk on the front line ready to counterattack. Pre-match statistics show that in their last 6 encounters, Xinjiang Tide have 5 draws and 1 loss, without a single victory. Let's see if they can finally clinch a win on their home ground today. Beep, beep. With the referee's whistle, the first half commenced. From the start, the home side, Xinjiang Tide, dominated possession. The 2 foreign players in the front line were particularly influential. Frank frequently distributed the ball in midfield, while Mushikivi constantly made runs up front to create space. Despite his advancing age, the Zimbabwean striker maintained an average running distance of 11 kilometers per game, and every aerial duel he contested drew cheers from the stands. The first 20 minutes saw both teams yet to settle into the game. Despite intense tackles, clear-cut scoring opportunities were scarce. In the 23rd minute, Frank delivered a through ball. Shinjin cut into the right side of the box, but his shot was brilliantly saved by the Yatai goalkeeper. It was the home side's most threatening attack so far. Su Feng watched intently from the bench, his fingers instinctively mimicking a shooting motion. He knew his strengths well. His speed, rated at 89, was among the elite in the CSL, but his shooting technique, rated at 65, was merely average for the league. The Yatai goalkeeper's save was timely. Even if he had taken the shot, scoring would have been difficult. Perhaps this was also why coach Jody was hesitant to place him in the starting 11. Yatai's defense was remarkably resilient. Their fullbacks Li Hong and He Jinyu may not have pushed forward often, but their defensive positioning was impeccable. Especially when facing Xinjiang's wide attacks, they consistently neutralized threats through well-timed cover. As the first half neared its end, Yatai launched a rapid counterattack. Serginho cut in from the flank and unleashed a shot that grazed the post, sending a chill down Zhao Bo's spine and eliciting gasps from the home crowd. During the halftime break, the players trooped back to the dressing room, their faces etched with fatigue. Holding his tactics board, coach Jody relayed instructions through a translator. The wide attacks haven't been effective in the first half. The wingers must be bolder in taking on defenders. Mushakivi should continue to occupy the center backs, and Frank needs to push higher and get more involved in the attack. His gaze swept across the bench and lingered on Su Feng for a brief 2 seconds. Maybe we should give Su a chance in the second half. His speed could be an asset. But his passing and shooting still need work. I'll forget it. It's better to maintain stability at this point. Jody's mind wavered, then he dismissed the thought. Su Feng, catching the coach's glance, felt his heart leap for a moment before settling back into a calm rhythm. The second half began. After weathering Xinjiang's initial storm, Changchun Yatai started to take control. In the 60th minute, Jody substituted Evera for the tiring Shinjin, hoping to bolster the attack on the wings. In the 70th minute, the deadlock was broken. Yatai won a corner on the left. Li Hong delivered a precise cross to the edge of the 6-yard box. Tan Long shook off Wang Xixing's marker and powered a header towards goal. The ball bounced and nestled into the back of the net. Yatai team took the lead. The cheers within the Olympic Sports Center fell silent in an instant, replaced by the jubilant cries of Yatai fans and the despondent sighs of the home supporters. Su Feng abruptly rose from the substitutes' bench, his hands clenched into tight fists. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented yearning to step onto the pitch and level the score for his team. After conceding the goal, the Xinjiang players grew anxious, pressing forward with increasing frequency in an attempt to equalize. This impatience, however, sowed the seeds of another lurking danger. In the 78th minute, Yatai launched another attack. Zhu Yi collected the ball on the left side of the penalty area, dribbled to the byline, and delivered a cross. Serginho, surging into the center, met it with a powerful header, and the ball nestled into the back of the net. This goal completely shattered the morale of the Chiantang Rivertide team. Some fans in the stands began to leave early, while those who remained could only offer feeble cheers of encouragement. Although Su Feng was not on the field, he could still feel the suffocating despair that permeated the air. He saw Captain Lucas shouting furiously at his teammates, saw Musa Jawara gasping for air with his hands on his hips, and saw Zhao Bo kneeling on the goal line, pounding his fists heavily into the turf. The other substitutes on the bench also hung their heads low, and a sense of hopelessness spread like a plague. A system notification suddenly echoed in Su Feng's mind. System mission: make your debut appearance in a Chinese Super League match and turn the tide of the game. Reward: inheritance of Ronaldo's special skill, comeback from adversity. This was the first time the system had issued a mission. He immediately rushed over to head coach Jordi and said, "Coach, I can't bear to let our first league match end in such a crushing defeat. Give me a chance, and I will tear apart the Yatai defense from the wing." Who did Su Feng think he was? With the inherited talent of Ronaldo, considering himself the greatest, second greatest, and third greatest of all time, he felt no embarrassment in recommending himself. Jordi glanced at Su Feng, whose eyes burned with fighting spirit, then checked the match clock. His gaze swept over Su Feng and Yuelo. "Start warming up immediately. You're going on in 3 minutes. Su on the left wing. Yuelo on the right. We're strengthening our attack." Su Feng practically sprang to his feet, the blood rushing to his head in an instant. He tore off his warm-up jacket, revealing the green match jersey underneath. He quickly tied his shoelaces, his fingers trembling slightly from the surge of excitement. Assistant coach Harvey hurried over and said, "Su, remember, use your speed to attack their right flank. The Yatai fullback is slow to turn. That's your opportunity." "Understood." Su Feng's voice carried a barely noticeable tremor, but it was overshadowed by a long-suppressed excitement. He jogged to the sideline for his final warm-up, performing high knees and shuttle runs, each movement brimming with explosive power. In the 81st minute, the fourth official raised the substitution board. Su Feng took a deep breath and walked to the sideline alongside Yuelo and Yao Junxing. Zhang Jiechi, who was being substituted off, patted him on the shoulder. "Go get them, Xiao Feng. We're counting on you." Su Feng nodded firmly, his gaze fixed on the right side defender of Yatai FC, number 35, Yitung. The veteran defender was seizing the opportunity of the substitution to hydrate and catch his breath. Having played for over 80 minutes, his stamina was stretched to its limit. However, upon seeing that Xinjiang FC had brought on a young lad in his early 20s, he immediately relaxed, casting a faintly dismissive look at Su Feng. Having played in the Chinese Super League for several years, he knew exactly the caliber of domestic young players. Bringing on a kid at this juncture seemed to signal that Xinjiang was conceding the match and focusing on giving their youth some experience. That look stung Su Feng. He knew that in everyone's eyes he was just a young substitute thrown on at the end of the game, a mere tool to run down the clock while his team was trailing. But only Su Feng himself knew his true purpose for stepping onto the pitch. Although he was a Ronaldo detractor, the peak Cristiano Ronaldo was indeed known as the king of comebacks. The football world has a saying, in good times look to Messi, in hard times look to Ronaldo. As the inheritor of Ronaldo's talent and skills, he had to display that kingly aura of single-handedly reversing a dire situation. Within the first minute of coming on, Su Feng got his first touch. Frank collected the ball in midfield, spotted Su Feng sprinting forward, and immediately delivered a through pass. The ball sliced through Yatai's midfield line and landed perfectly at Su Feng's feet. Yitang, seasoned and experienced, immediately closed in to intercept. Facing Yitang's defense, Su Feng poked the ball forward with his toe and accelerated past him in a flash. So fast, the thought barely crossed Yitang's mind before he found himself left behind, bewildered in the wind. His leg was still stretched out in an intercepting pose, but he had intercepted nothing but empty air. This is Xinjiang FC's newly introduced young player number 25, Su Feng. His speed is incredible. A powerful touch, and he's blown past Yatai's veteran Yitang. It reminds me of Gao Feng, the former lightning-fast winger of the national team. The commentator's exclamation blared through the stadium speakers, igniting the previously subdued crowd in the stands. Su Feng could feel the wind whistling past his ears, the turf blurring beneath his feet, and Yitang's gasping breaths fading behind him. The sheer thrill of this speed made his blood boil. His speed stat of 89 was not far off from prime Ronaldo's 93, and it was already top tier in the Chinese Super League. Combined with the fact that his opponents had been playing for so long and were severely fatigued, Su Feng's speed advantage was even more pronounced. Chao Yongjing, a Yatai midfielder, quickly tracked back, attempting to form a pincer movement at the edge of the box. "Kid, you're not getting past me." Seeing Su Feng's pace, Chao Yongjing immediately blocked his path for an accelerated burst. Out of the corner of his eye, Su Feng saw the approaching defender. A flash of Ronaldo performing a step over on the wing crossed his mind, and his body instinctively mimicked the move. He nudged the ball with the inside of his left foot, swept his right foot over the ball, then pushed it forward with his left. Ding. Detected host performing a step over in an official match. Activating inheritance of Ronaldo's special skill, wing step over. Ding. Host has acquired Ronaldo's basic wing step over skill. Slight improvement to dribbling ability. Dribbling 3. Current dribbling 65. The system's notifications echoed in his mind, and Su Feng felt his footwork become incredibly fluid. Although Chao Yongjing had anticipated his path, the sudden flashy step over threw off his balance. Seizing the moment, Su Feng nudged the ball and slipped past him. Su Feng beats another defender. He's so confident daring to attempt such moves. It's truly rare to see in a young player. The commentator praised him loudly. Su Feng had no time to dwell on it, though he mentally retorted, "Hey, I'm a 3-time consecutive winner here. How could I lack confidence after beating a couple of guys?" After beating 2 men, Su Feng arrived at the left edge of the penalty area. Yatai's center back Oker was rushing over to close him down, seemingly about to block his path. Instead of passing, Su Feng in the instant before the block adjusted his steps, planted his supporting foot, leaned back slightly, and swung his right leg like a coiled spring. The laces of his foot struck the lower middle part of the ball with immense power. The ball, with almost no spin, rocketed towards the top right corner of the goal. The Yatai goalkeeper dived, his fingertips nearly touching the ball. But just as he was about to make contact, the ball dipped sharply as if pulled down by an invisible force and nestled into the back of the net. The moment Su Feng stepped onto the pitch, he breached the Yatai goal with a trademark Cristiano Ronaldo-style knuckleball free kick. In that instant, the Haizhou Olympic Sports Center fell into a brief, stunned silence, only to erupt into a thunderous roar of cheers. Fans leaped from their seats, waving flags and shouting at the top of their lungs. The despair that had gripped the stadium moments ago was utterly shattered by this unbelievable goal. Su Feng stood frozen, staring at the ball nestled in the net, momentarily forgetting to celebrate. This was his first goal in the Chinese Super League, arriving so suddenly, so exhilaratingly. Beautiful. A knuckleball. A perfect strike. The commentator's voice trembled with barely contained excitement. Number 25 for Xinjiang, Su Feng has pulled one back for the Xinjiang Tide, with a signature Ronaldo-style thunderbolt. Unbelievable. This is the CSL debut of a 19-year-old, and he scored a goal this magnificent with his very first touch of the ball. Su Feng dribbled past 2 defenders on the flank, and then unleashed a screamer from distance. Is this really a Chinese player? It's absolutely electrifying. The home commentator's excited shouts trailed off. His teammates rushed towards him like a storm. Mashekwi was the first to embrace the young lad, patting his back with a broad hand. "Well done. Great job." Frank and Evra swarmed in while players and coaches from the bench sprinted to the sidelines. Coach Jordi even jumped in excitement, raising his right arm high above his head and waving it wildly. At this moment, the Xinjiang Tide desperately needed a goal like this. Su Feng finally snapped back to reality. He spread his arms wide, sprinted along the touchline, then leaped into the air, twisting his body and letting out a resounding "su." Su Feng felt a flush of heat creep up his face. A staunch Ronaldo critic, he had just performed that very celebration in front of a home crowd of over 20,000. How embarrassing. Yet the cheers from the stands only grew more intense. Many fans imitated his gesture, and a wave of green surged across the terraces. Su Feng. Su Feng. The entire stadium chanted his name. Su Feng cupped his hands behind his ears, savoring the adulation of the crowd. One had to admit Ronaldo was a marketing genius. His celebration truly knew how to ignite the fervor of a stadium. Su Feng's goal instantly ignited the fighting spirit of the entire team. Narrowing the score from 0 to 2 to 1 to 2 was more than just reducing the deficit by a single goal. It was a profound shift in mentality. The Qianjiang players immediately saw a glimmer of hope for leveling the score or even mounting a comeback, and they intensified their high press with reckless abandon. The moment Changchun Yatai played the ball out from the center circle, they were immediately forced into a retreat, passing it back to their own defensive third. In the 85th minute, Su Feng received another pass from Frank on the left flank. Facing Yi Tang's defense, he feinted with his right foot, and his left foot instinctively followed up with another habitual feint. However, the overwhelming rationality from Su Feng's past life reasserted itself. He converted the left-footed feint into a sharp touch forward, accelerating past his marker with sheer pace. In his previous life, a significant reason Su Feng had become a Ronaldo hater was his belief that Cristiano Ronaldo's stepovers were excessively flashy, often leaving the player rooted to the spot after all the fancy footwork. He found Messi's simple shoulder drop and change of direction far more devastatingly effective. Having played in the rough-and-tumble Chinese League One and semi-professional matches, he knew that such elaborate dribbling often invited hard tackles. So he subconsciously streamlined Ronaldo's stepover, making it more concise and pragmatic. After bursting past Guteng, Su Feng opted not to continue to the byline. Instead, he swiftly delivered a 45-degree cross into the box. Nyasha Mashekwi's header went just wide, sending a jolt of panic through the Yatai goalkeeper. Yatai clearly hadn't anticipated the sheer attacking threat posed by this young substitute. Head coach Chun Yang barked orders from the sideline, demanding his players tighten their marking on Su Feng, and even assigning a dedicated man marker to shadow him. But Su Feng's blistering pace and close control made him a nightmare to contain. Every time he received the ball, he drew the attention of two defenders, which in turn created more space for his teammates to exploit. The minutes ticked by relentlessly. The Qianjiang Tide launched wave after wave of attacks, but each one fell agonizingly short. The flicker of hope that had just ignited within the team seemed destined to be extinguished once more. Yatai could taste the prospect of leaving with all 3 points, and their defensive resolve became even more unbreakable. In the 3rd minute of stoppage time, the Qianjiang Tide mustered one final desperate attack. Yao Junsheng won the ball in midfield and swiftly fed it to a Wandro on the right. The Wandro cut inside, drawing 2 defenders before laying the ball off to Frank in the center. Without hesitation, Frank played a perfectly weighted through ball into the gap on the left. Su Feng exploded forward his 89-point pace, leaving his marker trailing in his wake as he surged into the left side of the penalty area. The Yatai goalkeeper rushed out to close the angle, while center back O'Reilly scrambled back towards the goal line. With the shooting angle shrinking rapidly, Su Feng, thankfully not possessed by Ronaldo's spirit this time, chose not to go it alone. He calmly used the outside of his right boot to square the ball across the face of goal. Mashekwi, bursting in like a cheetah, met the ball with a precise first-time shot that nestled firmly into the bottom left corner of the net. Qianjiang FC leveled the score. The moment the goal went in, the Haizhou Olympic Sports Center erupted in absolute pandemonium. Fans leaped to their feet, embracing one another. Some wept openly, others roared with unrestrained passion, while the sea of green banners in the stands waved like a turbulent ocean. Mashekwi charged towards Su Feng, lifting him in a tight bear hug and spinning in celebration. The rest of the team swarmed around them, piling on in a collective surge of euphoric relief. Su Feng, buried beneath his teammates, wore a brilliantly radiant smile. The referee's final whistle pierced the air, yet the deafening cheers at the Haizhou Olympic Sports Center showed no signs of waning. Though the match ended in a draw, the journey from a 2-goal deficit to a last-gasp equalizer highlighted by 2 spectacular strikes left the supporters thoroughly satisfied. The Qianjiang players walked towards the stands to acknowledge the fans, expressing gratitude to their 12th man. Coach Jordi Vinyals, a smile rarely seen gracing his face, exchanged a high-five and a hug with his assistant coach Javi. He then approached Su Feng, patting him on the shoulder. "So your performance today was phenomenal, beyond my expectations." Su Feng initially lowered his head, a hint of shyness, preparing to offer a modest reply. A sudden alert sounded in his mind. Ding. Detected host preparing to downplay his performance. This is utterly incompatible with my persona and will negatively impact skill inheritance. Adjust your communication style immediately. Su Feng was forced to swallow his modest words, replacing them with a swaggering demeanor. "Boss, while football is a team sport, heroes must step up in crucial moments. I'd say my performance today was a one-man show." Jordi Vinyals' smile froze on his face. This kid's attitude was a far cry from the typical humility of Chinese youth. Javi's lips also twitched involuntarily. The kid had performed well, but this level of self-praise was certainly unexpected. A one-man show. Does he think he's Cristiano Ronaldo? Su Feng paid no heed to his coach's expressions. This was all Ronaldo's fault. What did it have to do with him? After all, at just 19 in his Chinese Super League debut, he had helped his team claw back from a 2-goal deficit with a spectacular knuckleball strike and a crucial assist. It was a dreamlike start, and he had every right to be a little proud. Ding! Host's outstanding debut in the CSL. Awarded 2 free attribute points. Activated Cristiano Ronaldo's special skill, Comeback King. The system notification echoed once more in Su Feng's mind. He immediately navigated to the skills section of the system interface. Special skills 1. Extreme Discipline Intermediate 550 days, 2. Knuckleball Cannon Intermediate 13,500 shots 3. Inspirational Presence Beginner 0 10 matches 4. Step Over Specialist Beginner 2,100 moves. Note the step over is a signature move from Ronaldo's prime, primarily effective on the wing, providing a slight boost to dribbling. Completing 100 high-quality stepovers in matches will advance this skill to intermediate, granting a moderate boost to the host's dribbling attribute. 5. Comeback King Beginner 0-1 match. Note this skill embodies Ronaldo's leadership during his peak. Leading the team to another comeback victory will advance this skill to intermediate, significantly boosting the host's ability to command the team. At the post-match press conference, coach Jordi Vinyals was effusive in his praise for Su Feng. He is an exceptionally talented player. He's fast, technically gifted, and today's goal and assist prove his ability. I am confident he will become an integral part of this team. Mashekwi also expressed his admiration during an interview. Su's performance surprised me. His pace caused constant problems for the opposition, and that assist was absolutely vital. He was the hero of the match. Online discussions about Su Feng rapidly gained traction. The headline 19-year-old CSL new star. Ronaldo-esque knuckleball assist secure comeback draw, top sports news. Fans flooded the comments with praise. His pace is explosive. He's like a homegrown Ronaldo. That knuckleball was gorgeous. The technique is identical to Ronaldo's. The future is bright. Xinjiang Decazhao has found a gem. This young man has boundless potential. However, alongside the acclaim came considerable controversy. Some self-proclaimed Ronaldo haters voiced their opinions. Is there any point in so blatantly copying Ronaldo? It's just a cheap imitation lacking any personal style. He's just trying to ride on Ronaldo's coattails. Copying the celebration move exactly. Can't he be original? Can't CSL players have their own identity? Blindly copying others is just spineless. These negative comments left Su Feng feeling rather bemused. Deep down, he wanted to give these critics a virtual round of applause. Had he in his past life seen a Chinese player mimic Ronaldo so closely, he as a Ronaldo hater himself would have torn them apart. But now that the tables were turned and he was on the receiving end, it was quite a bitter pill to swallow. Sitting before his locker in the changing room, Su Feng stared at the online controversy. On his phone, his emotions conflicted. Coach Tinyang noticed his low spirits and took a seat beside him. Don't pay attention to that noise. Your performance speaks for itself. Imitating your idol isn't a bad thing. What matters is building your own style on top of that foundation. Su Feng nodded, understanding Coach Tianyang's good intentions. But to secure the skill inheritance, he was committed to walking this path of imitating Ronaldo to the very end. It was a tough spot to be in. Where there are people, there is intrigue, and the Xinjiang team was no exception. After the match against Tada, Su Feng's remark about single-handedly carrying the team in front of the head coach was overheard and quickly spread. With only 11 starting positions available, Su Feng's outstanding performance inevitably threatened the playing time of others, and those players were far from pleased. They had just heard that Su Feng, a young player who had only played about 10 minutes, managed a goal and an assist by sheer luck, and now he was acting insufferably arrogant. If they didn't teach him a lesson, he might actually start believing he was a superstar. So over the next few days of training, several veteran domestic players, especially those in the midfield and forward positions, began to make snide remarks. Some people think they're so capable, why not just let them start the next match? Gu Bing, the team's number 31 midfielder, whose position overlapped with Su Feng's, deliberately said loudly during training. At 32 years old, he felt his spot threatened. Hey, some people play well for just over 10 minutes and think they're invincible. Talking about carrying the team single-handedly. What does that leave the rest of us? Another midfielder chimed in. Su Feng pretended not to hear, focusing on his dribbling drills while silently cursing the system in his mind. This damned system insisted he emulate Ronaldo's mentality to unlock skill inheritance, which was practically asking for trouble with his teammates. After the first match to trigger the skill inheritance, he had reluctantly echoed Ronaldo's bold declaration, and now he had alienated all the veterans in the squad. Feng, they're just jealous. Don't let it get to you. Let's train together. At that moment, his close friend Lu Haofan walked over with another young player, Su Haoqi. Yeah, brother Feng, you're an idol to us young players now. If you've got the skill, a little arrogance is fine. That's way better than those old guys who hold their spots without contributing anything. Su Haoqi, also 19, and a right winger who had just joined the first team, added his support. Alright, let's train together. But don't cry when I dribble past you guys. Who's afraid of who? The trio began their training session. A few days later, the team traveled to Tianjin for an away match against the Tianjin Mahua team. The two sides had met 10 times in the Chinese Super League, with Xinjiang holding a clear advantage of 6 wins, 2 draws, and 2 losses. Having completed a league double over Tianjin last season, they also held a psychological edge. Both teams had drawn their opening matches this season and were desperate for a win to boost morale. April 21st, Tianjin Shuidi Stadium. The away match between Xinjiang Tide and Tianjin Mahua officially kicked off. Once again, Su Feng was on the bench awaiting his chance. He huddled in the corner of the bench, overhearing the veterans behind him chatting and laughing their conversation, inevitably circling back to his single-handedly saving the team comment from the last round. Man, Ronaldo's personality really rubs people the wrong way. How does he even manage in his team? Su Feng could only complain helplessly to himself. The match started smoothly with Qianjiang controlling the tempo through their polished coordination. In the 14th minute, Frank received a pass from a teammate and opened the scoring for Qianjiang. It seemed this match was as good as won. Su Feng leaned against the substitutes bench watching the game while silently assessing the situation. Unexpectedly, within just over 10 minutes, the tide of the game turned dramatically. The Tianjin team scored 2 consecutive goals in the 26th and 29th minutes, overturning the score to 2-1. The first half soon came to an end. In the locker room, head coach Jody roared furiously, "Were you all sleepwalking in the first half? We led 1-0 by the 14th minute, then conceded 2 goals in 3 minutes. Are you here to hand Tianjin a gift of charity?" The starting players from the first half sat dejectedly, while a few veteran players glared at Su Feng with grim faces, as if the 2 conceded goals were his fault. The second half resumed, but Qianjiang's attack remained as lukewarm as before, showing no significant improvement. By the 65th minute, Jody could no longer contain his frustration. He slammed down his tactics board and bellowed, "Su Feng, get in there. Charge at their left flank." Su Feng sprang up as if injected with adrenaline, nearly thrusting his arm into his pant leg while pulling on his jersey. The moment his foot touched the turf, Su Feng's speed, rated at an astonishing 89 points, instantly maxed out. He bolted toward the right wing like a cannonball shot from its barrel. Just as Tianjin's right back Wang Peng attempted to jostle for position, Su Feng began executing rapid stepovers. The moment Wang Peng was momentarily stunned, Su Feng immediately exploited his speed advantage to glide past his opponent. Su Feng's step-over dribbling is truly exaggerated in motion, but it looks a bit awkward. The live commentator's voice crackled through the speakers. However, his speed is genuinely impressive. Wang Peng was nearly left with a twisted ankle trying to keep up. Unfazed, Su Feng relentlessly attacked the right flank, throwing the Tianjin defense into utter chaos. In the 78th minute, he received a pass from midfield, feinted with his right foot, nudged the ball with his left, and continued racing down the right side at full speed. When another Tianjin defender stepped up to intercept, Su Feng switched tactics. He feinted with his right foot, then made a dummy move as if to push the ball down the line with his left. Instead, he cut back sharply, driving inside along the edge of the penalty area. With just a sliver of space, he instantly unleashed a signature Ronaldo-esque knuckleball strike. The ball rocketed towards the top right corner of the goal, then suddenly dipped crashing into the back of the net. Goal. Su Feng equalizes for Qianjiang with a trademark Ronaldo long-range strike. The commentator's voice rose in pitch. As he spoke, Su Feng spread his arms wide, sprinting towards the corner flag to imitate Ronaldo's iconic SAUU celebration. His body was ramrod straight, his mouth stretched so wide it could have fit an egg. But he overdid it, nearly tripping over the corner flagpole, stumbling a couple of steps before steadying himself. Whoa! The deafening jeers from the home fans nearly lifted the roof off the stands as water bottles and crumpled tissues rained down like a storm. Su Feng tucked his head and jogged back to his half, muttering inwardly, "Damn, forgot this is an away game. No wonder Ronaldo's celebration gets so much hate." After Su Feng's goal, Qianjiang's morale soared, launching wave after wave of attacks. G-men now knew the threat Su Feng posed. They assigned a defensive midfielder to man-mark him, immediately restricting his space to maneuver. He could only continuously crisscross the front line, hoping to find a new opening. In the 86th minute, Qianjiang's 22, Qianjin received the ball on the right flank. With no time to adjust, he sent a looping cross shot heading straight for the penalty area. Su Feng's eyes lit up. He sprinted into the box, leaping high to attempt a header. The moment he jumped, he knew the ball was a bit too high. He stretched his neck out, fully straining to reach it. The Jinmin goalkeeper was clearly distracted by Su Feng's movement, and the ball slipped into the back of the net. Goal. Qianjiang takes a 3-2 lead. Let's take a look at who scored this one. Did Su Feng get a touch? The commentator shouted. As Su Feng landed, he knew he hadn't clearly touched the ball. He was about to run over and congratulate Qianjin. Ding. System task: claim your teammate's goal by recreating Ronaldo's hairline goal. Reward: activate Ronaldo's special skill, ultimate header mastery. What? Claim my own teammate's goal? That's too embarrassing. Forget it, the skill is what matters. Su Feng instantly changed his mind, sprinting towards the sideline, leaping high and striking his signature SAUU pose. Su Feng excitedly performs his celebration, signaling that he scored this goal. The commentator shouted, then looked at the slow-motion replay and said, "Wait." The ball grazed the top of Su Feng's head as it flew in. Did he score it with a single strand of hair? Haha, I get it now. He's trying to mimic Ronaldo's hairline goal. The jeers from the fans were even louder than before, with chants of "cheat, get off the field, die with that Ronaldo wannabe," echoing around the stadium. Su Feng stood at the edge of the pitch, so mortified, he could have dug a mansion with his toes in the turf. He cursed the system out in his mind. "You useless system. A hairline goal. How am I supposed to show my face now?" But the next second, the system notification chimed. Ding. Detected host completing Ronaldo's hairline goal. Activating the inheritance of Ronaldo's special skill, ultimate header mastery. Ding. Host has acquired the basic skill Ronaldo's ultimate header, slightly enhancing shooting and off-the-ball movement abilities. Su Feng stopped his cursing instantly. He felt the countless header techniques flooding into his mind, and the thrill of his improved shooting ability made him unable to suppress a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. But looking up at the furious faces of the fans in the stands, and hearing the commentator criticize his lack of professional integrity for stealing a teammate's goal, he quickly suppressed his smile, put on an innocent look, and ran over to celebrate with Chen. "You didn't touch the ball, did you?" Chen leaned in looking confused. Su Feng steeled himself and replied, I did touch it. With my hair. Didn't you see it?" Chen mouth twitched. "I saw the slow-mo. Your hair strand is thinner than a noodle. No way you touched it. But your jump did distract the keeper, or else he might have saved it." "Haha, a goal is a goal." Su Feng replied sheepishly, then quickly ran off, afraid of being questioned further by his teammates. As the final whistle blew, the Qianjiang team clinched a narrow 3-2 victory, securing their first win of the league season. Yet compared to the outcome of the match, Su Feng's hair thread goal became the biggest talking point of the entire game. Back in the locker room, no sooner had Su Feng stripped off his jersey than Zhang Lei, the team's wily veteran defender, cornered him at his locker. Zhang Lei held up his phone, looping a slow-motion replay of the controversial hair thread goal, a mocking smirk playing on his lips. "Hey superstar Su, enlighten us. Did Ronaldo personally teach you that hair thread shot?" Instantly, the surrounding teammates crowded in stifled laughter rippling through the group. Chen, wearing number 22, pushed to the front with an expression that screamed, "You've dragged me into this mess. I told you he didn't touch the ball. Now look what's happened." The internet is flooded with trending tags like Xinjiang's Oscar winner and fake hair thread goal, and my cross is being called a scripted assist for your little act. Su Feng shrank his neck, cursing the system 1,000 times in his head, but outwardly, he stiffened his resolve. "You guys just don't get it. This is what you call precision control. A professional player's hair can be a weapon. Didn't Ronaldo himself score a goal like this once? I'll give it a rest." Zhang Lei scoffed. "Ronaldo is a superstar. If he says he touched it, people believe him. But who's going to buy your story? And that celebration of yours was even more over the top than Ronaldo's. Were you afraid people wouldn't realize you were copying him? Just play the game, why turn it into an impersonation contest? Exactly, seeking attention like that never ends well." The other players murmured among themselves. Just then head coach Xiao Di walked in, and the locker room fell silent instantly. His gaze swept over Su Feng, brow furrowed. "I've seen all the controversy online. Su is a player, you can have personality, but you can't take it too far. What this team needs is your skill, not your imitation of someone else. This incident has cast a negative light on the team, and you need to be careful." Su Feng's heart sank. Just as he started to explain, Xiao Di continued, "Hurry up and get changed. You're coming with me to the post-match press conference, and you know what to say there." With that, Xiao Di turned and left, leaving Su Feng to face the death stares of his teammates. He let out a sigh, muttering inwardly, "System, oh system, you've really thrown me into the fire with this one. But this skill inheritance is still pretty sweet." Su Feng quickly showered and changed, then followed the team's press officer to the media center. "Coach Xiao Di, could you comment on Su Feng's performance in this match?" a reporter asked, getting straight to the point. Xiao Di took the microphone and began, "Well, first of all, I'd like to say that football is a team sport. This victory was earned through the hard work of every single player on the Xinjiang team. We fell behind at one point, but we showed great resilience to come back and win, which reflects the team's fighting spirit. I'm very satisfied with the performance of all my players. They deserved this win. As for Su, whom you mentioned, there's no doubt that he's an excellent young player with many shining qualities. He used his pace to tear open the Jinmin defense in this match, and he was a key part of unlocking the door to victory. You're asking me to specifically evaluate Su's performance, and I understand the intent behind your questions. Su is very talented, and he has his own personality, much like many gifted players around the world. I don't think we need to be overly surprised by that." Seeing that Xiao Di was a seasoned fox, offering a perfectly balanced response that yielded no sensational headlines, a reporter quickly turned to Su Feng. "Su Feng, after the first round you said you single-handedly changed the game. Do you still hold that view after this match?" Su Feng was about to offer a modest reply when that infuriating trigger mechanism went off in his head again. He quickly changed his tune. "Coach Xiao said it's a team sport, but it also needs the spark of a genius player. Undoubtedly, in both the last game and this one, I've played that role." The reporters perked up immediately at Su Feng's answer. Now this was some real material. Another reporter quickly followed up, "Su Feng, how do you assess the hair thread goal in today's match?" Xiao Di and the team's press officer quickly shot Su Feng warning glances, signaling for him to be humble and try to salvage some of his reputation. But Su Feng remained defiant. Even if it was just a hair that touched it, it was still a touch. The most important thing is that the ball went in, don't you think? The reporter pressed on, an attitude like that is going to make some fans hate you. Su Feng blurted out Ronaldo's famous quote, "Their love makes me stronger, but their hate makes me unstoppable." Xiao Di and the press officer were left dumbfounded while the reporters were ecstatic. As they were leaving the Waterdrop Stadium, Jinmin fans flipped him the middle finger from behind the barriers, shouting, "Get lost, you delusional Ronaldo fanboy." Su Feng, shrinking his neck as he trailed at the back of the team, felt a mix of emotions. System, oh system, just to get Ronaldo's skill inheritance, I have to endure all this hatred. That same evening, major sports media across the country published numerous reports about Su Feng. Su Feng's goal and brush lead team to comeback victory away. 19-year-old's controversial hair thread goal, a Ronaldo obsession gone too far. Su Feng fires back at reporters, boldly claims fans hate, makes him unstoppable, brilliant, or arrogant. Su Feng sparks heated debate. The majority of the reports heavily criticized Su Feng for using the hair thread excuse to claim a teammate's goal, and for his impertinent remarks at the press conference. Ignoring the criticism, Su Feng immediately opened the system interface upon returning to his room. The fierce external backlash mattered less than improving his football skills. Host Su Feng, age 19, born March 11, 2004, League, Hua Super League, 3rd Division equivalent to League 1, or Primera Federación. Basic abilities: speed 89.93, strength 68.95, shooting 68.98, 3, passing 51.86, dribbling 65.88, defense 28.51, off the ball movement 62.95, 3, free kicks 62.91, confidence 6.6, 110, overall ability 69.95, 3, special skills 1. High self-discipline intermediate 1,150 days 2. Elevator bomb intermediate 85,500 times 3. Inspiring presence beginner 110 matches 4. Fancy stepovers beginner 52,100 times 5. Comeback king intermediate 0.5 matches. Note: lead the team to a comeback victory to upgrade this skill to intermediate and gain 10 confidence. Achieving 5 more comeback victories will upgrade it to advanced, significantly boosting confidence. 6. Superior heading beginner 0.100 times. Note: exceptional jumping, hang time, and positioning establish Ronaldo's peerless ability in aerial duels. Score 100 headed goals in matches, including training games, to upgrade this skill to intermediate, moderately enhancing shooting and positioning abilities. Free ability points. 2 points can be used to enhance any basic ability after successively inheriting Ronaldo's skills. Su Feng's shooting and positioning have improved. His confidence in particular increased by 11 points after orchestrating a comeback victory. His overall ability has also risen to 69 points, nearing the upper limit for a starter in the Hua Super League. As for the 2 free attribute points, Su Feng decided to save them for a critical moment. His speed of 89 is sufficient for now. The rest of his basic abilities are all below 70, so spending points now would be a waste. Back at the Qingtai training base of the Xinjiang Great Wave Football Club in Linen City, Su Feng began to diligently practice his newly acquired skill, superb header. This ability was incredibly vital for a forward player. Through the system's infusion, Su Feng's mind was flooded with countless heading techniques, positioning, judgment, timing of the leap, controlling the contact point of the header. However, there was a long road from theory to practice, requiring relentless training. During his first attempt at a stationary header, he followed the skill's prompts, ran up and jumped, but applied too much force. His head slammed directly into the goalpost with a dull thud, causing tears to stream from the sheer pain. "Huh? Su Feng, are you trying to break the goal?" The jeering laughter of his teammates rang out. Zhang Lei exclaimed exaggeratedly, "Be careful, don't knock all your hair off, or you won't be able to score with a strand of hair next time." Rubbing his reddening forehead, Su Feng wailed internally. Is Ronaldo's header really this hard to master? It seems Rome wasn't built in a day. Ignoring the mockery, he pulled his best friend Liu Haofan and the newly joined midfielder Su Haoqi into serious training. But the funniest part was yet to come. During an intra-squad scrimmage, a midfielder lofted a high ball. Su Feng's eyes lit up as the image of Ronaldo's diving header flashed in his mind. Without a second thought, Su Feng lunged forward, his body stretching gracefully in the air, assuming a perfect diving posture. Unfortunately, he failed to maintain his balance and crashed heavily onto the turf. The ball sailed over his head, easily gathered by the opposing goalkeeper. His teammates doubled over in laughter, unable to straighten up. Even Coach Jody couldn't help but twitch his mouth in amusement. Lying face down on the grass, Su Feng felt his back stiffen from the mockery, complaining internally, "This diving header feels more like jumping off a building. Seems like being an Avero isn't easy either." But he had to admit the skill inheritance was quite effective. After 2 days of crash and burn training, Su Feng's headers were starting to look increasingly polished. In one scrimmage, he anticipated a teammate's pass, started his run early, and using the enhanced jumping ability from the skill, leaped high, executed a powerful glancing header, and the ball rocketed into the bottom corner. Great goal. Assistant coach Tin Yang couldn't help but praise loudly, and his teammates were stunned. This header, from the positioning to the jump and the power of the strike, was nothing short of professional, a world apart from the hairstrand actor of before. After landing, Su Feng instinctively wanted to spread his arms for the SIUU celebration, but as he raised his arms, he caught the unfriendly glares from Zhang Lei and others. He quickly changed it into a subdued arm pump, forcing a low-key smile onto his face. But the system wasn't having it. A prompt sounded in his mind: warning, host has failed to perform Ronaldo's signature celebration. The skill inheritance effect will be weakened. Perform the celebration immediately, or the heading skill will be temporarily sealed. You've got to be kidding me. This damn system is trying to kill me. Su Feng was mentally devastated. He glanced at his teammates, weighed the threat of the skill being sealed, gritted his teeth, and suddenly turned to sprint towards the corner flag. Spreading his arms wide, the long-awaited SIU shout finally burst from his throat. However, he put so much force into it that his voice cracked, producing a sound that was both shrill and hoarse. All his teammates were stunned. Didn't he already do the celebration? It's just a goal in a training match. Is it necessary to show off like that? We know you're a hardcore Ronaldo fan, but there's no need to mimic him at every opportunity. Liu Haofan was the first to react, rushing over to restrain Su Feng. Are you crazy? You finally do something decent. and now you're back to your old tricks. Exactly. Shinjin also ran over. Your celebration is more embarrassing than the goal itself. Are you afraid we don't know you're a fanatic fan of that donkey? Tisk verdict, this guy's lost it. Zhang Lei said with the utmost disdain. Seeing the contemptuous looks from his teammates, Su Feng could only pretend nothing was wrong and trot back to his own half. Anyway, as long as I'm not embarrassed, it's you guys who should be embarrassed. Ding. Detected hosts high-quality completion of Ronaldo's superb header training and execution of the signature celebration. Shooting ability 1. Su Feng instantly felt better, getting mocked a little for a boost to his shooting stats. Where else could he find such a good deal? With that 1 point, his shooting ability reached 69, placing him among the top tiers for domestic players in the Chinese Super League. Come on, everyone, keep mocking me. Su Feng will gladly welcome it with a smile. Unfortunately, his croaky-voiced SIU celebration was captured by a staff member on video. Combined with the earlier hairstrand goal, it shot straight to number 2 on the sports hot search list. The headline read, Xinjiang team Su Feng first a hairstrand goal, now a horse SIU. Confirmed as Ronaldo's superfan and the epitome of on-pitch social embarrassment. Netizens' comments were in hysterics, strongly suggest Su Feng switch to comedy. He has a brighter future there than in football. Ronaldo, please don't tag me, I don't know this guy. Did Xinjiang sign a clown, or what? Su Feng stared at the hot search on his phone, wishing he could crawl into a hole. But the system was there to fan the flames. Ding. Host Ronaldo imitating popularity continues to rise. Unlocked, traffic boost buff. Training efficiency 5. Keep up the controversial performances to accelerate the inheritance progress. Thanks a bunch. Su Feng rolled his eyes at the air, his mind in turmoil. On one hand, there was the tangible skill improvement from the system, on the other the disdain from teammates, mockery from fans, and the sheer awkwardness of professional social suicide. So can't the system just be normal for once? Just then head coach Jody walked over and patted him on the shoulder. You'll start in the next match against Shandong Taishan. Su Feng's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, Jody added, but the team has a requirement. No more flashy celebrations, especially anything as absurd as a hairstrand goal. Otherwise you're coming straight off. Su Feng's spirits instantly deflated. Looking at Jody's serious expression and thinking about the new tasks the system might throw at him, he wailed internally, this is terrible. I have to prove myself in my starting debut, while also dealing with the system's bizarre quests. This path of inheritance is just too rocky. At that moment the system's prompt sounded again, seemingly with a hint of mischief. Detected host's upcoming CSL debut. New mission issued in the match against Shandong Taishan. Score 1 Ronaldo-esque free kick goal, and perform a perfect SIU celebration. Reward shooting 1 free kick 2. Host, go get him. Su Feng thought, go get him, my foot. Forget the fact that there might not even be a suitable free kick opportunity in the match. Would they even let a rookie like me take it if there was? And even if the other players suddenly lost their minds, and let me take it, as scoring a free kick something you can just do on command. He now seriously suspected that this system wasn't there to help him become a star, but specifically to watch him make a fool of himself. At 1830 on April 25th, flags fluttered and drums thundered at the Jinan Olympic Sports Center Stadium. The match between the visiting Xinjiang FC and the home team Luning Taishan was about to commence. In the visitors' locker room, Su Feng stared blankly at his name on the tactical board. This was his first start in the Chinese Super League, and his mind was still reeling. Take it easy, kid. We've got faith in you. Captain Frank patted him on the shoulder. Nervous? Me, the goat of GOAT's nervous. A fleeting thought crossed Su Feng's mind, and he quickly chided himself inwardly. Forget that. I'm a hater. Am I worried about the match? I'm worried about that damn system pulling another stunt. A ridiculous mission had already been issued before the game. What if it came up with something even more embarrassing during the match? At 1915, Su Feng got his first close-up look at the Luning Taishan lineup in the player tunnel. Fellaini stood like a telephone pole in the center, and Moises's muscle definition was visible even through his jersey. Referee Ma Ning led the way, his face as grim as if everyone owed him money. As Su Feng followed his teammates onto the pitch, the roar from the home fans at the Jinan Olympic Sports Center made his eardrums vibrate. Stay solid, minimize mistakes. Jordy had given his final instructions before he took the field. However, just 7 minutes into the match, Su Feng witnessed the terror of the Taishan team. Lu Bingbing broke through on the right and delivered a cross. Fellaini, like a moving mountain in the box, leaped high to meet the ball. Su Feng watched helplessly as the Belgian's body stretched in the air, his header thundering towards the right side of the goal. The ball slammed off the post with a resounding clang and bounced away. Goalkeeper Zhao Bo lay on the ground, his back drenched in cold sweat. Holy shit. Su Feng's heart nearly leaped out of his chest as he retreated to his own half. Can this guy fly or what? In the 19th minute, UXIN of the number 28 jersey chased down Sun Junho on the right flank. Both players went for the ball simultaneously, and Su Feng, standing diagonally behind, watched in horror as UXIN studs connected squarely with Sun Junho's ankle. The Korean player collapsed, instantly rolling over several times, clutching his ankle, his face twisted in agony. Ma Ning's whistle blew urgently. He ran over, crouched to examine Sun Junho's injury, and without hesitation pulled out a red card. What the fuck? UXIN was stunned himself, gesturing at his own foot. It was an accident, ref. Ma Ning didn't even glance at him, steadfastly holding up the glaring red card and signaling for him to leave the field. Less than 20 minutes into the game, Xinjiang FC was forced to play a man down, and the situation on the pitch turned drastically grim. Jordi was fuming on the sidelines, gesturing frantically for his players to drop back and defend. The original 4-2-3-1 formation was stubbornly reshaped into a 5-3-1, significantly reducing their attacking threat. It's over. Forget about scoring from a free kick, it'll be a miracle if we don't get torn apart. Su Feng lamented inwardly as he tracked back. His tackling had improved slightly through training, but it was still a pitiful 28 points. If he were tasked with defending the team's left flank, would likely be obliterated. The Taishan players launched wave after wave of attacks down the right, forcing him into frequent fouls. Before long, he received a verbal warning from Ma Ning. In the 34th minute of the first half, Luaning Taishan's relentless pressure finally paid off. Mo Ises received a layoff from Sun Junho at the edge of the box, took a shot without hesitation, and the ball rocketed along the turf into the bottom left corner. Zhao Bo's desperate dive was in vain. Taishan took the lead. The Jinan South Olympic Sports Center erupted instantly, with a sea of orange scarves waving in the stands. Taishan victory! Taishan victory! The fans' chants were overwhelming. Su Feng stood with his hands on his hips, gasping for breath, watching the celebrating Shandong players with deep frustration. After nearly 40 minutes, he had barely touched the ball on the wing, let alone had a chance to take a free kick. At this rate, the head coach might soon pull him off the pitch. With no offensive contribution and being a liability in defense, there was no reason to keep him on. The match soon reached stoppage time in the first half. Frank dribbled forward at the edge of the box and was brought down from behind by Zhang Qi. Ma Ning awarded a direct free kick. The spot was about 32 yards from goal, right within the golden range for a Cristiano Ronaldo-style knuckleball. Su Feng's eyes lit up. He was about to sprint over, but saw Frank had already picked up the ball. "Frank, how about letting me take this one?" The word slipped out. Frank was taken aback. As the team's primary free kick taker, he was surprised that a young player like Su Feng would dare to ask for the responsibility. He looked at Su Feng, then at the spot, and shook his head. "It's too far. Your technique isn't refined enough. I'll take it." Su Feng grew anxious. He knew this was the best chance of the half. If they missed it with a man down in the second half, set-piece opportunities would be even scarcer. "Brother, trust me. I've practiced free kicks from this spot. You've seen the knuckleballs I've scored. This distance is perfect for me," he pleaded, thumping his chest. Frank, worn down by his persistence and unsure of his own chances from that distance, shook his head and tossed him the ball. "Fine, you take it. Don't regret it if you miss." Su Feng took a deep breath, placed the ball, and stepped back 5 paces. He meticulously copied Ronaldo's pre-kick routine. Feet shoulder-width apart, arms hanging naturally, eyes locked on the goal. But as a self-proclaimed Ronaldo hater, mimicking these actions made him feel incredibly awkward, and goosebumps prickled his skin. Damn, does he think he's Ronaldo? Copying his whole routine will only make him a laughingstock. Yeah, all that flair, but no skill. This Su Feng is seriously delusional. The Taishan defenders jeered, while even his own Xinjiang teammates hung their heads in shame. "Screw it for the skill, I'm going for it." Su Feng cursed inwardly, looked up at the goal, then down at the ball. The defensive wall was set with Fellaini in the center, blocking nearly half the goal. Wang Dalei shuffled along his line, slapping his thighs and shouting, trying to distract him. Ma Ning's whistle blew, and Su Feng began his run-up. His 5 steps grew quicker, and with his final stride, he lunged forward, striking the lower middle part of the ball with the inside of his right foot. Thwack! A crisp sound echoed as the ball flew with intense spin. As it cleared the top of the wall, it suddenly plummeted as if yanked down by an invisible hand. Wang Dalei had anticipated the ball heading for the top right corner and had already shifted his weight. But the sudden drop sent it skimming under the crossbar and into the net. Goal! The commentator's roar cut through the night air. Number 25, Su Feng. An unbelievable free kick. This 19-year-old youngster has equalized for Xinjiang even with his team down to 10 men on enemy turf. Everyone had been mocking the youngster for imitating Ronaldo's style moments ago, but he had just delivered a signature Ronaldo knuckleball free kick. The moment the ball hit the back of the net, Su Feng himself was stunned. Did it really go in? Just as he was about to sprint over and embrace Frank in celebration, he remembered the system's mission and immediately dashed toward the away fan stand. He then pushed off the ground with both feet, executing a 180-degree turn midair, arms crossed over his chest, his hang time absurdly long. The instant he landed, he flung his arms wide and roared at the stands, "Siu." His voice was thunderous, its piercing power immense. The traveling Xinjiang fans in the stands were startled at first, then erupted into fervent cheers. Su Feng held his arms outstretched, his face burning with embarrassment, cursing the system 1,000 times in his mind. "Making me a Ronaldo hater, repeatedly performed this move in front of tens of thousands of people. Don't you feel any guilt, system bro? How am I supposed to show my face in the Ronaldo-hating circle after this?" But then he thought, forget the shame, at least he scored. If scoring in a match meant looking foolish, he'd gladly look foolish until the end of time. However, his celebration enraged the Taishan fans. A torrent of boos rained down from the stands, with some fans shaking their fists and shouting, "What the hell is that? Who's he imitating? Does he really think he's Cristiano Ronaldo? What's there to be cocky about? It's just one goal. He could imitate anyone, but he has to copy the Desert King. Disgusting." Frank ran over, hugged him, and patted his back with a laugh. "Nice one, kid. That was impressive. That celebration was pretty cool." Su Feng smiled awkwardly and quickly humbled himself. Lucky shot, just lucky. Then, remembering that Ronaldo wasn't exactly known for humility, he immediately changed his tune. "Well, of course. Look who's talking. My free kicks are absolutely unmatched. Frank stared at Su Feng, wondering if the kid had a split personality. One moment he's modest, the next he's off the charts arrogant. He shook his head and walked away. Su Feng, however, had no time for Frank. He'd just heard the system notification. Ding. Host has successfully completed one Ronaldo-style trademark free kick goal, plus a perfect SIU celebration. Rewards: shooting 1, free kick 2. Current shooting ability 70, free kick ability 64, overall ability 70. A warm current surged through his body. Su Feng felt a deeper understanding of shooting and a much improved touch on his free kicks. While forget the embarrassment, the skill boost is totally worth it, he consoled himself. The first half ended with the score locked at 1-1. Back in the locker room, UXIN sat slumped in a corner with his head down. None of his teammates blamed him. It wasn't intentional, but the atmosphere remained heavy. Jordy clapped his hands. Holding them to a draw with one man down is brilliant. We'll stick to counterattacking in the second half. Su Feng, your pace and free kicks are our weapons. Seize your chances. Su Feng nodded, but his mind was already scheming on how to help the team take the lead. Though he completed the system's mission, only a victory would add to his tally of comeback wins from adversity. Besides, he'd yet to taste a brace on the Chinese Super League stage. With an entire half still to play, there was no telling what opportunities might arise. Moreover, having inherited Ronaldo's extraordinary aerial prowess, his forehead had been itching for action. He had to showcase the true strength of the former white-clad legend. How could I, a Ronaldo hater, be conquered by the Desert King's skills? It's not that. I have no choice. For victory, I'm forced to use it. After consoling himself once more, Su Feng followed his teammates out of the locker room. The second half commenced with the sides switching ends. Taishan's coach Choi Kong, he adjusted his tactics, sending Liu Bingbing and Fernandinho to relentlessly assault Zhujiang's defensive line. With one man down, Xinjiang grew increasingly beleaguered. In the 64th minute, Fellaini received a pass inside the box. Instead of shooting, he laid it off horizontally to the advancing Sun Guowen. Facing an open goal, Sun Guowen slotted it home with ease, 2-1. Shandong Taishan had retaken the lead. Sun Guowen sprinted to the corner flag, spread his arms wide toward the stands, and the home fans' roar nearly blew the roof off the stadium. Su Feng stood with his hands on his hips, gasping for air, his legs growing heavier by the minute. The physical toll of playing a man down was far greater than he'd imagined. I can't let it end like this. He gritted his teeth and hurried over to Jordy. Coach, I want to push higher and look for counterattacking chances. Jordy hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Mind your defensive duties. Don't lose your position. With a man down and trailing on the scoreboard, gambling was their only option. The chance came in the 78th minute, and it was Taishan who handed it to them. While dribbling in his own half, Sun Guowen attempted a back pass to Wang Tong, but his touch betrayed him. The ball rolled straight to Mashekwi's feet. The Ghanaian striker didn't hesitate. He drove into the box and unleashed a thunderous shot that nestled perfectly into the top corner. 2-2. Mashekwi. The traveling Xinjiang fans' cheers echoed through the away end. Su Feng ran over to embrace Mashekwi, thinking to himself, old Mu's a beast. Now we've got a real shot at winning. His intuition proved right. After leveling the score, Xinjiang's morale soared. Through relentless running, they managed to suppress Shandong Taishan's attacks. In the 85th minute, Su Feng finally got his long-awaited aerial chance. Frank received the ball on the left flank, spotted Su Feng making his run into the box, and whipped in a cross without hesitation. In recent training matches, Su Feng had showcased heading ability far beyond his peers, earning his teammates' trust. The ball arced high and Fellaini had already leaped, aiming to clear it. But at that moment, Su Feng suddenly accelerated, bursting out from behind Fellaini. He pushed off the ground, his body launching like an arrow released from a bow. Everyone in the stadium was stunned. Su Feng's leap carried him higher than Fellaini. His body stretched elegantly in the air, his head connecting cleanly with the ball, directing it toward the bottom left corner of the goal. Wang Dalei was caught off guard, and the ball slipped through under his armpit and into the net. Goal! Su Feng. A brace. The commentator's voice cracked with excitement. A free kick, a header. This 19-year-old prodigy has turned the game around for Xinjiang FC despite being a man down. His leap showcased extraordinary aerial prowess. In this moment, we seemed to glimpse a young Cristiano Ronaldo. As Su Feng landed, his mind went blank, then was instantly engulfed in sheer ecstasy. He naturally sprinted toward the away fans' stand, leaping high and spinning midair. Upon landing, he spread his arms wide and roared at the Xinjiang supporters, SIU. This time his celebration was even more flamboyant. A longer hang time, a more thunderous cry. He even thumped his chest, mimicking Ronaldo's iconic, I am the best gesture. Su Feng, you're a beast. Su Feng, you're a beast. The away fans chanted. But the boos from the home crowd grew louder. Some Taishan supporters even hurled water bottles onto the pitch, shouting, show off. Get out. Too arrogant. No respect for the home team. Yet the Xinjiang fans' cheers swiftly drowned them out. They waved their banners and joined Su Feng in shouting, SIU, transforming the away stand into a sea of joy. Awesome. Su Feng exulted inwardly, then suddenly realized, damn. Why did I do that celebration again? It's over. I'm deeply infected now. Su Feng lamented. With little time remaining in the match, Taishan launched a frenzied counterattack. Xinjiang, however, stood united, retreating to defend their slender lead with unwavering resolve. In the 87th minute, Xiao Di substituted the exhausted Su Feng, bringing on number 20 Wang Xixing. Introducing a defender at this stage was a clear signal. They were determined to hold the line. The minutes ticked by. In the second minute of stoppage time, Taishan carved out a golden opportunity to equalize as Hu Jinghang raced through on goal. Yet faced with Xinjiang's goalkeeper Zhao Bo, he rushed his effort, his shot skewing wide of the post and squandering the chance to snatch a draw. Having played with a man advantage for nearly the entire match, Taishan found themselves behind in the dying moments. The home fans could no longer contain their fury, unleashing a torrent of abuse. What was that second half performance? Fellaini's exhausted and can't lead the line. Look at that attack. They couldn't finish chances if their lives depended on it. The coach is an idiot. He subbed off Li Yuani, our most solid defender, far too early. Moises only cares about attacking, and look at the countless mistakes from Sun Junho. What's going on? Are they just going through the motions now? Or have they already been seduced by the complacency plaguing Chinese football? And what about Chong? Why can he link up with Wei Shihao for the national team, but for the club he looks all over the place? Left hand and right foot completely out of sync. Do you two have some kind of weird connection? Use your heads. Stop dribbling into dead ends and practice your crosses for once. Wang Tong, I never thought I'd see the day. After all these years of the 93-5 Tigers, you've improved the least. Your crosses are wayward, you can't combine with teammates, you can't play killer passes, and your defending is as porous as a sieve. A complete letdown. You lot are useless. What kind of football is this? I need to knock on a wooden fish to calm down. Ooh, I'm furious. The fans' insults grew louder, yet Taishan's spirit seemed utterly broken. Having squandered that clear-cut chance, Taishan appeared to have exhausted their luck. In the following minutes, they not only failed to create further opportunities, but also allowed Xinjiang to launch a threatening counterattack. Frank scored from inside the box after receiving a pass, but the VAR flagged him for offside, disallowing the goal. When Ma Ning's final whistle echoed around the stadium, the Xinjiang players collapsed to the turf, their shirts soaked through with sweat. Having played almost the entire match a man down, they had to cover every blade of grass to compensate. The physical toll was immense. Su Feng, who had been substituted, sprinted onto the pitch from the bench to celebrate with his teammates. Liu Haofan and the other unused substitutes, full of energy, hoisted Su Feng, the match winner, into the air, chanting his name. Su Feng, you were incredible. You were our savior today. Xiao Di also rushed onto the field, embracing every player before finally wrapping his arms around Su Feng and patting his back. Well done, lad. You were the hero tonight. Su Feng grinned, but inside his emotions were a tangled mess. Winning was fantastic, but after performing the SIU celebration twice, the image of being a die-hard Cristiano Ronaldo fanboy was probably impossible to shake off now. At the post-match press conference, Xiao Di heaped praise on Su Feng. He is an incredibly talented player, fast, technically gifted. That free kick and the header showcased his true quality. Today, playing with 10 men, his fighting spirit inspired the whole team. This is exactly the type of player we need. When a journalist asked about Su Feng's celebration, Xiao Di smiled. I found it amusing. It's good to see young players with passion. He proved himself with his goals. The celebration was just a way to express his joy, nothing wrong with that. As for whether he was imitating Ronaldo, Ronaldo is a great world-class player. It's a positive thing for young players in the CSL to idolize him. Su Feng, however, did not attend the press conference. The club's press officer, wary of his potential for outspoken comments, decided not to have the man of the moment face the media. Bored in the locker room, Su Feng scrolled through his phone only to be inundated by a tidal wave of online comments. The hashtag Xinjiang Su Feng imitates Ronaldo was you celebration had rocketed up the trending charts, with the comment section split down the middle, sparking fierce debates. Does he really think he's Ronaldo? A rookie in the CSL trying to imitate him is just pathetic. Can't stand that desert ball king. Can't believe people still copy him these days. They must be idiots. Celebrating like that at the Jinan Olympic Sports Center is so disrespectful to the home team. Taishan fans are too lenient. Anywhere else he'd have been booed off the pitch. He's got some skill, but his attitude stinks. Arrogant and conceited. Players like him never go far. The majority of the criticism was harsh, condemning Su Feng for his perceived arrogance and blind imitation of Ronaldo. Yet a considerable number of fans came to his defense. What are you all so jealous about? He scored 2 goals to help his team win with 10 men. What's wrong with a little celebration? Ronaldo's celebration is a symbol of confidence. Su Feng has earned the right to do it. To be fair, that free kick was absolutely stunning. The knuckleball dropped so viciously that Wang Dalei had no chance. And that header, he out-jumped Fellaini. His physicality is off the charts. What's wrong with copying Ronaldo? If the national team could produce a player even remotely like him, FIFA wouldn't have to worry about China qualifying for the World Cup. Just became a fan. Su Feng's pace, heading, and free kicks. His future is bright. I support him imitating Ronaldo. If you have the talent, you have the right to be arrogant. These admiring fans quickly formed a QQ group called Feng's Brigade, becoming Su Feng's very first fan club. However, a few eagle-eyed fans seem to have spotted the truth. Is it possible that Su Feng is actually a Ronaldo hater? Look at his expression during the celebration. He seemed reluctant, as if he was forced to do it. Yeah, he had a constipated look on his face while mimicking the donkey move. Could the club have forced him to do it for marketing? Su Feng saw this and thought, damn, these netizens are too sharp for their own good. It seemed his deeply hidden secret of being coerced by the system had been discovered. He dared not read any more comments and put down his phone to check the system interface. The system rewards from the match had been distributed. His shooting and free kick attributes each increased by 1 point. Additionally, the progress count for the special skills, inspiring, and comeback king had each increased by 1 win. His overall football rating had also climbed to 70 points, reaching the ceiling for a starting domestic player in the CSL. Breaking past the 70-point barrier would elevate him into the ranks of CSL star players and starting players in top-tier second division leagues worldwide. After reviewing the system interface, Su Feng suddenly felt less troubled. Alright, he sighed inwardly. So what if I have to imitate Ronaldo? So what if I have to do the SIU? As long as I win matches and can inherit skills, I'll gladly embrace the social embarrassment. After all, when faced with the choice between being a Ronaldo hater and inheriting his football skills, the decision was obvious. Furthermore, after delving deeper into Ronaldo's special skills, Su Feng realized his previous views had been somewhat one-sided. Avero's managed to rival the Ballon d'Or king for so many years. Despite the marketing, his sheer hard power was undeniable. Damn it, why am I defending the donkey? This is absolutely unacceptable. A silent protest from the depths of his Ronaldo-hating persona echoed within him. After 3 rounds of the Chinese Super League, the Xinjiang Great Waves had secured 2 wins and a draw, firmly holding second place in the standings, trailing only the undefeated Modu Harbor team. Su Feng's stellar record of 4 goals and 1 assist topped the scoring charts, surpassing numerous foreign imports and leaving many in sheer disbelief. However, Su Feng's Ronaldo-esque hairline goal in the second league round, his rivalry with senior teammates over goal statistics, and his persistent imitation of Ronaldo with the show celebration during matches had ignited significant public controversy. The headline of Football Weekly was strikingly provocative: a 19-year-old prodigy. Can Su Feng rewrite the history of the Chinese Super League's top domestic scorer? The report delved into an analysis of the 3 league rounds, noting that Su Feng had scored 4 goals in less than 120 minutes of playing time, already setting a new record in the CSL. His 4 goals included long-range strikes, headers, and a direct free kick, demonstrating formidable striking power and exquisite finishing skill, suggesting boundless potential for the future. Conversely, Sports in Depth raised sharp questions: arrogant celebrations and controversial goals, a genius or football's troublemaker. The report sharply criticized Su Feng's overly flamboyant playing style, asserting that he lacked the humility expected of a young player on the pitch. It further condemned his mindless imitation of Ronaldo as lacking originality, even elevating the criticism to accusations of worshipping foreign things and setting a bad example. On social media, the hashtags "Does Su Feng's hairline goal count?" and "Should Ronaldo-style flamboyance be allowed?" dominated the trending charts, splitting fans into 2 distinct camps. Supporters lauded Su Feng's brilliance and daring self-expression, while detractors denounced his perceived lack of discipline and attention-seeking behavior. In scouting reports across major clubs, Su Feng's name was circled in red ink, accompanied by the dual assessment: elite finishing ability and high-risk personality, unpredictable. This storm of controversy naturally also affected the Xinjiang Great Waves club. Su Feng, having recently transferred to the club's youth team and then been promoted to the first team, was originally on a youth contract with extremely low wages, which also made it easy for other teams to poach him. His consecutive goals in 3 league rounds prompted the club to immediately consider offering him a senior professional contract. This is a common practice among major clubs: reward good performances with improved contracts and tighter clauses. Inside the club's meeting room, the meeting concerning Su Feng's contract renewal had already lasted 3 hours. Amidst the swirling smoke, the club's senior management voices clashed intensely. Head coach Jordi slammed a thick data report onto the conference table, pointing at the red annotations. Look at these numbers. 3 matches, of 47 shot conversion rate, 8 key passes, 4 goals, and 1 assist. These are top-tier striker statistics. The coach, who had previously managed several European second-tier league teams, pointed to the player heat map on the projector screen. Su's movement and positioning are at least 5 years ahead of his peers. He always appears in the most dangerous zones. The CSL hasn't seen a domestic talent like this in a long time. We must secure him with top-tier terms. Coach Jordi, you only see the goals on the pitch, not the troubles off it. Club team manager Chun Lei adjusted his glasses and opened a file on his tablet. This is the media sentiment analysis from the past week. Negative reports involving Su Feng account for as much as 62. Fans have clashed in the stands, imitating his celebration. Sponsors have already sent inquiry letters, worried that Su Feng's controversial image might harm their brand reputation. Chun Lei, who had worked for several clubs, knew well the risks of managing troublesome players. Jordi stood up, his tone somewhat agitated. Football is competitive sport. Results are the only hard currency. As for his celebration, in Europe, that's called personality. Haaland and Mbappe are both flamboyant. We should protect this edge, not suppress it. He continued, in all my years in European football, I've never heard of a player contract containing clauses restricting celebrations. Vinicius Jr.'s personality has become a commercial asset. Offering Su Feng a contract matching his performance not only retains him, but also signals our commitment to nurturing young players. Jordi's vision was a 5-year main squad contract with a base salary at the top level for domestic players, supplemented by goal assist and league position bonuses. The total compensation would rank among the top earners, while also including a high buyout clause to deter other clubs. Chun Lei retorted, last season a young player from another club repeatedly caused conflicts due to his arrogance, leading to a 5-match ban. The team not only lost the AFC Champions League spot, but also 2 major sponsors. Su Feng is only 19. With his current attitude, a high-paying long-term contract will only make him more arrogant and reckless. Chun Lei's proposal was a 2-year deal with average wages for a starter, appended with strict behavioral clauses. Any improper celebration or inappropriate remarks would result in fines or even contract termination. Club press officer Chun Jung chimed in, I handle dozens of media interview requests daily, half of which are about Su Feng's controversies. Yesterday a reporter asked me, does the club encourage players to seek attention through controversial actions? It's an impossible question to answer. He pulled up several ongoing sports media reports. The press loves to dig up controversy. Su Feng speaks without thinking and his words are easily twisted by the media, seriously damaging the club's image. So I advise the club to seriously consider the public relations risks before finalizing any contract with Su Feng. Chun Jung then suggested from a PR standpoint a probationary contract for 3 years. It would offer medium-level wages with incremental raises contingent on maintaining a clean image and consistent performance with no negative media coverage. Club general manager Zhao Bo sat at the head of the table, his brow deeply furrowed. He glanced at the financial statements in his hand, then at the 3 arguing men caught in a dilemma. Jordy's perspective represented the urgent sporting needs. To achieve good results this season and compete for an AFC Champions League spot, Su Feng's contribution was indispensable. However, Chun Lei and Chun Zhang's concerns were not unfounded. Clubs across the CSL have been in tight financial straits recently and cannot afford disruptions from off-field scandals. How could a new contract for Su Feng balance athletic value against risk control? The meeting ultimately ended without a consensus. Zhao Bo decided to postpone the decision, instructing the legal department to draft several contract versions and arranging preliminary contact with Su Feng's agent to gauge his intentions. Just as he finished training and returned to the dormitory, Su Feng was informed that the club intended to initiate contract renewal negotiations with him. Su Feng had 2 options: negotiate with the club himself or quickly find an agent to handle it. Buried in daily training, he had no time to haggle with the club. Moreover, certain demands for better treatment were not appropriate for him to voice personally. Having the foresight of his past life, Su Feng naturally chose to have an agent negotiate on his behalf. But where to find the right agent? Fortunately, as a rising star making his mark in the Chinese Super League, he was certainly not short of attention from sports management agencies. Over the past 2 days, his phone had been bombarded with calls from agents. Even the top domestic agency, Hengyuan Sports, had extended an offer. They not only promised to secure the CSL's maximum salary, but also guaranteed to quickly land commercial endorsements. The veteran agency, Starlight Media, presented a star-making plan claiming they would mold Su Feng into the Chinese Ronaldo based on his playing style, while simultaneously pushing him into the entertainment industry. Su Feng bristled at this proposal. Being turned into a Chinese Ronaldo for the entertainment world would likely just make him a reviled internet celebrity. Several foreign-backed agencies hinted they could directly arrange trial opportunities with European clubs. Faced with these tempting offers, Su Feng remained exceptionally calm. As a transmigrator, he possessed life experience far beyond his peers and could foresee the pitfalls lurking within these contracts. Su Feng knew that the owner of Hengyuan Sports had close ties with many club executives. They were essentially club agents who would sacrifice a player's long-term development for short-term gains. Starlight Media was overly focused on commercial exploitation, which would drag a player into endless business activities and ultimately ruin his competitive edge. As for the foreign agencies, while they had access to European resources, their influence was limited, making it hard to secure good clubs. Besides, at the end of the day, improving football skills is paramount for a player. Su Feng possessed a system. As long as he continuously enhanced his abilities, breaking into Europe's top 5 leagues was just a matter of time. What he needed was an agent who was professional, low-key, held an international transfer license, and would consider matters entirely from his perspective. More importantly, this agent had to be cheap. For someone destined to become a football superstar like him, the lower the commission percentage, the better. Scrolling through the self-recommendation messages on his phone, Su Feng noticed a name that was still unknown: Lin Mo. In his previous life, Su Feng had learned about Lin Mo's situation by chance. Before Su Feng's rebirth, Lin Mo had become a renowned agent in the CSL, successfully facilitating moves for several players to European clubs. Lin Mo had an excellent reputation in football circles, being one of the few agents who didn't chase short-term profits, but genuinely focused on players' career planning. At this point in time, Lin Mo should have just passed the FIFA agent exam, with only a few China League One players as clients. Reading his self-recommendation, Su Feng learned that Lin Mo had graduated from Loughborough University in the UK with a degree in sports management and was proficient in regulations like the FIFA regulations on the status and transfer of players. Because he wasn't yet famous, Lin Mo's commission requirement was nearly the lowest. Su Feng quickly replied to Lin Mo, and the two met at a small cafe in Linen City. Dressed in simple sportswear and wearing black-rimmed glasses, Lin Mo looked more like a university student than an agent. Unlike other agents who would talk endlessly about grand visions, he directly presented a detailed analysis report. I've studied your last 3 matches. Your finishing ability and off-the-ball movement are top-notch, but your physical duels and defensive participation need improvement. In the long run, the best development path for you is to first hone your skills and build your reputation in the CSL, then make the leap to a mid-tier European club where the tactical system suits a technical striker like you. As for the club contract, I believe the most crucial aspect right now isn't the salary, but minimizing restrictions on your future transfer. Also, your playing style is quite similar to Ronaldo's, and you have a somewhat flamboyant personality. If managed well, this can be commercially valuable. Therefore, we must fight hard for your image rights. Lin Mo's professional analysis solidified Su Feng's choice. Su Feng then outlined his core demands for the club contract. Not exorbitant current wages, but a controlled release clause to facilitate a future move to Europe. A flicker of surprise passed through Lin Mo's eyes, followed by an appreciative look. You're very clear-headed. This is the wisest choice a professional player can make. According to the latest FIFA agent regulations, my commission as your representative will not exceed 3 of your annual contract salary. Is that acceptable? Deal? Looking forward to working with you. Su Feng agreed immediately. Lin Mo immediately shifted into work mode, explaining the intricacies of international transfers and the logic behind setting release clauses. A release clause is a double-edged sword. If it's too high, European clubs will be deterred. If it's too low, you lose your bargaining power. Considering the current CSL market, a release clause around 15 million renminbi is a reasonable range. It won't seem too risky for the Xinjiang team, and it leaves room for your future transfer. The two quickly signed a cooperation agreement. Lin Mo became Su Feng's agent responsible for the renewal negotiations with the Xinjiang Dalong club. They clearly defined the core objectives for the new contract: a duration of no more than 2 years, a salary no less than the team's average, for starters a release clause around 15 million renminbi, and the inclusion of clauses facilitating an international transfer. Before the signing, Lin Mo specifically reminded Su Feng, according to the Chinese Football Association's player-agent management measures, our cooperation agreement must be filed with the CFA. This is for compliance and to avoid future legal disputes. Su Feng nodded in agreement. No problem. We'll do everything by the book. I'll leave the professional matters to you. I need to focus on my training. All right, don't worry. Lin Mo replied. Subsequently, the renewal negotiations officially commenced in the legal affairs meeting room of the Xinjiang Dalong club. The Xinjiang team's negotiation team consisted of General Manager Jiao Bo, Legal Director Zhang Tao, and Team Leader Chen Lei. Su Feng's side was represented solely by his agent Lin Mo. The atmosphere in the meeting room was somewhat tense. As soon as they sat down, Chen Lei took the lead. Su Feng has indeed performed well in the past 3 league rounds, but he's also stirred up quite a bit of controversy. The club deems it necessary to include a code of conduct clause in the contract requiring Su Feng to promise to avoid controversial celebrations and inappropriate remarks. Lin Mo responded calmly. Team Leader Chen, according to the FIFA disciplinary code, a player's celebration is within reasonable bounds as long as it doesn't involve discrimination, violence, or other violations. While Su Feng's celebration sparked controversy, it didn't violate any official regulations. Therefore, we cannot accept overly stringent code of conduct clauses. He produced the relevant FIFA documents. However, we understand the club's concerns. We can include a general clause about respecting opponents and referees in the contract. It's a basic professional quality and aligns with industry standards. Legal Director Zhang Tao adjusted his glasses and presented the club's initial draft contract. This is our starting proposal. A 3-year deal with a base salary of 1 million renminbi per year. Including goal and ranking bonuses, the annual income could reach up to 2 million. The release clause is set at 30 million renminbi, considering Su Feng's competitive value and the club's development costs. Lin Mo quickly reviewed the contract draft and offered his opinion. A 3-year contract term is reasonable, and our side can accept it. The primary issue with the current contract is the stark mismatch between Su Feng's compensation and the penalty clause. You offer an annual salary of only 1 million, yet set a penalty fee of 30 million. The penalty amount exceeds 30 times the annual salary, which contradicts the principle that a player's penalty clause should generally not exceed 10 times his yearly wage. This exorbitant penalty would unduly restrict Su Feng's future career options, and we cannot agree to it. Regarding the salary, although the Chinese Super League has undergone significant salary cuts, the league's cap is 5 million per the Football Association's regulations. Given Su Feng's performance and future potential, even if he doesn't receive the team's maximum salary, he should at least be in the second tier of compensation. Therefore, we propose an annual salary of no less than 3 million. Finally, the bonus clause is not reasonably structured. Goal bonuses should be tied to the team's league ranking rather than being a fixed amount. Seeing Lin Mo's professionalism, Jiao Bo realized their pre-drafted contract would not hold up, so he quickly responded. Lin Mo, you've said Su Feng is a 19-year-old young player with limitless potential. But that potential also includes the possibility of a decline in form, which is common in football. His performance in the first 3 rounds has been good, but rookies often hit a wall. No one can guarantee he'll maintain this level, and you must consider the club's risk. Lin Mo immediately produced his own contract amendment. Manager Jiao, we certainly understand the club's risk. Hence we suggest shortening the contract term to 2 years. No, Jiao Bo retorted. Su Feng is a key player the club is nurturing. If he leaves on a free transfer after 2 years, the team's loss would be significant. A 3-year term is preferable. Jiao Bo objected immediately. He had raised the risk of Su Feng's potential decline as a bargaining chip, but he hadn't expected Lin Mo to readily agree to a shorter contract. That wouldn't do. Lin Mo didn't push the issue, as Su Feng had instructed him that regardless of a 2 or 3-year term, he was unlikely to stay with the Chinese Super League club for more than 2 years. As long as the penalty clause wasn't unreasonable, the contract length was negotiable. Thus, Lin Mo accepted the club's insistence on a 3-year deal on Su Feng's behalf. He then continued. Regarding the annual salary, Su Feng was brought to the Chinese Super League by the Xinjiang club, and he fully understands the current financial difficulties of CSL clubs. He repeatedly told me not to make excessive demands. However, the salary is the most direct recognition of a player's ability. While the player is considerate of the club cannot ignore the player's interests either. Therefore, we propose an annual salary of 2 million with tiered bonuses for goals and assists based on the team's performance. There wasn't much debate on this issue. Based on Su Feng's first 3 games, his contribution has already surpassed the team's foreign players, so a 2 million salary isn't excessive. The biggest point of contention remained the penalty clause. Lin Mo stated the figure they had discussed. We propose setting the penalty clause at 15 million renminbi. Additionally, we request that the contract explicitly state Su Feng's right to attend trial invitations from European clubs, and the club must not unreasonably obstruct them. Zhao Bo frowned. A 15 million penalty is too low. Su Feng is an excellent player we carefully recruited from the China League One. At that price, the club's interests would not be protected in the event of a transfer. He then cited a contract dispute case involving a CSL club and a player. We don't want similar legal disputes in the future, so the penalty clause must be sufficiently binding. Prepared for this, Lin Mo produced a copy of the contract for Su Feng's transfer to the Xinjiang team. President Zhao, you only paid 5 million to acquire Su Feng from the China League One club. If he leaves for 15 million, your transfer profit would be 10 million. According to the interim regulations of the Chinese Football Association on player status and transfers, setting a penalty clause at 10 times the annual salary already includes compensation for the club's development efforts. Su Feng is still at the beginning of his career. A 15 million penalty already far exceeds the average for young players in the CSL. He then shifted his tone. Moreover, the club should recognize that Su Feng's presence boosts the team's visibility and ticket revenue. That's his direct value to the club. If he eventually makes it to Europe, the club as his training team would also receive a percentage of the future transfer fee, as per FIFA regulations. This is a win-win situation. Lin Mo, we are well aware of all this, but those potential benefits are not guaranteed. We insist on a penalty clause of at least 20 million. Zhao Bo insisted. Lin Mo then changed his approach. If the club insists on a 20 million penalty clause, we can consider it. However, we hope the club will make concessions on the image rights. The club's standard contract had initially stipulated a 50 split of the player's image rights. Zhao Bo glanced at the team's press officer Chen Zheng, who whispered to him, Su Feng has some buzz now, but the public perception is mostly negative. His image rights aren't worth much at the moment. Zhao Bo nodded immediately. Fine, 90 of the image rights go to Su Feng, and the club retains 10. Lin Mo was secretly pleased. Negative fame is still fame, and as Su Feng's skills improve, turning that negativity into positive recognition would be easy. Just look at Cristiano Ronaldo. While his footballing achievements may not surpass Messi's, his commercial value is significantly greater. The Xinjiang club would likely regret this decision soon. The first round of negotiations concluded with both parties reaching an agreement on the primary terms, though many details remained for further discussion. Furthermore, the agreed terms still required confirmation from the club's chairman and the player himself. So they agreed to reconvene and adjourn the meeting. After listening to Lin Mo's report, Su Feng nodded immediately. I agree with all the terms you negotiated. If it's 20 million, then it's 20 million. 20 million RMB is only about 2 million euros. If he's strong enough, European clubs wouldn't mind that. Ultimately, a player's value is determined on the pitch. Through recent training, several of Su Feng's fundamental football skills had improved. Notably, his tackling, which was previously very weak, increased by 2 points to 30, finally lifting it from an amateur level. His strength and passing also each increased by 1 point, reaching 69 and 52 respectively. Unfortunately, his overall rating remained at 70, is still short of the CSL star player tier. It seems hard work alone has its limits. As for the system, it was a different story altogether. It had been completely silent during days of training, making Su Feng seriously wonder if it had run away. April 30th. The fourth round of the Chinese Super League was about to kick off with the Xinjiang team hosting the Rongqing team at their home ground. This match held special significance as it marked the Xinjiang team's long-awaited return to their true home in Linnan. Over the previous 2 years, due to the pandemic and market conditions, the team had been playing their home games at the Haizhou Olympic Sports Center. Tonight, the Huanglong Sports Center in Linnan was bathed in dazzling lights, with over 30,000 spectators filling the stands to the brim, welcoming their team home. The fan carnival at the East Plaza was still in full swing, and the massive green banner reading, "Come to Huanglong and cheer for Xinjiang," atop the north and south towers was clearly visible from several kilometers away. Thousands of fans clad in the team's green home jerseys and waving their scarves transformed the entire stadium into a sea of green. Yet this fervent home atmosphere also weighed heavily on the Xinjiang players, who were gripped by the fear of underperforming and letting down their devoted supporters. Standing in the player tunnel, Su Feng felt a flicker of anxiety as the thunderous roar of the fans echoed from the pitch. Especially after scoring a brace in the previous round, he had been embroiled in controversy over his flamboyant goal celebrations, with a torrent of online criticism from haters branding him flashy and a showman. This heaped additional pressure on Su Feng, who dreaded another poor performance that would invite further scorn. However, he quickly steeled himself, recalling that he was the inheritor of the skills of the self-proclaimed first, second, and third greatest players in history. He absolutely could not show fear in the face of such a trivial challenge. But his teammates, particularly the domestic players, were visibly affected by the pressure of returning to their Linnan home ground for the first time this season, their legs trembling slightly. At that moment, Su Feng thought to himself that Ronaldo's immense self-confidence was indeed a good thing. At least it prevented stage fright. The referee's whistle pierced the air, and the match officially began. Xinjiang's head coach Jordi set up the team in their familiar possession-based formation, with Musa Dembele leading the line, Evra patrolling the wing, and Su Feng operating as the left midfielder tasked with the crucial responsibility of transitioning between attack and defense. The Rongqing team had clearly done their homework, seizing control of the tempo from the outset, through Romulo's orchestration in midfield, while Kim Minwoo repeatedly surged forward down the flank, applying constant pressure on the Xinjiang defense. In the 18th minute, Rongqing won a tactical corner on the right. Romulo played a cutback pass, Gan Xiao followed up with a cross into the box, and Felipe rose above Sun Jingjiao to power a header that nestled perfectly into the top corner of the net. Rongqing City broke the deadlock first. The cheers from the stands instantly fell silent, with some fans letting out sighs of regret. After conceding this goal, Xinjiang's morale was clearly shaken, and the players grew increasingly anxious, leading to a string of passing errors. Su Feng felt he had to step up and do something. After all, whether it was hype or not, that certain Ronaldo still held the title of the king of comebacks. Now was the time. In the 32nd minute, Xinjiang midfielder Qian Jia intercepted the ball and threaded a through pass. Su Feng received it on the left flank. Facing tight marking from Rongqing's right back Tang Miao, he instinctively attempted to step over, but the moment his opponent shifted his weight, Su Feng subtly dragged the ball back with his left foot, and in a fluid motion used the inside of his right foot to knock it behind his standing leg and cut inside. The entire sequence was executed in one smooth, fluid motion. It was Ronaldo's signature dragon cut inside move. Su Feng had never deliberately practiced it, yet it felt as natural, as if it were etched into his muscle memory. Tang Miao was completely thrown off balance, watching helplessly as Su Feng accelerated inward. Ding! Detected the host using Ronaldo's signature cut and drag move in an official match, triggering the inheritance of Ronaldo's special skill, agile dribbling. Ding! Host has acquired the initial level of prime Ronaldo's agile dribbling skill. Dribbling attribute 3. As the system notification sounded, a flood of intricate sensations for dribbling past defenders surged into Su Feng's mind. He could clearly feel as if the football at his feet had come alive. His rhythm control while dribbling and the power application during changes of direction became incredibly smooth, as if some vital meridians had suddenly been unblocked. This skill inheritance instantly boosted Su Feng's dribbling attribute to 68 points, placing him among the top domestic players in the Chinese Super League. Back to the match. After shaking off his marker, Su Feng advanced through the half space. Rongqing midfielder Zhou Dingyang raced back to cover the gap. This time Su Feng didn't rush a pass. Instead, using his newfound dribbling advantage, he executed 2 quick changes of direction in a tight space, forcing out a shooting angle before suddenly cutting the ball back across the middle. Mashekwi, arriving centrally, met the cross and powered a header towards goal. The ball sailed past the outstretched fingers of goalkeeper Zhang Yin and nestled into the bottom corner. Xinjiang FC leveled the score. The Yellow Dragon Sports Center erupted in an instant, fans raising their arms in jubilation, the chant of Mashekwi echoing in waves. Mashekwi sprinted to Su Feng's side and enveloped him in a tight embrace. Su, brilliant breakthrough. That pass was an absolute delight. Oh, it was nothing. Just the standard routine of a football king. No need for such fuss. Mashekwi. The first half concluded with the score deadlocked at 1-1. In the locker room, Coach Jordi specifically praised Su Feng's breakthrough. That feint and shift was spectacular. Maintain this rhythm and continue attacking their flanks in the second half. Seated on the bench, Su Feng replayed the moment in his mind, the sensation of the ball at his feet still vivid. He mentally simulated the dribbling moves, discovering that the previously challenging turning techniques now came to him with effortless ease. As the second half commenced, Chengdu Rongqing quickened their attacking tempo. In the 57th minute, a cross from the right was blocked by Xian. Gan Rui then pushed the ball flat across the face of the goal from the byline, and Kim Minwoo, surging in, centrally slid in to score, making it 2-1. Rongqing had seized the lead once more. With the situation turning grave again, Jordi made adjustments, substituting defensive midfielder Qing Jin for the attacking-minded Yao Juanqing, signaling the team to push forward with all their might. Su Feng felt the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. He began to demand the ball more aggressively, using his refined dribbling skills to repeatedly challenge the Rongqing defense. In the 69th minute, Su Feng received the ball on the left flank. Facing the double team of Tang Miao and substitute Dong Yanfeng, he first used a sole roll to evade Tang Miao's sliding tackle, then nudged the ball behind him with the inside of his foot, spinning swiftly to avoid Dong Yanfeng's charge. The entire sequence flowed with seamless grace, betraying no sign of his youth. The crowd gasped in awe, a sea of camera flashes illuminating the stands like a myriad of stars. Having shed his markers, Su Feng accelerated down the flank and delivered a precise cross from the byline. Awandro, surging into the center, met it with a powerful header, finding the back of the net. After scoring, Evra sprinted towards the corner flag, where he was joined by Su Feng and his teammates in a celebratory huddle. There were no exaggerated gestures, only pure, unadulterated joy. The Yellow Dragon Sports Center erupted into a frenzy of celebration. Fans chanted Su Feng in unison, their thunderous, synchronized cries filling the air. The north stand, which had been somewhat subdued, was now a surging sea of green. Su Feng looked towards the stands, his emotions swelling with the tide of support. He was convinced that as long as he could maintain this level of performance, he could win over the fans, even if his behavior was eccentric, even if he imitated Cristiano Ronaldo every day. As the match progressed, Su Feng grew increasingly animated, repeatedly utilizing his newly acquired dribbling skills to breach the opponent's defensive line. Although Arbeloa's dribbling technique couldn't compare to the absolute elites like Messi or Neymar, his ability to beat defenders during his peak was still commendable, albeit with too many flashy tricks. Now combined with Su Feng's experience from his past life on the pitch, he minimized unnecessary flourishes, making his breakthroughs exceptionally sharp. In the 78th minute, he once again executed a brilliant breakthrough on the left flank, using his speed and sudden changes of direction to bypass 3 defenders before delivering the ball to Yao Juanqing, whose subsequent shot narrowly missed the post. Su Feng. Witnessing such a spectacular display of skill, the entire crowd erupted in thunderous cheers, chanting his name. Yao Juanqing, after taking the shot, ran over and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Feng, not bad at all. Your dribbling is absolutely top-notch. Just so-so, third best in the world." Su Feng replied with a smile. "So who's first and second?" "Naturally, they are also me," Su Feng answered without a hint of shame or hesitation. Ahem. Yao Juanqing was evidently taken aback by Su Feng's shamelessness, letting out a few tactical coughs before running off. The coach of the Rongqing team was also startled into a cold sweat by Su Feng's sharp breakthroughs and promptly instructed his players to mark him closely. But by this time, Su Feng had fully adapted to his new dribbling ability, his rhythm changes growing more sophisticated. He repeatedly shed his markers with ease, creating opportunities for his teammates. Unfortunately, his teammates' finishing was somewhat lacking, squandering 2 of his passes, and his own long-range strike was also agonizingly off target. The final whistle blew. Xinjiang FC drew with Rongqing FC at their home stadium. The players walked towards the stands one after another, bowing to express their gratitude to the fans. Su Feng, the biggest contributor to the team's draw against Rongqing, was pushed to the front by his teammates, and thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the stands. After the match concluded, social media exploded instantly. The anti-fan account Football Teaser, which had previously constantly criticized Su Feng as flashy but not practical, posted, "Today completely changed my mind. Su Feng's breakthroughs were incredibly solid and his 2 assists were invaluable. There were no controversial actions and his focus on the game was respectable. I'm now a fan." Another anti-fan commented, "I shouldn't have dismissed him so easily before. His dribbling and passing in this match were both on point. He has a promising future." Related topics like Su Feng CR7 style dribble, Xinjiang FC 2-2, Rongqing FC, quickly climbed the hot search lists. Netizens widely shared Su Feng's dribbling videos, praising him for possessing both talent and hard work. Zhao Fengguo, the general manager of the Xinjiang FC club, had witnessed the entire match from the stands. After the game, he immediately called Lin Mo, needing to quickly reach a contract renewal agreement with Su Feng. Otherwise, if other Chinese Super League teams saw Su Feng still on a youth player's salary, they would be working their shovels to the bone trying to poach him. The next morning, Lin Mo arrived at the club to continue negotiations. As most of the primary terms had already been agreed upon, the relevant details were finalized quickly. Having witnessed Su Feng's value firsthand in the last match, Zhao Fengguo took the initiative to increase Su Feng's annual salary to 3 million, but requested that the domestic transfer release clause be raised to 30 million. After contacting Su Feng, Lin Mo quickly agreed to this change. After all, Su Feng had never considered transferring to another Chinese Super League club. The 10 million increase in the release clause held no real constraint for him. After a full day of negotiation, both parties reached an agreement on the specific contents of the contract. Subsequently, the club held a grand signing ceremony. Su Feng solemnly signed his name on the contract. The contract term runs from May 2023 to May 2026, with an annual salary of 3 million and appearance fees, goals, and assists will be paid as agreed. The image rights were distributed at a 9-1 ratio, with Su Feng holding absolute dominance. The release clause is set at 30 million for domestic transfers and 20 million for transfers to clubs in Europe's top 5 leagues. The overseas clause clearly stipulated during the contract period, if any top 5 league club sends Su Feng a trial invitation, the club must not set any obstacles as long as he doesn't miss league matches. After the signing concluded, Su Feng returned to the Zhongtai training base, where the head coach and teammates congratulated him one after another. Coach Jordi was extremely pleased with the smooth contract renewal for Su Feng. He firmly grasped Su Feng's hand and said, "Su, your progress during this period has astonished me. Keep it up, and you will carve out your own place in world football." Mashekwi meanwhile gave his chest a hearty thump. "Brother Su, keep working hard. Your breakthroughs will become a sharp weapon for our scoring." His good buddy Lu Haofan gave him a bear hug and said, "Fengzi, you're living the high life with a 3 million salary now. You've got to treat us to a big feast to properly soothe my wounded soul." Lu Haofan hadn't yet gotten a chance to play, earning a fringe substitute salary of about 500,000 or 600,000 a year. "Howsy, do you want to have a big feast or fight for a starting spot and earn over 2 million? Su Feng asked. "Of course I want to become a starter and earn a high salary." Lu Haofan replied without hesitation. "If that's what you want, let me break it down for you. If we go have a big feast, our body fat percentage will rise, which would push us further away from a starting spot, right? This is the time we should head straight to training. If I really put you through your paces, wouldn't you secure a starting role and a high salary sooner?" Su Feng said persuasively. Lu Haofan scratched his head and said yeah. Su Feng grabbed him and said, "So what are we waiting for? Let's get to practice." Lu Haofan was a bit stunned. "Weren't we talking about you treating us? How did this turn into training?" I feel like I've been played by you. Come on, training hard and improving our skills is what's most important. Let's get Su Haoqi and practice properly. Let me tell you, as someone who's been through the journey from substitute to starter, you guys need to listen to me. Liu Haofan and Su Haoqi were quickly dragged off to practice by Su Feng. The news of Su Feng's contract renewal with the club was quickly published by the media. Football Weekly, a rational renewal. Su Feng's 3-year contract locks him to the Qianjiang Waves. Sohu Sports. Su Feng renews with Qianjiang Waves. The strength of the controversial player is recognized. Dong Qiuju, strength and controversy coexist. Qianjiang Waves chooses to believe in strength. Most fans felt the Qianjiang Waves club had made a smart deal retaining a red-hot young talent with a mid-tier salary. A few senior football commentators offered different perspectives. The renowned commentator Zhang Lu stated on a program, a 20 million release clause is simply too low for a talented player like Su Feng. If he maintains this level of performance within a year, European clubs' offers will definitely far exceed this figure. When that time comes, Qianjiang FC will likely regret it deeply. Of course, some die-hard Ronaldo haters driven by their hatred cursed that Qianjiang Waves must have had their brains kicked by a donkey for signing a caveman style, waste at a high price, and they would surely regret it later. Su Feng's skill is low, but his temper is high. Guys like him are a cancer in the team. Exactly scoring with a hair strand and stealing teammates' stats, people like him must be banned. Seeing him score a goal and go shio. Damn your grandma, I can't stand people like that. After signing the contract, Su Feng hurriedly called home before embarking on the away journey to Hanchang. Since his rebirth, Su Feng had not yet returned home. On one hand, the intense schedule of the Chinese Super League with 2 matches a week since the season began left no time for a trip home. On the other hand, having been reborn, he still needed to compose himself to face his parents with a calmer mindset. His hometown was in Luqing, Xinjiang, a 3-hour drive from Linen. He rarely visited, and going 2 or 3 months without returning was not unusual. His father Su Dahong was a veteran employee of the city's transportation investment group, while his mother Yi Fong worked as an accountant at the waterworks, a modestly well-off family. As both parents held stable government-affiliated positions, the strict family planning policy of earlier years meant he was an only child, keeping family ties simple. Su Feng planned to visit them during the league's break. On May 5th, the match between Xinjiang Tide and Hanchang Three Towns kicked off at the Hanchang Olympic Sports Center. Having started 2 consecutive matches, Su Feng was physically fatigued, and given his relatively modest strength, was assigned to the substitutes bench for this game. In the away team's locker room at the Olympic Sports Center, the Xinjiang starting players slumped wearily. The first half had been dull, but physically grueling. The Three Towns' home ground was famously a fortress in the CSL. Spurred on by tens of thousands of fans, they played with fierce intensity, even bordering on roughness, draining Xinjiang's players. Captain Meshekwi rubbed his temples with closed eyes, frowning in exhaustion. Midfield core number 10 Li Tixiang grimaced at the physiotherapist, his knees wrapped in thick ice packs, bruises prominently visible on his legs. The defenders collapsed into their chairs, gasping for air. Head coach Jordi pushed the door open, glanced at the sprawled players and frowned. Snap out of it. Hanchang is just as tired as we are. This is a battle of will. In the second half, Su Feng, you're on. Su Feng jolted upright, straightening his back instantly. Understood, coach. Jordi walked over and patted his shoulder. You're fast, and since you didn't play in the first half, you'll have an energy advantage. Go out there and make an impact. Remember, use your dribbling to break their lines, but don't be selfish. Pass when you should. The team always comes first. Got it. Su Feng nodded. In the 62nd minute of the second half, Su Feng came on as a substitute, replacing the left winger, who had been running like a steaming locomotive. The moment he stepped onto the pitch, he felt the warm welcome from Hanchang's defenders. Li Lei, 9-meter center back, immediately got tight to him, spewing trash talk. Hey kid, new here. You'd better pass the ball, or I'll snap your legs. Su Feng retorted without hesitation, trip me. You'd have to catch me first. The Xinjiang midfield had already been instructed by the coach to feed the ball down the left flank. Su Feng soon received a pass from midfield. Facing Li Lei's defense and noticing his high center of gravity, he executed a flashy step over, a feint with his left foot before driving forward with his right. Li Lei took the bait, lunging for the ball, but catching only air. In the next instant, Su Feng tapped the ball with the inside of his right foot, and it magically slid over to his left. It was Ronaldo's signature chop and turn. The move was so swift and smooth that it sent Li Lei off balance, sprawling onto the turf. Seizing the moment, Su Feng knocked the ball forward with his left foot, accelerated past his marker, and charged into the box along the byline. Seeing the danger, Hanchang's fullback, Li Tao, rushed over from an angle to cover. Knowing he couldn't match Su Feng's pace, he resorted to a dirty trick. Just as Su Feng was about to cross, he stuck out a leg and hooked his ankle. Thud. Su Feng felt his leg clipped, lost his balance, and crashed to the ground inside the penalty area. Beep, beep, beep. The referee's whistle blew, immediately pointing straight to the penalty spot. Penalty. Penalty. Su Feng's dribbling has won Xinjiang a penalty. The commentator's voice shot up an octave, and the previously drowsy stands erupted in a thunderous chorus of boos. Hanchang's players swarmed the referee, protesting vociferously. Li Lei pointed at Su Feng's nose and snarled. You dived, you little cheat. With acting like that, why don't you go to Hongdian and make movies? Su Feng picked himself up, rubbed his sore knee, and was secretly overjoyed. He had indeed been tripped. There was nothing fake about it. The penalty was fully deserved. Hearing Li Lei's accusation, he suddenly thought of the diving Ronaldo's famous specialty. Why hadn't he thought of that? He should have taken a tumble in the box earlier. But it wasn't necessary now. The referee had already awarded the penalty. Xinjiang's players gathered around, patting his shoulders in congratulations. Captain Meshekwi laughed heartily, wrapping an arm around his neck and spraying spittle in his face. Nice one, kid. You won this penalty. Watch big bro here slot it home. Meshekwi was the team's top scorer and designated penalty taker. No one in the Xinjiang squad had any objection to him taking it. Just as Meshekwi bent down to pick up the ball and head to the spot, a system notification suddenly chimed in Su Feng's mind. Ding. Detected host has won a penalty. If you secure the right to take it and score, you will unlock Ronaldo's special skill inheritance. Su Feng, who had no intention of taking the penalty, was stunned by the notification. Fight for the penalty. How am I supposed to show my face in the team after that? In his previous life as a staunch Ronaldo hater, he had scoffed at Ronaldo's penalty-stealing antics and had many heated online arguments with his fans. Now he had to do such a shameless thing. Hey system, can we negotiate? Let's skip the penalty part. There's no punishment for that, right? The only response was the system's cold mechanical voice. If the host refuses to complete the task, 3 to 5 ability points will be randomly deducted. Damn, that's harsh. How long would I have to train just to gain 3 to 5 ability points? Su Feng wailed internally, torn with indecision, almost wishing he could faint on the spot. On one side was the system's reward and punishment. Even if he didn't covet Ronaldo's special skill, he couldn't bear the penalty. On the other side was the team's etiquette. Meshekwi was the veteran leader and the primary penalty taker. For a newcomer like him to snatch the ball was akin to a rookie taking credit for a senior colleague's work. If word got out, how could he survive in the team? More importantly, Coach Jordi despised individualism. If he dared to grab the penalty, he'd be in for a severe dressing down. As for his pride as a Ronaldo hater that had long been thrown to the winds, he was still agonizing when he saw Meshekwi about to start his run-up. Damn it, this twisted system is practically forcing me into a life of crime. Su Feng cursed under his breath, took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and made a difficult decision. Fine, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. It's just stealing a penalty, right? For the sake of improving my football skills, I'll bear it. He immediately ran towards Meshekwi, who was heading to the spot, forcing a smile that looked more like a grimace. Seeing Su Feng approach, Meshekwi smiled and said, "Kid, what's up? Come to watch your big bro take the penalty. Don't worry, I'll definitely score it and live up to the foul you drew." Su Feng rubbed his hands together and stammered, "Well, Brother Kawei, there's something I'd like to discuss with you." "What is it?" Meshekwi raised an eyebrow, looking at him with slight puzzlement. "It's just this penalty. Could you let me take it?" As Su Feng uttered these words, he felt his cheeks burn and his ears turn bright red. He could feel the gazes of his teammates around him, all fixed sharply upon him, their eyes filled with astonishment and bewilderment. The smile on Meshekwi's face instantly froze, and he wondered if he had heard correctly. "What did you say?" "You take it." "Su Feng, are you out of your mind? I'm the team's designated penalty taker. That's a rule set by the coach long ago. It's team policy." I know. Su Feng nodded hastily. "Brother Kawei, I'm not trying to take your spot as the team's main man. I just want to give it a try. You know, my shooting has been feeling pretty good lately, and I drew this penalty myself. I want to score it personally. It would boost my confidence." Su Feng felt quite uneasy saying all this, secretly observing Meshekwi's expression, his heart in turmoil. Meshekwi looked at Su Feng with a puzzled expression. This kid was usually so arrogant, always boasting about being the first, second, or third best in history. Did he really need to score a penalty to boost his confidence? Seeing that Meshekwi was unmoved, Su Feng quickly added an incentive. "Brother Kawei, if you let me take this penalty, I'll at least give you 3 assists in return. You know I have that ability." 3 assists, really? Meshekwi immediately became interested. "Absolutely," Su Feng replied with a guarantee. "Fine then, but if you miss this penalty, you know the consequences." Su Feng quickly nodded and said, "Yeah, if I miss, I'll accept any punishment you deem fit." After saying this, fearing Meshekwi might change his mind, he immediately grabbed the ball and walked to the penalty spot. Who is this kid, daring to snatch the penalty from Meshekwi? No idea. Seems like a young player from Xinjiang FC is substitute. Young and reckless, doesn't know his place. Let's make some noise and put pressure on him, make him miss. Exactly. Against a selfish guy clearly trying to pad his stats, we should use any means necessary. The home fans buzzed with discussions. Amidst the overwhelming jeers from the entire stadium, Su Feng placed the ball carefully and took a few steps back. He took a deep breath, steadying his breathing. His gaze was firmly fixed on the goal, yet his mind kept replaying images of Cristiano Ronaldo taking penalties. When Ronaldo takes a penalty, he always stands over the ball, leaning his body slightly forward, his eyes brimming with confidence and dominance. He uses a distinctive run-up, then unleashes a powerful strike, sending the ball flying towards the goal like a cannonball. Although Su Feng was a Ronaldo hater, he had to admit that Ronaldo's striking technique was indeed impressive, with a fairly high conversion rate. "Since I'm learning, I might as well go all the way," Su Feng said to himself. The damn system hadn't even told him what skill inheritance he'd get, and it would be a loss if he missed out on rewards just because his penalty stance didn't resemble Ronaldo's enough. He mimicked Ronaldo's penalty stance, leaning his body slightly forward, his eyes locked intently on the goalkeeper. The posture was incredibly awkward and cringeworthy. Fang Qi, the goalkeeper for Hanchang Sanjin, stood on his line, constantly shuffling left and right, trying to disrupt Su Feng's focus. The jeers from the stands grew louder with fans cheering for the Hanchang Sanjin goalkeeper, hoping he could save the penalty. The live commentator couldn't help but criticize Su Feng as a young player has actually performed quite well so far. His earlier breakthrough was very sharp. But his decision to snatch the penalty this time is highly unwise. If he misses it will inevitably severely impact team unity. He's obsessed with imitating Ronaldo, resorting to any means for personal stats. Another co-commentator chimed in, Ronaldo does like taking penalties, but he has the skill and the status to do so. What about Su Feng? He's just a young player who just joined the team. What right does he have to snatch the penalty? I think he's just desperate for fame. Ignoring the commentator's criticism, Su Feng began his run-up. He took 2 slow steps, then suddenly accelerated. When he was just 1 step away from the ball, he forcefully swung his right foot, striking the very center of the ball. Thump. The ball shot towards the top right corner of the goal, like a streak of white lightning. The Hanchang Sanjin goalkeeper reacted quickly, diving to his right, but he was a step too slow. The ball was simply too fast. Swish. The ball nestled perfectly into the back of the net, finding the top corner. Goal. Su Feng scores the penalty under immense pressure, putting his team 1-0 up. It must be said Su Feng's imitation of Ronaldo is controversial, but his mental fortitude is impressive, withstanding such enormous pressure. The match commentator remarked objectively. The instant the penalty was scored, Su Feng sprinted towards the sideline, leaped high, swung his arms down, and performed the shoe celebration. This action only drew even louder jeers and insults from the stands. Damn, this kid actually dares to do Ronaldo's celebration. Disgusting. Who does he think he is to do that move? Copying Ronaldo's penalty, copying Ronaldo's celebration. Who does he think he is? Trash. Get off the pitch. The torrent of abuse from the fans surged towards Su Feng like a wave. Some fans even threw things at him, water bottles, coins. Though none hit him, it was still incredibly humiliating. Su Feng's face turned red instantly. He quickly lowered his arms and ran back with his head down. Head coach Josep Gamba's expression also darkened. This kid had behaved himself last match with 2 assists and no goals, finally staying out of trouble. But now in this match he had reverted to his old ways, with that controversial celebration constantly stirring up trouble for the team. This Su Feng is getting more and more out of line. Gamba thought angrily to himself, after the match is over I'm definitely going to give him a piece of my mind. The match resumed. Frustrated by conceding, the Hanchang Sanjin players attacked with reckless abandon, desperately trying to equalize. However, Xinjiang's defense remained resolute, and their goalkeeper performed admirably, thwarting Hanchang Sanjin's attacks time and again. Eventually the full-time whistle blew and Xinjiang FC secured a hard-fought 1-0 away victory over Hanchang Sanjin, thanks to Su Feng's penalty. The Xinjiang players embraced each other, excitedly celebrating the hard-earned victory. But Su Feng seemed somewhat out of place, standing alone on the side. Despite the win, his actions had stirred discontent among many. A newbie on the team daring to demand the penalty, and then celebrating so flamboyantly after scoring. Of course, he'd become a target for criticism. At the post-match press conference, journalists from major media outlets directed their questions at Su Feng. A reporter from China Football News was the first to ask, Coach Jody, what is your opinion on Su Feng's decision to take the penalty today? As a young player, does his action violate team discipline? Does it affect team unity? Jody's expression darkened. After a moment of silence, he replied, although the team designated Meshekwi as the primary penalty taker, there is no rule prohibiting others from taking penalties. Su Feng won the penalty today and was eager to convert it himself. He communicated with Meshekwi, who agreed to his request. It's as simple as that. Will Su Feng's behavior affect team unity? Another reporter pressed. Though cursing Su Feng inwardly, Jody had to defend him publicly. Our players are all professionals. I don't think this will affect our unity. Besides, Su Feng scored the penalty. He has the ability and contributed to our victory. I believe his teammates will understand. Another reporter asked, after scoring the penalty, Su Feng mimicked Ronaldo's signature celebration, which drew dissatisfaction from the home fans. Do you think his provocative celebration was appropriate? Frowning, Jody responded, I don't see anything inappropriate about it. As you all know, it's Ronaldo's signature celebration. If Ronaldo can do it, why can't Su Feng? I understand that Chinese fans expect players to be humble and reserved, but football is a sport full of passion. A more exuberant celebration is understandable. The reporter's questions grew increasingly pointed, almost all directed at Su Feng. Yet Su Feng, the hero of the match, was absent from the press conference. The team's press officer had already decided that barring special circumstances, Su Feng would never be arranged to attend press conferences again. The young man was simply too prone to stirring up trouble. Back in the locker room, most of his teammates came over to console him, urging him not to mind the media's criticism. Meshekwi walked over, patted Su Feng on the shoulder, and said with a smile, Kid, don't overthink it. The media is like that, they love making mountains out of molehills. You scored the penalty and helped the team win today. That's all that matters. As for the penalty incident, I've already forgiven you. However, don't forget what you promised me, 3 assists. Su Feng looked up at Meshekwi with gratitude and said, Brother Kuei, thank you. I won't forget. I'll definitely get you those assists. Meshekwi burst into laughter and said, that's good. Now stop looking so glum. We won the match, oh we should be happy. Su Feng nodded, forcing a faint smile. He used to be a humble, low-key, and helpful player in the club. Now he had become synonymous with flamboyant stat padding and seeking the spotlight. Saya's heart ached. Who could understand the feeling of one's skill improving while their reputation deteriorates? Just then the system's pleasant notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the penalty-stealing task and triggering the inheritance of Ronaldo's special skill. Ding, host has acquired Ronaldo's basic poacher skill. Shooting 3, off-the-ball movement 4. Hearing this, Su Feng's eyes lit up instantly. He quickly opened the system panel to examine the newly inherited special skill. Checking his attributes, special skill 8. Poacher basic 0, 100 goals. Description: relying on exceptional penalty box instincts and comprehensive finishing ability to efficiently score from close range. This is the signature skill that made Ronaldo a superstar. After scoring 100 goals in matches, including training matches, the skill will level up to intermediate, significantly enhancing shooting and positioning abilities. The inherited skill, Ronaldo's 8th special skill, was now listed on the panel. Damn, this is awesome. Finally got one of Ronaldo's ultimate moves. Su Feng exclaimed inwardly. The embarrassment he felt on the pitch earlier was now completely overshadowed by this thrill. This was a fantastic skill, practically a godly talent. For a striker, penalty box instinct and finishing efficiency were absolutely crucial. With this skill, his goal tally was bound to increase significantly. Su Feng then checked his basic abilities: speed 89.93, strength 69.95, shooting 73.99, 3 passing 52.88, dribbling 68.86, tackling 30.65, off-the-ball movement 66.95, 4 free kicks 64.91, confidence 6.6100, overall rating 73.95 too. His shooting had increased to 73, and his off-the-ball movement had jumped by 4 points to 66. Su Feng felt a warm current flash through his mind, instantly filled with countless insights about positioning and various shooting techniques. He felt that no matter where the ball came from, he would be able to get a shot away. Furthermore, his overall rating had increased to 73, officially marking his entry into the ranks of star players in the Chinese Super League. At that moment, Su Feng felt that all the embarrassment from mimicking Ronaldo on the pitch was insignificant. In the face of such a generous system reward, he only wanted to say, embarrassment. Bring it on. Let the awkwardness of imitating Ronaldo come even more fiercely. As for the media's criticism and the fans' abuse, he had no time to care. Su Feng's current goal was simply to keep completing the system's tasks, improve his strength, and become a true football superstar. In the face of absolute strength, any criticism or dispute would vanish into thin air. Although he had been a Ronaldo hater in his past life, that was mainly directed at the Ronaldo who moved to Manchester United and Saudi Arabia after his abilities had significantly declined. Peak-era Ronaldo, despite having his own issues, possessed absolutely top-tier football skills. If he could inherit even 80 or 90% of Ronaldo's abilities, it would be more than enough to make a name for himself in world football. Not to mention in a league like the CSL, which the system classified as a third-tier league. Ronaldo, I'm sorry. Su Feng thought silently. Even though I'm a hater, your skills are just too tempting. I might learn more of your skills in the future. Don't hold it against me. Furthermore, although Su Feng had inherited Ronaldo's skills, he still had his own ideas and over a decade of playing experience. He could even improve some of Ronaldo's techniques based on his own understanding. For example, the flashy stepovers had been greatly simplified under Su Feng's own philosophy, removing the flashy and impractical elements to make dribbling past opponents more concise and efficient. With that thought, surpassing Ronaldo's abilities in the future might not be impossible. Su Feng felt a surge of delight. Despite the embarrassing inheritance process orchestrated by the damn system, his future looked incredibly bright. Early the next morning, Su Feng dominated the sports headlines across all major media outlets. Xinjiang team's new star seizes penalty ambition or selfishness. Obsessed with Ronaldo, Su Feng risks becoming a team liability. Meshekwi magnanimously concedes penalty, young players must learn respect. Each headline was more scathing than the last. Social media erupted. The hashtag Su Feng penalty theft surged to the top of trending lists. Su Feng, who in his previous life dwelled in the circles of Ronaldo detractors, finally tasted the bitter sting of being on the receiving end of online vitriol. Staring at his phone screen, Su Feng's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He was wronged. More wronged than Doe herself. He didn't crave internet fame, nor did he seek to steal glory. He was forced into it by the system. But he couldn't voice this. He couldn't very well shout at the media, "There's a system in my head that docks my attributes if I don't take the penalty." He'd probably be carted off to a psychiatric hospital before he could finish the sentence. Xinjiang's next match was also an away game, and with the tight schedule, the team planned to rest in Hanchang for 2 days before flying directly to Chongqing, the capital of Dian province. In the team hotel's meeting room, team leader Chun Lei slammed a stack of sports newspapers onto the table. The front page headline screamed, "Penalty steal, arrogant celebration." 19-year-old Su Feng, Xinjiang shame, disrespectful youngster Meshekwi's penalty, Ronaldo's celebration, a clown's performance. Su Feng, look at these reports. This is all you're doing. Chun Lei's voice trembled with anger, his beer belly heaving with rapid breaths. Stealing de Kuei's penalty during the match was bad enough, but then you pull out that shoe celebration as if you're desperate to let everyone know you're a brainless fanboy. Press officer Yang Xinjiang adjusted his slipping glasses and chimed in, exactly. My phone hasn't stopped ringing with media inquiries. The Football Association's press department is also asking questions, saying this behavior tarnishes the league's image. To maintain discipline and prevent further negative impact, I believe severe punishment is necessary. Su Feng, sitting in the corner, glanced at the two of them as if they were utter fools. On the pitch, what matters is strength, not public opinion. Besides, the head coach has the final say in this team, not these two. Why bother with them? The condemnation in the meeting room abruptly ceased as head coach Jordi pushed open the door and entered. The Spanish coach rubbed his temples, clearly troubled by the media storm, yet maintaining his professionalism. All right, this controversy ends now. In the 6th round against Dien Province Jitong, we need 3 points to keep pace with the league leaders. Su Feng, you're starting. Chun Lei and Yang Qinjing's eyes widened in unison. Yang Qinjing spoke first. Coach Jordi, how can this be? He's the center of media attention right now. Starting him is just handing the press more ammunition. If he performs poorly, the club's reputation is earned through winning, not through anything else. Jordi cut him off, his gaze fixed on Su Feng. I've seen you in training. You're in great form. Remember, keep your focus on the pitch. Answer everything with goals. Su Feng took off his earphones and flashed a grin. Don't worry, coach. I'll make sure they know my shoe isn't just for show. Chun Lei was nearly apoplectic with rage, silently cursing Jordi's stubbornness, while secretly praying Su Feng would blunder on the field, play terribly, and give him a legitimate reason to recommend terminating his contract. After another day of rest, the entire Xinjiang team traveled to Regao Olympic Sports Center in Dien Province. Throughout the journey, Su Feng kept his eyes closed, feeling the progress from inheriting Ronaldo's new skill. Being a poacher in the box sounds simple, but truly mastering it is incredibly difficult. You need precise anticipation of your teammates' passes and a keen nose for finding shooting space amidst a crowd. Upon arriving at the Dien Province training ground, Su Feng trained with fierce intensity. He had to master this poacher's instinct as quickly as possible and unleash it in the next match, blinding the doubters. As his training deepened, Su Feng was pleasantly surprised to discover just how remarkable this skill was. Previously, his off-the-ball movement was mediocre at best, and his finishing was far from complete. Inside the penalty area, he was like a headless fly, either failing to keep up with the rhythm of his teammates' passes, or even if the ball reached his feet, blasting it over the bar. Now he felt as if a radar had been installed in his mind, always accurately tracking the trajectory of his teammates' passes. Moreover, no matter from which direction the ball came, he seemed to find a way to get a shot off. On the evening of May 10th, the Chongqing Olympic Sports Center was packed, the roar of the crowd deafening. During the pre-match warm-up, Su Feng could clearly feel the hostility radiating from the home fans. Cries of "clown" and "go home" rang out intermittently. Some fans even held up banners reading, "We don't welcome Ronaldo fanboys here." Standing behind the substitutes bench, Chun Lei muttered grimly to Yang Qinjing, "Just you watch. See how hated this kid is. If he plays badly today, we can deal with him when we get back." Yang Qinjing immediately nodded in agreement, his mind already drafting the post-match press release. He even had the headline ready: Xinjiang youngsters misconduct on field, club to take severe measures. At 19:30, the referee's whistle signaled the start of the match. Dien Province Jitong, a newly promoted team, had secured 1 win, 2 draws, and 2 losses in their first 5 rounds, placing them mid-table. Energized by the home crowd, they attacked aggressively. Xinjiang, in contrast, set up in a balanced formation, with Frank anchoring the midfield, Su Feng active on the left flank, and Meshekwi leading the line. In the opening 10 minutes, Jitong dominated possession, leveraging their home advantage. Their wingers repeatedly breached Xinjiang's defense, causing alarm in the backline. In the 12th minute, Jitong's right back whipped in a cross after a surging run. Their center forward rose highest to head the ball, forcing a brilliant save from Zhao Bo. Chun Lei jumped up in frustration on the sidelines, shouting, "Defense! How are you defending? Su Feng, get back and help out. Stop charging forward." Su Feng acted as if he hadn't heard, maintaining his position behind the opposing center backs, his eyes fixed intently on the midfield, poised like a coiled leopard ready to strike. He was waiting for his moment, the perfect opportunity to unleash his new poacher's instinct. That moment arrived in the 23rd minute. Xinjiang launched an attack down the left flank. Su Feng sold a dummy with his right foot, burst past his marker with an explosive left-footed acceleration, then cut the ball back into the center. Li Tixiang in the middle quickly switched the play to the less guarded right flank. Frank received the ball and drove forward at speed along the touchline. Su Feng had a premonition that Frank wouldn't go for a byline cross, but would cut it back into the box. He sprinted forward, slipping intelligently through the gap between the two center backs. Just as Frank made his pass, Su Feng accelerated again, claiming the prime position. The ball's trajectory matched his prediction perfectly, neither too high nor too low, landing right in front of his chest. Su Feng cushioned the ball with his chest, and without letting it drop, pivoted and fired a low, crisp shot in one fluid motion. The ball rocketed into the bottom right corner of the net. Su Feng helped the team break the deadlock. Goal. The Xinjiang team executed a beautiful combination from the left flank to the center, then out to the right for a low cross. Su Feng's movement was incredibly intelligent, finding the only window for a shot. The commentator's voice rose an octave. After scoring, Su Feng sprinted towards the corner flag. He took off, sword spun 180 degrees in midair, and upon landing spread his arms wide, tilting his head back in a triumphant roar. The Olympic Sports Center fell into a stunned silence, followed immediately by a deafening chorus of boos. But Su Feng paid no mind. He was basking in the simple joy of an easy goal. On the substitutes bench, Chun Lei's face stiffened, rendering him speechless for a long moment. Xiao Di, on the other hand, pumped his fist with vigorous smile he hadn't worn in a long time, spreading across his face. Beautiful. That run was pure genius. Musa cheered, thumping Su Feng on the chest. You've got some real tricks, kid. The goal lifted the spirits of the Xinjiang team, and Frank's playmaking in midfield became even more fluid. Desperate to equalize, Zhitong team accelerated their offensive tempo. They frequently pushed their players forward en masse, gradually exposing gaps in their defensive line. In the 38th minute, the Xinjiang team won a corner kick. Gu Bing stepped up to take it, sending a beautifully curved delivery towards the far post. Everyone anticipated Musa to attack the ball, but unexpectedly Su Feng emerged from the crowd. His positioning was exceptionally cunning, perfectly finding the blind spot between the center back and the full back. As the ball reached its apex, he jumped almost from a standstill. Harnessing his inherited superior heading ability, he soared to meet it, powering the ball into the net. That celebration again. The leap, the spin, the arms outstretched, and that resounding "tsu." This time Su Feng even winked directly at the broadcast camera, his expression both flamboyant and dashing. The home fans in the stands stamped their feet in frustration, yet a considerable number of neutral spectators began to join the visiting team supporters in applause and cheers. This 19-year-old prodigy with 2 clinical and decisive goals displayed composure and acuity far beyond his years, earning their admiration. Chun Lei sat on the substitute's bench, his chest heaving violently, whether from fury or excitement was hard to tell. Xinjiang, however, had already begun drafting the post-match press release in his mind, settling on the headline: Xinjiang's young star scores a brace, leading the team to a 2-0 victory over Yunnan Jito. The first half came to an end with Xinjiang FC leading 2-0. In the locker room, the teammates gathered around Su Feng, exchanging high fives in celebration, the previous discord dissipating into thin air. Mashekwi patted him on the shoulder. Kid, impressive. Aim for another one in the second half and bag a hat trick. Su Feng flashed a grin. No problem, brother Koei, count on me. Mashekwi scratched his head, then suddenly asked, hey, didn't you say you'd provide 3 assists for me? How come you're planning to score them all yourself? Haha, it just happened that way. I'll definitely set up a great ball for you when the chance arises. Su Feng quickly reassured him. Coach Jordy clapped his hands in satisfaction. Keep up this rhythm. Su Feng, your off-the-ball movement is excellent. Continue to exploit your poaching instincts. Stay more focused on the defensive end, and let's secure all 3 points. Chun Lei and Yang Chengzheng walked into the locker room, their expressions slightly softened. Chun Lei cleared his throat. Ahem, the first half was decent. But that celebration. Mind the image. Su Feng blinked. Team leader, if you can't celebrate a goal, what's the point of scoring? Chun Lei was left speechless. He could only shoot Su Feng a fierce glare before turning and walking out. The second half commenced with Zhitong FC shifting to a more aggressive offensive tactic, intensifying their central penetration. In the 57th minute, Zhitong FC intercepted the ball in midfield and launched a swift counterattack. After a series of fluid passes, their strikers slotted the ball home from inside the penalty area. The roar from the stands erupted, once more galvanizing the Zhitong team as their attacks grew increasingly ferocious. In the 65th minute, they fashioned a golden opportunity as their striker bore down on goal in a one-on-one. Zhao Bo hurled himself forward, recklessly palming the ball over the crossbar to defuse the crisis. Chun Lei began to fidget restlessly again, muttering, hold steady. Don't let them turn this around. Su Feng, get back and defend. Su Feng ignored this football ignoramus, continuing to prowl up front. He knew all too well that moments like these demanded absolute composure. With a defensive rating of merely 30, a retreating would yield little impact anyway. Only by staying up front, relying on his predatory instincts inside the box, could he exploit the gaps left by the opponent's all-out assault. One more goal would decisively shatter their morale. In the 82nd minute, the Xinjiang team launched a counterattack. Frank, receiving the ball in midfield, opted not for a safe pass, but unleashed a precise through ball that sliced through the Zhitong defense. Su Feng, as if anticipating the ball's trajectory, had already sprung into action. His explosive pace left the chasing defenders in his wake, carving out a clear one-on-one. Confronting the advancing goalkeeper, Su Feng remained unflustered. He executed his signature upgraded step-over, feinting with his left foot to send the keeper sprawling, then nudging the ball past with his right to slot into the empty net. A hat trick. Su Feng charged towards the corner flag once more, this time his celebration even more flamboyant. He leaped into the air, executing a 180-degree turn, pausing momentarily mid-air before landing with arms outstretched, bellowing to the entire crowd. This time the stadium erupted not in jeers, but in awe. Su Feng's extraordinary performance had won over every single fan present. The home fans wore complex expressions, saddened by their team's loss, yet elated that China had finally produced a top-tier striker like Su Feng. Xinjiang's players rushed over, piling onto Su Feng in a dogpile celebration. Mu Shekue finally pulled him up and gave him a bear hug. Well done, lad. A hat trick indeed. Incredible. Su Feng's goal immediately doused the fervent attacks of Zhitong FC. Shifting from 1-2 to 1-3 wasn't just about widening the goal difference, it was a plunge from hope into despair. With little time remaining, Zhitong kicked off listlessly, seemingly devoid of attacking zeal, resorting to passing the ball around at the back. Xinjiang, holding a comfortable lead, saw no need to press aggressively. The clock ticked down as Zhitong launched a few desperate long balls, all easily dealt with by the Xinjiang defense. Beep, beep, beep. The referee's full-time whistle triggered thunderous cheers from the Xinjiang fans at the Regao Olympic Sports Center. The 19-year-old Su Feng with his hat-trick led Xinjiang to a resounding 3-1 away victory over Yunnan Jitong, securing their fourth league win of the season. At the post-match press conference, reporters crammed the room, cameras flashing incessantly. The journalists who had previously criticized Su Feng now wore beaming smiles. "Coach Jody, how do you assess Su Feng's performance today?" Jody smiled. "As I've said before, he is an immensely talented player. His positioning and predatory instincts in the box are world-class. Today's hat-trick is the fruit of his hard work and dedication." Due to Su Feng's standout performance and under immense pressure from the media, the club arranged for him to attend the press conference as well. A reporter asked, "Su Feng, you performed the shoe celebration 3 times. Was that a response to your critics?" Su Feng grinned. "It's not a response to criticism, it's just my habit after scoring. As Cristiano Ronaldo once said, shoe is a form of self-affirmation. I want to show everyone that I can score and I deserve this celebration." "And what similarities do you see between yourself and Ronaldo?" "We're both strikers, we both love scoring goals, and we both love shoe." Su Feng's answer drew laughter from the entire room, creating a lively atmosphere. Meanwhile, back in the Xinjiang dressing room, Chun Lei and Xinjiang nervously took a call from the club chairman. "Chun Lei, Yang Xinjiang, weren't you the one saying Su Feng was a nuisance and should be released? And now, a hat-trick away from home, leading the team to victory. Is this what you call judgment?" The chairman's voice was seething with anger. Chun Lei bowed his head, sweating profusely. "Chairman, we misjudged." "Misjudged?" The chairman interrupted. "You nearly destroyed the future of Xinjiang football. Now Su Feng's performance has the entire internet watching him. With a release clause of only 20 million, there's no way we can keep him this summer. Tell me, what are we going to do?" Chairman, the domestic transfer release clause is 30 million, Chun Lei said cautiously. "Do you think with his performance Su Feng will stay in the domestic league?" "Well, this..." Chun Lei was speechless. Xinjiang stammered, "Perhaps. We could talk to Su Feng about increasing the release clause." "Thinking about that now? It's too late." The chairman fumed. "You both have been consistently pessimistic about Su Feng during the contract renewal talks, constantly advising the club against him. You can't escape the blame for this. Effective immediately, Chun Lei and Xinjiang, you are both suspended from your duties. Go and reflect on your mistakes." The line went dead and Chun Lei and Yang Xinjiang slumped in their chairs, ashen-faced. They never imagined that the 19-year-old they had deemed a ticking time bomb would become the team's savior, while they themselves had become the laughingstock of the football world. The very next day, sports media did a complete about-face. The previous criticism vanished, replaced by an overwhelming wave of praise. Titan Sports headline read, "China's Ronaldo emerges. 19-year-old Su Feng's hat-trick leads Xinjiang to away victory." Football News declared Su Feng silences doubters with 3 goals, 20 million release clause becomes the biggest joke. Don Quidi wrote, "Unparalleled instincts in the box. Su Feng's positioning rivals Ronaldo, poised to become the nation's top striker." On social media, hashtags like Su Feng hat-trick and China Ronaldo shoe dominated the trending charts. Netizens flooded the comments. The media that criticized Su Feng before should apologize. "His positioning is absolutely insane, comparable to a prime Ronaldo. Su Feng's shoe is so cool, he's my new idol. A 20 million release clause. Hurry up and offer him a new contract or we'll definitely lose him. It might be good if he leaves. Su Feng can go play in Europe's top 5 leagues sooner." After concluding 2 consecutive away games, the entire Xinjiang team flew back to Linen. On the plane, Su Feng, still unwilling to give up, asked the system in his mind, "System, I scored my first hat-trick in the last game. Wasn't it like Ronaldo's divine intervention, carrying the team single-handedly? Isn't there any extra reward? Even 1 or 2 free ability points would do." The system replied, "The host's hat-trick was a natural result of using Cristiano Ronaldo's skills. It was not a mission issued by this system, hence no extra reward." Damn. As expected of a dog of a system. As long as it doesn't embarrass me, there's no reward. Su Feng cursed inwardly. Through his recent usage, he had roughly figured out the system's nature. Only by completing missions that forced him to awkwardly learn Ronaldo's moves would he receive extra rewards. However, these missions, like scoring with a hair strand, grabbing free kicks, fighting for penalties, performing the show celebration, were each more embarrassing than the last. Alas, choosing between dignity and skills was a truly difficult dilemma. Back in Linen, the team didn't get a break. On the 14th, the day after tomorrow, they were to face the league leaders Moda Dagon at home. In the current league standings, thanks to Su Feng's outstanding performance, Xinjiang Dagon had achieved an unbeaten record of 4 wins and 2 draws in the first 6 rounds. However, Moda Dagon was stronger overall, having won 5 and drawn 1 in the first 6 rounds. They topped the standings, holding a 2-point lead over Xinjiang. Thus, this was an unequivocal top-of-the-table clash. If Moda Dagon won, they wouldn't just hold on to their top spot, but would also extend their lead over Xinjiang to 5 points. Conversely, if Xinjiang were to win, they would overtake their opponents by 1 point and seize the top spot. A draw would mean maintaining the current rankings and point difference. Additionally, in the first 6 rounds, Xinjiang's Su Feng had burst onto the scene with 8 goals and 3 assists, temporarily leading the scoring charts, and keeping Dagon's top domestic scorer Wu Lei below him. Therefore, this match was also seen as a direct confrontation between Su Feng, dubbed the Chinese Ronaldo, and Wu Lei, known as Nuclear Weapon 7, in their battle for the league's top scorer title. A week before the match, the media had already hyped this duel as the ultimate test for who was the CSL's #1 striker. On May 14th, 2023, at 1935 the lights of Linen's Yellow Dragon Sports Center blazed brightly. All 500 tickets had been sold out 3 days prior. Within the green ocean of the home fan stands there was a patch of vibrant red. That was the section where the away team Dagon's fans had gathered. Xinjiang's fans held up banners reading, Su Feng's blade drowns Dagon, while Modu's traveling supporters responded in kind. Their banner, Nuclear Weapon 7 shoots, through Qiantong Oscar controls the game, prominently displayed. Standing in the players' tunnel, Su Feng felt a surge of excitement. Having played 6 rounds in the seat cell, he was finally facing the strongest opponent, a perfect chance to test the level he had reached since inheriting Ronaldo's skills. However, seeing his strength stat still at only 69 points on the system panel, he couldn't help but feel a bit worried. At 178 centimeters tall and 73 kilograms, he would have a standard attractive physique in any other profession in China. But on the pitch he seemed too frail. Especially facing the bulky players of Dagon like Jiang Guangtai Kai Huikong and Liang, he feared he would be at a significant disadvantage in physical duels. Su Feng's concerns were not unfounded. Modu Dagon's head coach had declared before the match, Su Feng is technically agile, but football isn't embroidery. We have enough means to make him uncomfortable. At that moment in Dagon's starting lineup, Kai Huikong was flexing his thick thighs. This 90 kilograms midfield meat grinder stared intently at Su Feng. His expression practically screamed, "Kid, I'm going to make this a long day for you." Tweet. The referee's whistle blew and the match officially began. Xinjiang Dallin set up in a 4-4-2 formation with Musa Dembele as the target man up front, while Su Feng roamed the left wing looking for opportunities. Modu Dagon, on the other hand, employed a typical possession-based style, boasting the best foreign player in the seed cell, the world-class Oscar. When he had the ball in midfield, almost no one could dispossess him. The Brazilian midfielder's pass completion rate was a staggering 93, like a courier with a GPS, always finding his teammates' positions with pinpoint accuracy. In the 7th minute, Oscar turned on the spot in midfield, evaded Frank's tackle, and lofted a long pass over the top to the advancing Wu Lei. Wu Lei's acceleration was explosive. Xinjiang's number 2, Liang Noyong, chased back with all his might, but could only watch his opponent pull further away. Fortunately, goalkeeper Zhao Bo rushed out and cleared the ball with his foot, averting the danger. Su Feng watched closely from the pitch. Wu Lei's movement was too cunning, easily slipping out of the defender's sight. This was the Nuclear Weapon 7's ability. He subconsciously clenched his fists. Due to his outstanding performances in the first 6 rounds, Su Feng had been thoroughly studied by every team and naturally became a key target for Dagon's special attention. In the 12th minute, he received a pass in midfield. Just as he turned to accelerate, Kai Huikong charged in like a heavy truck, using his body to forcefully shove him off the ball. Su Feng stumbled and fell, but the referees signaled to play on. Such fair charges were commonplace in the CSL. As he got up, he felt a sharp pain in his ribs and cursed under his breath. "Damn, that Kai guy is way too strong. Why doesn't he go play rugby?" Over the next dozen or so minutes, Su Feng found himself trapped in a predicament of getting knocked down every time he got the ball. Wang Yinxiao and Liang from Dagon took turns double-teaming him on the right side. The former, with his vast experience, could always anticipate his dribbling routes, while the latter, with his physical strength, knocked him off balance in every challenge. Combined with the ferocious interceptions of the midfield workhorse, Kai Huikong, Su Feng could barely maintain control of the ball. In the 23rd minute, Su Feng attempted a skillful dribble to break through. He feinted with a step over to fool Liang, but his opponent didn't bite on the fake, instead poking the ball away and catching him with an elbow in the process. Su Feng hit the ground again. This time he looked at the referee Gao Peng, who simply spread his hands, signaling for him to get up. "Su Feng, don't force it." Musa Dembele ran over and patted him on the shoulder. "Find some space, I'll shield you." The Zimbabwean striker was tall and strong, serving as Xinjiang's focal point in attack. But even with Dembele's distraction, Su Feng still struggled to get a clear shot at goal. Dagon's defense was too solid. The central defensive partnership of Jiang Guangtai and Liang was like a wall, leaving him no room to cut into the box. Su Feng's inner frustration grew. After acquiring the Cristiano Ronaldo skill inheritance system, he had played smoothly in the previous games. But against a strong team like Dagon, his physical weakness was magnified. He was like a sharp dagger, utterly unable to pierce through their thick armor. Just as Su Feng was getting restless, Modu Dagon broke the deadlock. In the 34th minute of the match, Oscar received the ball on the right flank. He first feigned a pass before cutting inside, effortlessly evading Yu Xian's challenge. He then delivered a precise cross that sailed over Zhang Jiechi's head, finding Wu Lei, who had surged forward unmarked at the far post. Wu Lei met the ball without hesitation, unleashing a spectacular volley that rocketed into the back of the net like a cannonball. The Dagon team took the lead. The cheers from the home fans at the Huanglong Sports Center abruptly ceased, while the passionate roars of the Dagon supporters, numbering only 1 to 2,000, erupted in response. Wu Lei sprinted to the front of the away team stand, spreading his arms wide in an ecstatic celebration. Su Feng stood rooted to the spot, leaning on his knees for support. The intense physical duels with Dagon's defenders had taken a heavy toll on his energy. After breaking the deadlock, the Dagon team grew increasingly formidable, relentlessly threatening the Xinjiang goal. During the stoppage time of the first half, Oscar received the ball in midfield, and with a sudden through pass tore apart the Xinjiang Dalong defense. Wu Lei timed his run to perfection, latching onto the ball to bear down on goal all alone. Facing the on-rushing goalkeeper Zhao Bo, he kept his composure and slotted the ball calmly into the far corner of the net. The Port FC team extended their lead. Another assist from Oscar. His passing ability is unparalleled in the Chinese Super League. Wu Lei's positioning was impeccable and his finish was ice cold. In today's top-of-the-table clash, a battle of the strikers, Port FC has clearly taken the lead. The commentator exclaimed with fervor. The halftime whistle blew. The starting players of Qianjiang Dalong trudged into the dressing room with their heads bowed, the atmosphere heavy with gloom. Head coach Jordi sat before the tactics board, his face ashen. What was that first-half performance? Lapses in defense, no structure in attack. Su Feng, you were too easily contained. Don't fight your marker head-on. Study the runs of their number 7. Use your movement to create chances. Su Feng sat in the corner silent. He knew the coach was right. In the first half, he had seemed to inherit Cristiano Ronaldo's relentless spirit, stubbornly battling the Port FC defenders. But his strength stat was only 69, incomparable to the muscle-bound Ronaldo's and insufficient to win those physical duels. Just then a notification sound rang from the system in his mind. Ding. Detected, the host team is trailing. Task: imitate Ronaldo by performing a tactical fall in the penalty area to win a penalty for your team. Reward: unlock Ronaldo's exclusive skill, team positioning. Penalty for failure: randomly deduct 3 to 5 ability points. What? A tactical fall in the box. That's just diving sugar-coated. Su Feng almost shouted out loud. In his previous life, he had become a Ronaldo critic largely due to his intense dislike for this kind of opportunistic penalty-seeking behavior. The saying, the undroppable Messi, the unpenalty-worthy Ronaldo, made people laugh at how Aveiro, despite his chiseled physique, became as fragile as Lindelof the moment he entered the penalty area. Every time he saw Ronaldo dive on TV, he would criticize it furiously. And now he was being asked to do the very same thing. This damn system is truly dog-like. When it doesn't issue tasks, fine, but when it does, they're always inhuman. But the reward is tempting. Being able to unlock team positioning. Positioning is the most crucial talent for a striker and is incredibly hard to improve through training alone. Inzaghi lacked physicality and pace, yet he became a world-class striker purely on his movement. Su Feng's original positioning talent was mediocre. It was only after acquiring the beginner skill poaching that it rose to 57, is still below the passing mark. He desperately needed this new skill, and the system's punishment of randomly deducting 3 to 5 ability points. Doesn't it know how difficult it is to increase each point? After a torrent of internal complaints, Su Feng quickly made up his mind. Well, the weather is just too hot anyway. A little dive in the box to cool off sounds perfect. Su Feng, don't get disheartened, Frank said, walking over and handing him a water bottle. We'll switch tactics in the second half. Li Ti and I will feed you more passes. You can switch to the right wing. Their defender Li Shuai isn't as agile. Su Feng took the water and nodded. Looking at the tired yet fiercely determined eyes of his teammates in the dressing room, he became even more resolute in his plan. The second half began. Xinjiang adjusted their tactics, with Su Feng moving to the right wing. Frank and Li Tixiang directed more passes down that flank, aiming to attack from a different direction. Port FC meanwhile tightened their defense, seemingly content to protect their 2-goal lead. In the 57th minute, the coach made a substitution, bringing on Yulo for Ji Champagne to bolster the attacking thrust on the wings. Su Feng also began to deliberately create distance between himself and the Port FC defenders, avoiding physical contact, and instead relying on his speed and movement to create opportunities. The fullback on Port FC's right side, Li Shuai, wasn't as troublesome as Wang Yanxiao or Leon on the left. In the 63rd minute, Frank received the ball in midfield, spotted the opportunity, and threaded a precise through ball to Su Feng. Instead of immediately trying to burst past his man as he had before, Su Feng slowed the play down upon receiving the ball. He leaned his body left, feigning a move to the right. As expected, Li Shuai shifted his weight. At that moment, Su Feng initiated a series of stepovers. His left foot swept over the ball, followed by his right, 2 rapid feints that left Li Shuai utterly bewildered. His balance shattered, he could only stick out a leg in a desperate attempt to hook the ball. Su Feng had anticipated this. He felt Li Shuai's toe graze his own ankle. The contact was far too light to knock him over, but glancing at the edge of the box, he let his body fall backward. He hit the turf hard inside the penalty area, clutching his ankle and grimacing in pain, his eyes immediately locking onto the referee. The main official Gao Peng hesitated for a moment before blowing his whistle and pointing decisively to the penalty spot. What a... The Port FC players erupted. Wang Yanxiao was the first to charge over, pointing accusingly at Su Feng. Have you no shame? You go down from that. It's acting. Kai Huikong also rushed over his imposing frame, blocking the referee. Ref, look carefully. That was a blatant dive. Wu Lei frowned and walked over to the referee, pleading, Referee, please check the VAR. Are you sure about this call? Su Feng lay on the ground, unable to lift his head to meet the eyes of the protesting players. He could feel countless furious glares boring into him like needles, and a wave of guilt washed over him. But there was no turning back now. He had to commit to the act, letting out a few pained groans to sell the injury. The VAR referee Ma Ning intervened, and the big screen at the stadium began replaying the incident. The slow-motion replay showed that despite the minimal contact, Li Shuai's foot did clip Su Feng's ankle. Therefore, he offered no further advice. The video referee can only intervene if the on-field referee has made a clear and obvious error. The stands erupted as well. Port FC fans hurled insults about a diving dog while Xinjiang fans shouted for a foul and a penalty. The two sets of supporters nearly came to blows before security intervened. Gao Peng, receiving no signal from the VAR, reaffirmed his decision and pointed to the spot. Unwilling to risk a booking for dissent, the Port FC players had no choice but to retreat from the box, though their disdainful glares at Su Feng were palpable. Mashekwi placed the ball on the penalty spot and patted Su Feng on the shoulder. "Don't overthink it. Leave this to me." Su Feng scrambled to his feet without a word and quickly vacated the area, ready to pounce on any rebound. Mashekwi took a deep breath, stepped back, and fixed his gaze on Yan Junling. At the whistle, he ran up with short, stuttering steps and unleashed a powerful shot that flew into the top right corner of the net. Yan Junling had guessed the right way, but the ball was struck with such pace that he could only watch it fly past his outstretched hand. The Xinjiang fans in the stands erupted instantly, the earlier controversial call washed away by the joy of the goal. Su Feng ran over to embrace Mashekwi, yet a sense of unease lingered in his heart. He knew that this penalty was one he had deceived his way into earning, and the goal was far from honorable. The Dagong team, visibly incensed by the penalty, launched a ferocious offensive seeking to extend their lead. Oscar's passes grew increasingly threatening, and Wu Lei's runs became more purposeful. In the 78th minute, Oscar delivered a sublime, outswinging cross. Wu Lei rose to meet it with a powerful header, but the ball grazed the crossbar and soared just over the line. Su Feng intensified his movements on the pitch, actively participating in defense, while also striving to atone for his earlier actions. Deep down, he held nothing but disdain for such diving tactics. Only by scoring a legitimate goal through sheer skill could he salvage his reputation. His stamina was nearly depleted, his legs felt as heavy as lead. Yet Su Feng refused to yield. His sole thought now was to score another goal with his true ability and help his team equalize. As the match entered stoppage time, the fourth official raised the board, indicating 4 additional minutes. The entire Xinjiang Dalong team pushed forward, with even defender Lucas charging into the attacking third. In the 93rd minute, Li Tixiang received the ball in midfield. Noticing Dagong's defensive line pushed unusually high, he unleashed a long, lofted pass into the penalty area. Mashekwi leaped for the header, but finding himself in an unfavorable position, he opted not to aim for goal. Instead, he flicked the ball on behind him. At that moment, Su Feng, summoning every last ounce of his energy, sprinted into the box. The instant Mashekwi went up for the header, a premonition flashed through Su Feng's mind that a flick-on was coming. He immediately retreated a few steps and launched himself into the air. Just then, Mashekwi's glancing header sailed over the central defender Jiang Guangtai and landed right in front of Su Feng. Summoning his inherited formidable heading technique, he powered a forceful header towards the goal. Dagong's goalkeeper, Yan Junling, had been entirely focused on Mashekwi. With Su Feng so close to the goal, he had no time to react and could only watch helplessly as the ball nestled into the back of the net. Su Feng. It's Su Feng. In the team's darkest hour, it was Su Feng who stepped up once again, answering the accusations of the Dagong players with a precise header. In this match, Su Feng won a penalty, albeit a controversial one, but his breakthrough was splendid. He then scored another goal, helping the team equalize dramatically against Dagong. Crucially, Su Feng is only 19 years old. The future of the Huaxia national team's forward line belongs to him. The home commentator raised his voice, delivering the commentary with fiery passion. The Yellow Dragon Sports Center instantly erupted with thunderous cheers. Fans of the Xinjiang team jumped, shouted, and initiated a stadium wave. Many were so overcome with emotion that tears streamed down their faces. Su Feng sprinted to the corner flag and instinctively mimicked Cristiano Ronaldo's iconic celebration. He leaped high, spread his arms wide, and upon landing let out a signature SIU roar. Yet this time the home fans did not jeer his celebration. After all, could they not allow a player who single-handedly leveled the score from a 2-goal deficit in such dire straits to have his little quirks? Wu Lei of the Dagong team stood rooted to the spot, his face etched with disappointment. He had scored a brace in this match, expecting to easily secure 3 points for his team and extend their lead at the top of the standings, only to be denied by Su Feng's last-minute equalizer. His brilliance in this match seemed to be overshadowed by Su Feng's late surge. Oscar patted him on the shoulder, offering comfort. "Wu, it's all right. We'll definitely win next time." As the Dagong team took the kickoff, and before they could launch their final attack, the referee's whistle signaled the end of the match. In the league standings, Dagong FC led with 17 points from 5 wins and 2 draws, followed closely by Xinjiang Dalong, with 15 points from 4 wins and 3 draws, maintaining their title-challenging momentum. After the match, Su Feng became the center of attention once again, not only for the last-minute equalizer, but also for his controversial dive in the penalty area and his excessive imitation of Cristiano Ronaldo's goal celebration. The Dagong players walked past him with fury etched on their faces. Wang Yinchao deliberately bumped into him and sneered, "Your acting deserves an Oscar." Kai Huikong was even more direct. "Can't handle the physical battle, so you resort to dirty tricks. What kind of skill is that?" Su Feng retorted without flinching, "What's the matter? You guys quit playing and became referees now. Whether it's a penalty is up to the referee." Seeing the situation turning sour, the Xinjiang captain quickly dragged Su Feng away. Back in the locker room, his teammates were celebrating the hard-fought equalizer. Mu Shekue came over and gave him a friendly punch, saying, "Don't mind what they said. In football, anything within the rules that helps you win is fair game. Besides, that run of yours was brilliant. We wouldn't have gotten the penalty otherwise. And that positioning for the last goal, absolutely perfect." His best buddy Liu Haofan even gave him a thumbs up saying, "Feng, you scored again. 9 goals in 7 rounds. Who's better than you?" If I had that kind of performance, forget mimicking Ronaldo's SIU, I'd livestream myself doing something crazy on the pitch and no one would dare say a word. Haha, you'd be a hit doing that. Su Feng couldn't help but laugh. Just then a system notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Detected host completion of tactical fall in the penalty area. Reward Ronaldo's special skill keen positioning beginner off the ball movement 5. Yes. Fantastic. Su Feng cheered inwardly. His off the ball movement, previously stuck at 66 points, jumped to 71, finally surpassing the baseline level. He immediately opened the system interface. Special skill 9. Keen positioning beginner 0-100 uses description. Mastering this skill allows one to keenly spot vulnerabilities in the opponent's defense, accurately anticipate passing lanes, and evade defenders. Completing 100 effective runs that lead to goals in matches, including training games, will upgrade this skill to intermediate, significantly enhancing positioning and poaching abilities. As usual, a warm current flowed through Su Feng's mind, flooding him with insights about positioning, as if a light bulb had suddenly switched on. As a striker, he was well aware of the critical importance of improving his movement. This skill was his ticket to becoming a top-tier lethal finisher. But Su Feng also knew that today's dive would bring him plenty of trouble. At the post-match press conference, the head coach of Moda Dagong was the first to voice his displeasure. He frowned, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. "I find some of today's refereeing decisions hard to accept. Some players' falls were extremely exaggerated. That's not what football should look like. Perhaps we all need to review the rules and clarify what constitutes a fair challenge versus simulation." The head coach of Xinjiang Dalong Jodi responded, "I believe the referee's decision was fair. VAR confirmed the penalty was valid." Su Feng is a very talented player. He received a lot of special attention from the opposition today, yet he still managed to score the equalizer in the dying moments, proving his quality. As for the celebration, he's young, a bit flashy. Having an idol is normal. There's no need to overanalyze it. The media, of course, was not about to let the topic go. The next day, headlines in major sports media were dominated by the match, top-of-the-table clash ends in dramatic equalizer. Su Feng's controversial penalty and Ronaldo imitation sparked debate. China's Ronaldo becomes China's diving Ronaldo. Su Feng's fall in the box draws widespread criticism. 2-2. Wu Lei's brace not enough. Su Feng's equalizer steals the spotlight amid controversy. On social media, the debate among fans was explosive. Supporters of Su Feng argued, regardless of anything, he helped the team secure a point, and that last goal was brilliant. The dive was just a tactical necessity, no need to make a mountain out of a molehill. Detractors, however, fumed. "We hate players who dive. It tarnishes the fairness of football. Su Feng doesn't deserve to be mentioned in the same breath as Wu Lei." Some even joked Su Feng's acting is better than his football skills. He should consider a career in acting instead of wasting his time on the pitch. As Su Feng scrolled through the comments on his phone, his mood was complicated. Here he was, a self-proclaimed Ronaldo critic, having picked up all of Ronaldo's bad habits. But for the sake of football skills, he had to bow his head and endure. After all, when you're under someone's roof, you have to lower it. After concluding the top-of-the-table clash against Moda Dagong, the team had only a single day of rest before regrouping for training. Following a grueling day of practice, Su Feng opened his system panel while showering. Host Su Feng. Age 19, born January 11, 2004. League Hua Chao 3rd Division, equivalent to League 1 or Primera Federación. Basic attributes. Speed 8,993. Strength 7095-1. Shooting 7,399. Passing 5288-1. Dribbling 6,886. Tackling 3265-2. Off the ball movement 7,195. Free kicks 6591-1. Confidence 6,71001. Overall rating 7,395. Special skills. 1. Extreme discipline intermediate 4,250 days. 2. Elevator rocket intermediate 225,500 shots. 3. Inspiring presence beginner 610 matches. 4. Step over artistry beginner 92,100 moves. 5. Comeback king intermediate 35 matches. 6. Aerial dominance beginner 38,100 headers. 7. Agile dribbling beginner 23,100 moves. 8. Poacher's instinct beginner 18,100 chances. 9. Intelligent movement beginner 5,100 runs. Free attribute points 2 can be used to increase any basic attribute. Through recent training and matches, his strength, passing, tackling, free kicks, and confidence had all seen improvements, with tackling notably increasing by 2 points. Su Feng further discerned the pattern behind his ability enhancements. Without acquiring skill inheritances and rewards from the system, relying solely on training yielded painfully slow progress, and only his weakest attributes showed any notable improvement. His defensive capabilities, for instance, had been severely lacking, but a period of focused training led to significant gains. Conversely, his strengths like speed and shooting had reached a plateau where conventional training could no longer push them higher. Regarding his special skills, viewing the 9 abilities arrayed before him filled Su Feng with a sense of pride. Among them, extreme discipline and step-over artistry were on the verge of advancing to the next level. After reviewing the system interface, Su Feng felt a surge of confidence for the future, yet was also overwhelmed by an unprecedented fatigue. Because the Huachao season had started late, the team was forced into a grueling schedule of 2 matches per week to catch up. At only 19, Su Feng was in modern parlance still a kid. 7 consecutive rounds of matches combined with extra training to enhance his abilities had pushed his body to a critical threshold. After showering, Su Feng headed to the team's physiotherapy room and soaked in an ice bath, which finally offered some relief from the aching soreness in his muscles. The team was set to travel north for 2 consecutive away matches. In the team's meeting room, the tactical board displayed the upcoming schedule, May 19th in Qingdao and May 24th in Lada, both dates circled twice in bold red ink by head coach Jordi. 2 away games in 5 days with a journey across the Bohai Bay would place an even greater strain on the team's already depleted energy reserves. After outlining the tactics for the next match, Jordi specifically addressed Su Feng. You were the league's best newcomer in the first 7 rounds, but now the entire league is studying you. Be prepared for special attention during these away games. Su Feng nodded. Compared to the prospect of being tightly marked, he was more concerned about the dull ache in his thigh muscles. Speed was his greatest asset. If fatigue prevented him from unleashing it, his overall performance would inevitably suffer. May 19th. The roar of Sea Bulls win from the stands of Qingdao Guoxin Stadium was deafening. During the pre-match warm-up, Su Feng could already sense something was off. His sprints felt heavy with a twinge of pain in his thigh and his stride lagging half a beat behind. Relax, just stick to the game plan, Captain Frank said, patting him on the shoulder, mistaking Su Feng's demeanor for away game nerves. Nerves. As if he was. Well, while he was just a Ronaldo fan and thinking about it, he couldn't help but recall Ronaldo's own fearless mentality. But honestly, ever since inheriting Ronaldo's skills, Su Feng had never once felt nervous in any match. The match's early flow perfectly validated the tactical analysis. Qingdao Sea Bulls set up a defensive fortress with 3 centerbacks and 2 wingbacks packing the edge of the penalty area. Their 4 midfielders formed a double-layered shield, leaving only Tabak and Kongwa up front to spring counterattacks. Su Feng found himself under special surveillance from Qingdao's Liu Jun and Andrejevic. Wherever he roamed, whether cutting in from the left or right, a center-back was glued to him with another ready to provide cover. Meanwhile, Sarek shadowed him like a phantom, cutting off any passing lanes to the midfield. In the 18th minute, Qianjiang Dalong earned a chance to cross from the left flank. Frank's delivery was pinpoint, landing perfectly at the edge of the box. Su Feng used his intelligent movement to shake off Liu Jun's grip and prepared to shoot. However, Zhang Wei, who had tracked back, diligently barged into him, knocking him off balance, and the ball was safely gathered by goalkeeper Mao Pengfei. Su Feng appealed to the referee for a foul, but the official waved play on. Su Feng glanced down at his numb shoulder from the collision. The fatigue of consecutive matches was making his physical reactions slower than his thoughts. Qingdao capitalized on their momentum. In the 21st minute, Tabak broke down the left and struck a shot with the outside of his boot. The ball squirmed through goalkeeper Zhao Bo's legs and into the net. 1-0. In the 35th minute, Qingdao launched a swift counter. Chen Xuanqin delivered a long pass from the right, and Zhang Wei surged forward to slot the ball home. 2-0. The home fans erupted in celebration, while the Qianjiang Dalong bench fell into a grim silence. Jordi's face grew darker with each passing minute. In the second half, coach Chun Bin introduced Everton to bolster the attack on the wings, and the tide of the game began to turn. In the 53rd minute, Everton played a through ball down the left. Uxian cut it back, and Musa Marega swept the ball into the net. 2-1, and they were back in the game. Su Feng saw an opportunity. He dropped deep to receive the ball, attempting to replicate his trademark dribbles from the previous 7 rounds, but Qingdao's defense stood as firm as an iron wall. In the 67th minute, he received the ball on the right wing. A series of feints failed to create space, and with his legs feeling heavy, he was dispossessed by the defender. Coach Jordi, recognizing Su Feng's subpar condition, promptly substituted him off. It was the first time Su Feng had been taken off during a league match. In the 75th minute, Frank threaded a pass through Marega, latched onto it, and raced through on goal, beating the Qingdao keeper once more to find the back of the net. The Qianjiang team equalized the score. As the final whistle blew, the scoreboard displayed a 2-2 draw. Su Feng collapsed onto the substitute's bench, sweat mixed with sea breeze stinging his face, his body so sore he could barely lift his legs. Post-match statistics revealed he had only 3 shots, 1 on target, ran nearly 2.0 meters, less than his average in the previous 7 rounds, and was dispossessed as many as 6 times. In this match, Su Feng neither scored nor assisted, delivering a lackluster performance. At the post-match press conference, a reporter specifically asked Jordi his view on Su Feng's subdued display. Jordi took the microphone and said, "In football, no player can remain in the spotlight forever. Even Messi is no exception. Su Feng is only 19 this year, and he has already scored 9 goals and provided 3 assists in 8 league rounds. Can we really demand more from him?" The reporter immediately followed up, but he had neither a goal nor an assist in this match. Even the greatest players in the world cannot guarantee a goal or an assist in every game. Besides, Su Feng drew the defensive attention of the Qingdao team in this match. He contributed significantly to securing the draw. Although Jordi defended Su Feng wholeheartedly, discussions about whether Su Feng was merely a flash in the pan began to spread across the media. On the flight from Qingdao to Dalian, Su Feng leaned against the window, gazing blankly at the endless layers of clouds below. His performance in the last match had been dismal. His weary body and the opponent's targeted defense left him struggling to make an impact. Although head coach Jordy had defended him staunchly in the post-match press conference, the media's tendency to kick a man when he's down was nothing new. If he didn't deliver in the next game, he would surely face a barrage of harsh criticism. What unsettled Su Feng even more was the system's uncharacteristic silence. At this critical juncture, he desperately yearned for the system to issue a mission, anything even if it was designed to embarrass him. Unfortunately, the system's response remained an unbroken silence. On May 24th, at Dalian's Suwon Stadium, the match between Xinjiang and Dalian commenced. In this game, Dalian's head coach deployed a 3-5-2 formation. Unlike Qingdao's purely defensive setup, their midfield was more aggressive, yet their defense still laid an intricate trap for Su Feng. Defensive midfielder Wang Jinyu was tasked with man-marking him, while the two wingbacks would tuck in to provide support, leaving no room for any breakthrough. From the onset, Xinjiang Dalong dominated possession. In the 7th minute, Frank played a through ball, and Nyasha Mashekwi's one-on-one effort struck the post. Su Feng followed up for the rebound, but a Dalian defender cleared the danger first. This attempt showcased his improved off-the-ball movement and predatory instincts in the box, yet his slightly fatigued muscles made him a fraction too slow. In the 18th minute, the team broke the deadlock. Xinjiang Dalong launched a long ball from the back. Mashekwi rounded the goalkeeper and slotted home after a falling turn, making it 1-0. Su Feng ran over to celebrate with his teammates, but his smile was strained. Every player cares deeply about contributing to the team. This goal had little to do with Su Feng, and naturally, he felt a tinge of displeasure. In the 24th minute, Li Tixiang threaded a pass through Frank, collected it, and fired a low shot in a one-on-one situation, but the ball grazed the post and went out. Wave after wave of attacks followed, yet Su Feng's predicament persisted. Dalian's defense was like adhesive. The moment he received the ball, he was swarmed by multiple defenders, making it nearly impossible to settle and execute his moves comfortably. Notably, Dalian had clearly studied previous opponents' tactics of exploiting Su Feng's relatively slender physique by increasing physical confrontations, causing even his ball control to falter. Fortunately, Su Feng's presence alone drew the defensive focus of at least two Dalian players, which is why head coach Jordy opted to keep him on the pitch. In the second half, Dalian, trailing on the scoreboard, initiated a fierce counterattack. The match became intensely contested, and Su Feng expended a tremendous amount of energy in repeated sprints and evasive runs. His movements became mechanical, his sprints visibly labored. Several attempts to cut inside were thwarted due to his diminished pace. In the 78th minute, Dalian took a shot from outside the box. Manzoki followed up to score, making it 1-2. The home fans erupted in cheers while the traveling Xinjiang Dalong supporters watched with growing anxiety. Seeing head coach Jordy instructing a like-for-like substitute to warm up on the sidelines, Su Feng's unyielding spirit surged within him. He took a few deep breaths, and mustering his last reserves of strength, intensified his runs. The Dalian player assigned to mark him was also fading fast. Finally, Su Feng seized his opportunity. In the 89th minute, he received the ball on the right flank. Facing Wang Jinyu's marking, he didn't opt for a forceful dribble. Instead, relying on his remaining awareness, he spotted Mashekwi surging into the middle and delivered a precise low cross. Mashekwi followed up with a shot, the ball nestling inside the post, but the referee signaled for offside, disallowing the goal. Su Feng stood frozen, his heart sinking as he saw the linesman's flag raised. Yet being someone who had inherited Ronaldo's inspiring legacy and possessed immense self-belief, Su Feng didn't let this setback deter him. In the final moments, he continued to hunt for opportunities with relentless determination. During stoppage time, Everton cut in from the left and laid the ball off. Su Feng received it on the right side of the box. Under pressure from two defenders, he unselfishly used the outside of his boot to chip the ball to the far post. Frank headed it across, and Mashekwi tapped in from close range to seal the victory. The referee confirmed the goal 2-1. Su Feng collapsed onto the grass, letting out a long sigh. It was his only highlight in 2 consecutive matches, an assist that led to a goal. The final whistle blew. Xinjiang Dalong secured a precious 3 points, but Su Feng's mood remained heavy. Throughout the entire match, he had only 2 shots, none on target, 0 successful dribbles, and his running distance hit a season low. Were it not for that final contribution, his performance would have been almost entirely devoid of merit. After 2 consecutive away matches, Xinjiang Dalong had earned 4 points from 1 draw and 1 win, solidifying their second-place position in the standings. However, Su Feng's performance became a hot topic of debate among media and fans alike. The day after the match, the headline on the front page of Football Weekly was particularly glaring. Su Feng hits the rookie wall. 2 matches without a goal or assist, a flash in the pan or a depleted talent. The article stated, Su Feng, who scored 9 goals and provided 3 assists in the first 7 rounds, completely lost his former edge against Qingdao Hania's 5-4-1 bus and Dalian's targeted defense. The fatigue from consecutive matches has significantly reduced his running capacity, and opponents' thorough research into his technical traits has neutralized his dribbling and shooting strengths. With only 3 shots on target, 0 goals, 0 assists, and 11 dispossessions in the last 2 games, these statistics paint a picture of a player unrecognizable from the one in the first 7 rounds. The so-called CSL surprise might just have been a fleeting spark of a rookie season. Once opponents decipher his patterns, and his body can no longer sustain high-intensity battles, Su Feng's ceiling seems to have been reached. Sohu Sports column was even more scathing. Su Feng's slump is no coincidence. His explosive start made him a prime research target for every team. Qingdao's double teaming and Dalian's midfield sweeping were precise strikes against his technical weaknesses. Newcomers often perform well initially because opponents overlook them. But once they are taken seriously and face targeted tactics, their shortcomings are exposed. This is the essence of the rookie wall. Now Su Feng's rookie dividend is exhausted and his deficiencies in stamina and strength are laid bare. Whether he can sustain his early season form is highly questionable. Online the criticism was overwhelming. The comment section on the team's official Weibo was flooded with accusations from fans. When you were performing well, you were all arrogance and swagger, boasting about carrying the team and doing that Shio celebration. Not so cocky now, are you? Players should just play football honestly. Trying to market yourself by imitating Ronaldo won't work. 2 matches invisible. Time to hit the bench and reflect. The first 7 rounds were luck. Now the real you has been exposed. Some anti-Ronaldo detractors even dug up his match footage from the first 7 rounds, meticulously analyzing his hairline goal, diving in the box, and provoking opposing fans as so-called dirt. In an instant, Su Feng seemed to have become a pariah online. The atmosphere within the team also grew subtly tense. The previously suspended team leader Chen Lei and press officer Chen Zheng had quietly returned to their posts. On the training ground, his teammates seemed to harbor doubts about his abilities, opting more often to pass to Meshekwi or Frank instead. Back in the dormitory, Su Feng glanced at the negative news on his phone and let out a disdainful chuckle. "Hey Fengzi, the internet is tearing you apart, and you can still laugh?" asked his roommate Lu Haofan. "The media are just weather vanes," Su Feng replied. "Once I perform well in the next game, they'll all be back singing my praises." "That's true, but now that every team has you figured out, can you really deliver next time?" "Drop the can," Su Feng retorted with unwavering confidence. "These people have no idea what I'm truly capable of," he declared, brimming with pride. Su Feng's words were not born of arrogance. His comprehensive football ability had already reached the level of a Chinese Super League starter, and he had inherited multiple attacking skills from Cristiano Ronaldo. With such a level, establishing himself in the CSL was hardly a problem. His biggest weakness at the moment was his strength, which was also the primary method opponents used to contain him. Su Feng's confidence, however, stemmed from the fact that his inherited special skill, Ronaldo's intermediate high-level self-discipline, was about to be maxed out. He was certain that upon its upgrade, his speed and strength would see significant improvement. By then, teams trying to use the old tactic of physical collisions to contain him would find it impossible. The moment he thought of this, Su Feng was filled with an overwhelming urge to hit the gym and pump iron. On May 26th, the day after the match against Lda, and returning to Linen, Su Feng finally completed the 50-day intermediate self-discipline task. For a full 50 days, he strictly adhered to a diet plan comparable to Ronaldo's. High-protein chicken breast paired with quinoa, rejecting any high-sugar or high-fat foods, and even meticulously calculating his water intake. Every day, he dedicated an hour to strength training in the gym, followed by muscle relaxation in the team's physiotherapy room. He dared not slack off even for a moment, nor did he dare to go out for a drink. This earned him great admiration from his roommate Lu Haofan, who under Su Feng's influence also reduced his gaming time and began to train extra voluntarily. Ding! Detected host has completed 50 days of high-level self-discipline. Reward speed 2, strength 10. Su Feng heard this heavenly sound, and his spirits were instantly lifted. He immediately felt a current surge through his body, as if every cell was absorbing energy, filling him with boundless vitality. Looking closely at his skin, the lines seemed smoother, the muscles in certain areas subtly bulged, and his whole body radiated power. Su Feng then opened the system interface and accessed the Special Skills panel. Special Skills 1. High-level self-discipline, Advanced 0, 200 days. The display showed the skill had been upgraded to Advanced, and the next upgrade would require checking in for a full 200 days. Returning to the front of the attribute panel, his stats had indeed changed. Basic abilities: speed 91-93, 2 strength 80-95, 10. Oh yeah, this is fantastic. Su Feng couldn't help but clench his fist and exclaim inwardly. A sudden increase of 10 points in strength would definitely place him at a first-class level in the CSL. From now on, opponents attempting to use physical tactics like jostling and bumping to defend against him would be in for a surprise. Additionally, during this period, Su Feng had completed 100 effective step-over moves in training matches and league games. His flashy step-over skill had also advanced from beginner to intermediate, adding 3 points to his dribbling. His dribbling ability had increased from 68 to 71 points. Su Feng's overall ability also increased by 2 points, rising from 73 to 75, making him a top-tier forward in the CSL. Having achieved this significant leap in strength, Su Feng was confident that he would astonish his opponents in the next match. The following day's practice match. Su Feng's progress left his teammates stunned. To counter the defensive strategies CSL teams had devised against him, head coach Jordi had specially arranged additional confrontation training for him over the past 2 days. When the team's main defender Liang Noyong, who was tasked with marking Su Feng, tried to muscle him off the ball, as usual, he clearly felt as if he had collided with an iron wall. Su Feng's lower body was incredibly solid. He simply couldn't be pushed. "Damn, Su Feng, have you been building muscle these past few days? Your lower body is so solid," Liang Noyong asked curiously. "Brother Liang, haven't you seen me hitting the gym every day lately? Even a pig would get fit." "Haha, so you're admitting you're a pig." "A slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. I've obviously gotten stronger, just look at my muscles," Su Feng said, flexing his biceps. "Is the gym really that effective? Looks like I need to step up my training too," Liang Noyo muttered, eyeing Su Feng's physique. During the team's practice match, that day Coach Jordy rotated 3 different fullbacks to mark Su Feng, and all of them were left bewildered by his dribbling. Su Feng's already impressive speed seemed even faster. Whether it was explosive touches or nutmegs breaking through on the left flank was as easy as crossing an empty street. Crucially, his strength had also been greatly enhanced. Defenders couldn't push him off balance or knock him down, they simply couldn't contain him. In this practice match, Su Feng finally fully utilized his skills, superb heading, powerful dipping free kicks, and clinical finishing in the box, scoring a hat-trick with both his head and feet. This delighted head coach Jordy. "So your increase in strength is simply incredible," said the fitness coach, staring at his data tablet with shock in his eyes. Just a few days ago in the match against Lda, Su Feng's strength was clearly a weakness. Yet a few days later it had increased this much. If Su Feng hadn't been staying and eating at the training base every day, the fitness coach would almost suspect him of using banned stimulants. The team's next match was a home game against the traditional CSL powerhouse Beijing Goan, a clash of titans. Now that Su Feng had regained his full 100 or even 120 combat effectiveness, the team's chances of victory were significantly higher. After 9 rounds of the league, the Xinjiang Tide team boasted an unbeaten record of 5 wins and 4 draws, sitting second in the standings with 19 points. Beijing Goan, on the other hand, had a record of 3 wins, 5 draws, and 1 loss, accumulating 14 points and ranking 6th. With Xinjiang aiming for the title and Goan striving for an AFC Champions League spot, this match was crucial for both sides. At the pre-match press conference, tension filled the air. Goan's head coach spoke with confidence. "Our defensive line is one of the most solid in the league. The pairing of Ngadu and Baiyang are both over 1.9 meters tall, possessing top-tier aerial and physical prowess." When asked if he was confident in stopping Xinjiang's Su Feng, the Goan coach scoffed. "Due to China's scarcity of top-quality forwards, some players are excessively hyped by the media. We have conducted in-depth research on him. His technical traits and movement habits are well within our control." As soon as he finished speaking, Goan's main fullback Wang Chong grabbed the microphone, a contemptuous smile curling at the corner of his mouth. This seasoned defender, a former national team regular known for his fierce defending and active support play, stared directly into the cameras and said emphatically, "Su Feng, the so-called Chinese Ronaldo, is merely a product of media hype. He's already exposed his weaknesses in the last 2 matches, poor physicality and stamina. He's at a loss when faced with high-intensity defense. In tomorrow's match, I'll show him what real top-tier defending looks like. He'll leave empty-handed and extend his goal drought." These bold claims ignited the room. Reporters swarmed forward, practically shoving microphones into the face of Xinjiang's coach Jordy. Jordy remained calm, but a sharp glint was undeniable in his eyes. "Everyone is entitled to their opinion, but football is a sport where you speak with your feet. Su Feng's recent progress has been evident to all. His discipline and hard work deserve the utmost respect. In tomorrow's match, we will respond to all doubts with a victory." On the training ground, Su Feng and his teammates took a break to watch the pre-match press conference. Upon hearing the provocation from Goan's Wang Chong, Lu Haofan angrily remarked, "Who does he think he is? He wants to shut you out. In his dreams." After a brief glance, Su Feng prepared to return to the field for more training. "Feng, how can you stay so calm when Goan's players look down on you like that? Tisk, why bother getting angry? Anyone can make empty threats. Do you know who I am? I am destined to be the first, second, and third greatest player in Chinese Super League history. Why would I care about the jeers of these insignificant nobodies?" Lu Haofan stared in shock, his eyes wide open. "Feng, you haven't got a fever, have you? Fever my foot. Just do the work and follow me to train." After speaking, Su Feng called over Su Haoqi, and the trio began focused training. With Su Feng, whose skills already far surpassed the league starters, as their sparring partner, Lu Haofan and Su Haoqi improved rapidly. On the evening of May 28th, the Huanglong Sports Center in Linen was packed to capacity, with the roar of over 3,000 fans deafening. In the player tunnel, both teams lined up to enter the pitch. Su Feng, still in his number 25 jersey, sized up the Goan players. As his name was announced over the stadium's PA system, Su Feng sprinted onto the field. A few fans in the stands let out questioning boos, either dissatisfied with his previous 2 performances or simply detractors. However, more supporters applauded, anticipating his breakout performance. A sharp whistle blew and the match officially commenced. Beijing Goan seized the initiative, applying high-pressure pressing in the front to dominate possession. Xinjiang was initially suppressed. In the 11th minute, De Souza threaded a pass and Kong Sengwu slotted home a low shot from the edge of the box. 1-0. Goan had achieved a dream start. The traveling away fans erupted in celebration while the home crowd fell silent. Trailing on the scoreboard, this was adversity. It was time to stage a comeback. Su Feng declared this to himself and began actively demanding the ball on the left flank. In the 15th minute, Xinjiang's goalkeeper distributed the ball to midfielder Frank, who delivered a diagonal pass. Su Feng launched like an arrow from a bow, his speed of 91 on full display. He surged down the left wing and, facing defender Wang Chong, executed a deceptive feint. A dummy stop followed by a burst, sweeping past him like the wind. Wang Chong tried to cut him off, but Su Feng's explosive acceleration left him trailing. The gap widened, and Wang Chong could only give a desperate chase, watching helplessly as Su Feng cut into the box. "So fast. Su Feng seems even quicker. His dribbling on the wing is devastating," the commentator roared in excitement. Goan's central defender, Ngadu, moved to cover. The 193-meter-tall Cameroonian weighing 85 kilograms was renowned as the league's Iron Guard, with a remarkable 78 duel success rate. He spread his arms to block Su Feng's path, aiming to replicate the opponent's previous strategy of overpowering him with physicality. But this time Su Feng did not back down. His strength had increased to 80 points, enough to contend with top-tier defenders. Bracing for Ngedu's charge, Su Feng lowered his center of gravity and engaged his core, absorbing the impact without a hint of wobble. Then he unleashed an intermediate step-over move. He feigned with his left foot, quickly circled the ball with his right, and then sharply dragged it to the left, completely unbalancing Ngedu and exposing a critical gap. The shooting angle after cutting inside wasn't ideal, but instead of passing, he shaped his body as if to shoot. The feint drew a defender's leg, but Su Feng nudged the ball past with his right foot, stepped forward with his left, and with his right thigh muscles taut like a drawn bowstring, whipped his leg through the ball. It rocketed towards the top right corner, spinning violently. A knuckleball thunderbolt. Su Feng had unleashed Ronaldo's signature long-range strike from his prime. The shot was so fast that Goen's goalkeeper Han Jiechi could only watch as it clipped the underside of the crossbar and flew into the net. Goal. It's Su Feng. He has blasted open the Goen defense with a Ronaldo-esque knuckleball. Let's check the speed. An astonishing 105 kilometers per hour. What a beauty. A wonder goal. For a moment, it was as if Ronaldo was channeling through Su Feng, unleashing all the frustration of the past 2 games in that single explosive strike. With this one goal, Su Feng proves he is the best local striker in the Chinese Super League, the commentator shouted with unbridled excitement. The Huanglong Sports Center erupted in a frenzy as fans leaped to their feet, cheering in unison, Su Feng. Su Feng. Su Feng sprinted towards the corner flag at full speed, then leaped high into the air, swinging his arms downward while shouting at the top of his lungs. He then shot a provocative glare at Wang Chong of the Guan team, his eyes brimming with defiance, as if to say, so much for your clean sheet. Wang Chong's face turned ashen with fury. He had never anticipated such a dramatic transformation in Su Feng, faster, more powerful, and with markedly refined skills. On the sidelines, Guan's head coach, his brow deeply furrowed, quickly adjusted his tactics by assigning central defender Bai Yang to mark Su Feng, closely attempting to stifle him with double coverage. Yet this strategy proved ineffective as Su Feng's forays down the left flank grew increasingly incisive. In the 28th minute, Su Feng received a pass from Frank, and facing the combined challenge of Wang Chong, and Bai Yang executed a series of step-overs and body feints, weaving through their defensive line like a serpent and carving out a path between the 2 defenders. His dribbling, honed through relentless practice, had become exceptionally refined. His ball control was immaculate, each touch perfectly weighted, leaving defenders utterly bewildered. Su Feng's relentless runs had completely dismantled Guan's right-side defense. Wang Chong, exhausted from continuous tracking back and physical confrontations, grew increasingly rash in his challenges. In the 31st minute, Wang Chong, in a moment of desperation, pulled down Su Feng and was shown a yellow card, further restricting his defensive play. Guan's right flank had become Su Feng's personal playground. Every time he received the ball, he drew the attention of at least 2 defenders, thereby creating space for his teammates to attack. For the remainder of the first half, Guan's right side defense was in complete disarray. Were it not for a stroke of luck, Xinjiang would have already taken the lead. The second half commenced with a change of ends. Guan once again adopted an aggressive opening strategy, while Xinjiang appeared sluggish and unfocused. In the 51st minute, Ngedu delivered a cross from the wing, and Bai Yang met it with a powerful header at the far post, finding the back of the net. The atmosphere at the Huanglong Sports Center grew tense once more as voices of doubt resounded again. Some fans began to grumble that Su Feng was only focused on individual breakthroughs and failing to coordinate with his teammates. Yet Su Feng remained unfazed. After all, as a transmigrator, his mental age was far more mature than his current physique suggested. Moreover, despite inheriting Ronaldo's skills, he did not harbor Ronaldo's intense obsession with scoring goals. On the contrary, he placed great emphasis on teamwork and was constantly seeking opportunities to deliver offensive plays. However, Su Feng's passing ability was only average. Without an exceptionally advantageous position, it was difficult for him to deliver precise passes. In the 53rd minute, an opportunity arose. Su Feng received the ball on the left flank. Wang Chong, wary of his speed, dared not press forward recklessly and could only retreat step by step in defense. Su Feng suddenly accelerated, using a step-over skill to create an opening. Catching sight of his teammate surging into the center from the corner of his eye, he immediately delivered a cross. The ball traced a magnificent arc, hurtling towards the center of the penalty area. Mushu, rising like an iron tower, overpowered the Guan defender and powered a header towards the goal. Although Han Jiechi made a valiant save, the referee, after consulting with VAR, confirmed that the ball had crossed the line. The goal stood 2-2. After scoring, Mashekwi immediately rushed to Su Feng and embraced him, celebrating the equalizer. Mashekwi patted Su Feng on the back and said excitedly, "Well done. Su, your cross was incredibly precise. Brother Koei, I took your penalty last time and promised I'd set you up for a goal. Haha, then next time there's a penalty, I'll let you take it again. A 1-for-3 trade is a win for me. Dream on. At most it's a 1-for-2 next time. 1-for-2 it is then." Su Feng's performance completely won over the home fans, with chants of Su Feng, Su Feng, echoing across the stands. That's just how fans are. As long as you're strong enough, minor flaws are forgiven and might even become your signature. With Guoan having their lead equalized twice, their players began to lose their composure, and their tackles grew increasingly aggressive. Midfielder Qi Zhonghua received a yellow card for a foul on Su Feng, exposing cracks in their defensive structure. The match entered a white-hot phase with both sides seeking a winning opportunity. Xinjiang's head coach Jordi made a substitution, replacing the exhausted left-back Uxin with Su Feng's close friend Liu Haofan. This was Liu Haofan's first appearance of the season. He came on brimming with energy, sprinting and tackling with full commitment, determined to give his best performance. Su Feng and Liu Haofan often trained together, and their chemistry on the left flank was exceptional. In the 76th minute, Liu Haofan intercepted an attack from Guoan, and Su Feng immediately accelerated forward. As expected, Liu Haofan delivered a lofted-through ball. Su Feng controlled it in one touch, dribbled past Wang Chong, who was hesitant due to his yellow card, and sprinted down the wing. Near the byline, he cut the ball back. Liu Haofan, charging in at speed, met it with a powerful shot. But his effort was too central, and the Guoan goalkeeper managed to parry it away. Su Feng had already activated his poacher's instinct, keenly reading the ball's trajectory. He leaped high to meet it. Drawing on the inherited supreme heading ability of Cristiano Ronaldo, Su Feng showcased remarkable hang time. The Guoan defender marking him, Gedu, had already risen and fallen, yet Su Feng remained suspended in the air. He met the ball and powered a header towards the bottom left corner. Han Jiechi could only watch helplessly as the ball nestled into the back of the net. It's in. Su Feng again, he scored a brace. This goal perfectly showcases his exceptional aerial ability. Su Feng was once jokingly called the Chinese Ronaldo, and judging by this header, he indeed bears a striking resemblance to Ronaldo in his prime. I hope Su Feng can maintain this excellent form. We've been waiting for a striker like him for far too long. Time seemed to stand still at that moment, and then the Yellow Dragon Sports Center erupted in deafening cheers. Fans wildly waved their flags, chanting Su Feng's name. Su Feng sprinted towards the stands, spreading his arms wide to embrace the adulation of the crowd. This time he didn't use Ronaldo's trademark celebration. It didn't seem to yield any rewards anyway, and he wasn't a die-hard Ronaldo fanboy. Unless that bizarre system demanded it, he wouldn't use that celebration. The final whistle blew. Su Feng was undoubtedly the hero of the match, scoring 2 goals with his head and feet, while also providing an assist. The Xinjiang players rushed towards Su Feng, encircling him and tossing him into the air, celebrating their hard-fought victory. Coach Jody wore a gratified smile as he patted Su Feng on the shoulder. "You did it, Su. You are the hero of this team. Coach, it was all your brilliant tactics. I had just did my part. You rascal, you're not exactly modest." The Goan players, in stark contrast, were crestfallen. Wang Chong, head bowed, walked off the pitch in silence. In the post-match interview, when asked about Su Feng, Wang Chong's attitude made a complete about-face. His performance today was exceptional. His speed, strength, and skill were all top-tier, making him extremely difficult for me to contain. My earlier comments were born of overconfidence. He truly deserves the title of China's Ronaldo. Ngedu also heaped praise on Su Feng. His strength surprised me. His aerial duels and finishing were outstanding. He is a very tough opponent. The Goan head coach admitted in the press conference, "We underestimated Su Feng's progress. His performance changed the course of the game. Xinjiang deserved this victory." The media's reaction was a tale of 2 extremes. Outlets that had mocked Su Feng before the match now scrambled to sing his praises. The headline in Football News boldly declared 2 goals, 1 assist. Su Feng silences doubters with a decisive strike, truly worthy of China's Ronaldo. Titan Sports commented, "From slump to explosion, Su Feng completed his redemption through relentless training. His discipline and perseverance are a lesson for all players." Sohu Sports reported, "Su Feng showcased his improved speed and strength in this match." According to team insiders, Su Feng has been religiously adding an hour of weight training daily and strictly controlling his diet, which has led to this progress. In contrast, some of our domestic players, once they gain a bit of fame, indulge in a life of debauchery. No matter how great their talent, it's all wasted. Some former football luminaries who had previously criticized him also offered public apologies. A former national team player wrote on social media, "My previous assessment of Su Feng was too one-sided. In this match, he demonstrated the caliber of a top-tier Chinese Super League striker. His improvement in strength and speed in particular has made him a terrifying presence on the CSL pitch. I hope he maintains this discipline and soon makes his mark in one of Europe's top 5 leagues." Online fan discussions were ablaze with fervor. Su Feng is amazing. A knuckleball goal, an assist, and a last-minute header. His performance rivals Ronaldo's. His slump in the first 2 games was only temporary. Hard work never lies. Are all those who mocked Su Feng feeling the burn now? The negative sentiment had completely reversed. Su Feng's social media follower count skyrocketed by 1.0 overnight, with comment sections flooded with messages like, "Forever supporting Su Feng," and "China's Ronaldo is the GOAT." In the Xinjiang team's locker room, Su Feng casually glanced at the news on his phone before heading to take a shower. He knew that with this performance the internet would be full of praise, but he took it all with a grain of salt. What concerned him more was that the match had just completed his count for comeback victories, which should allow for a system upgrade. As if sensing his thoughts, the system immediately chimed in. "Ding. Host has completed 5 comeback victories. This skill has been upgraded to advanced." Confidence 15. Su Feng immediately checked his stats, seeing his confidence had increased from 67 to 82. In that instant, he felt like the undisputed king of the Chinese Super League, capable of defeating any opponent. Damn, so this is Ronaldo's confidence. It truly is off the charts. After the home match against Guan concluded, Su Feng continued to bury himself in training. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, a heated debate was unfolding within the Chinese Football Association. In the meeting room on the third floor of the CFA, the national team management and the foreign coaching staff sat in stark opposition at opposite ends of the long conference table. Spread across the table were statistics from the start of the league season, with Su Feng's name circled prominently in red ink. Cui Lei, the national team's team leader, tapped the statistics with his finger and declared, "Everyone, Su Feng's numbers in the league are indeed impressive. 11 goals in 10 matches. Not just among domestic strikers, but even including foreign imports, he stands at the top. But we must clearly recognize that since the season began, negative news surrounding Su Feng has been relentless. The hair's breadth goal-provoking fans. All of it has given his own club a massive headache. I have a good relationship with Chun Lei, the team leader of Xinjiang FC, and I've gotten detailed information from him. In the past, some negative press might not have mattered much since results are paramount. But what about now, eh?" Cui Lei swept his gaze across the attendees, his tone grave. "The anti-corruption storm has just passed. Everyone at the CFA from top to bottom is seeking stability. The national team is the face of our football. It cannot afford any missteps. If we call up Su Feng at this juncture with his flamboyant personality and unfiltered tongue, and he stirs up some incident, who will bear the responsibility?" Li Tao, the management director seated beside him, immediately chimed in, pulling up a screenshot on his phone. And there's this. On his social media, he boldly proclaimed, "Your love makes me stronger, your hate makes me unstoppable." Such statements easily enrage fans and make the national team a target of public criticism. The rest of the management team nodded in agreement, unanimously opposing Su Feng's call-up. At this moment, with the national team mired in public scrutiny and football scandals rampant, avoiding mistakes was far more crucial to them than achieving breakthroughs. The coaching staff fell into a brief silence. Assistant coach Petrovich was the first to speak. "Gentlemen, football is decided by skill on the pitch, not by who is more obedient. I cannot comprehend why we are even debating whether to call up a phenomenal player, a league sensation with 11 goals and 4 assists in the first 10 rounds. We are the national team of China, not a football powerhouse like Spain or Argentina. Our forward line desperately needs such a player." Chinese assistant coach Xiao Jiai also spoke up. "Su Feng's personality issues do exist, but we are selecting players, not well-behaved children. Su Feng's pace and dribbling are exactly what the national team needs most. I believe we should call him up immediately." Li Tao from the CFA angrily retorted, "Xiao Jiai, do you have no sense of the bigger picture?" Xiao Jiai fell silent. "All right, I understand the management team's concerns, but as the head coach, my primary consideration is tactics and strategy." National team head coach Yankovic finally spoke. He rose, walked to the projection screen, and pointed at Su Feng's goal compilation. "This player has a killer instinct in his eyes, a hunger for victory that I don't see in many others." He picked up a pen and added Su Feng to the call-up list. "This is a critical moment in our quest for the World Cup. We need players who can fight battles, not puppets who just follow orders. If any problem arises, I will take full responsibility." Li Tao opened his mouth to retort, but ultimately just sighed and dropped his objection. According to contract stipulations, foreign head coach Yankovic held significant autonomy over player selection. Despite their reservations, the management team had no choice but to concede. The next morning, Zhongtai training base, Xinjiang FC. Su Feng had just finished a set of sprint drills, his jersey soaked through with sweat clinging to his body and outlining his sharply defined muscles. Ever since his high self-discipline skill had leveled up, his physique had improved dramatically, his muscles brimming with power. "Su Feng, come here a moment." Assistant coach Tin Yang walked over from the sideline, phone in hand, waving him over. "Coach Tin, what's up?" Su Feng jogged over and asked. Tin Yang handed him the phone, saying, "The CFA has sent the official call-up notice. You've made the national team." Su Feng took the phone and glanced at the message. "Su Feng is officially called up to the national team. Report to the Lvda Fullerton Hotel on June 10th to prepare for the World Cup qualifiers and the Asian Cup." It was just a single sentence, yet Su Feng read it 3 times over. His mind felt as if it had been momentarily emptied, then instantly flooded with overwhelming joy. Having lived 2 lives, this was his first ever call-up to the national team. In his previous life, his peak was as a substitute in the China League 1. The national team was a distant dream he never dared to entertain. Though he often criticized the national team himself, it was out of frustrated expectations. Now, with the chance to join the national team and alter its fate of being pushed around by all, Su Feng was naturally overjoyed. As for any alleged inner workings or shady dealings within the team, he harbored no concerns whatsoever. In the era when money ruled football, getting into the national team, let alone getting playing time, might have required greasing palms. But this was 2023. The former coach was behind bars, and the anti-corruption campaign had turned the football world upside down. Such issues should be a thing of the past. Moreover, based on his understanding of Chinese bureaucracy, Su Feng knew that the CFA officials would treat the national team's performance as their top priority, more important than anything else. As long as his strength was sufficient to deliver political achievements for the CFA, they would be eager to support him, not create obstacles. "Congratulations," Tin Yang patted him on the shoulder, his voice full of pride. "Your performance has earned this call-up. Coach Yankovic is someone who values details and physical fitness. Go there and perform well. Remember, keep your temper in check and let your abilities do the talking." His teammates from training gathered around as well. Liu Haofan slung an arm around his neck and laughed. It's about time. Go play well for the national team, bring honor to our club, and shut up all those doubters. Su Haoqi said enviously, Feng Ji, you've already made the national team. The gap between us just keeps getting wider. Little Qi, then you better start treating me right. Once I'm ruling the roost in the national team, you'll definitely get your share of the benefits. Feng Yi, would you like me to massage your legs or your shoulders? Su Haoqi immediately put on a fawning expression. Ugh, a grown man massaging my feet and back. That's disgusting. Get lost. Oh wait, little Qi, if you have any pretty sisters at home though, that's a different story. Piss off. Give you an inch and you take a mile. The group of them happily tussled and joked around. News of Su Feng's national team call-up spread quickly. The club released an official announcement immediately featuring a photo of Su Feng training with concise and powerful copy. Congratulations to Su Feng on his first national team call-up. May you temper your growth during the Lovda training camp and bring honor to the country. The club will always be your strongest support. Within an hour of the announcement, reposts exceeded 100,000. Fans left blessings in the comments while others reminded him to mind his conduct and cherish this opportunity. Su Feng walked to the sideline, pulled out his phone to share the good news with his family, only to find his social media feeds already exploding. The hashtag Su Feng called up to national team rapidly climbed the hot search list with comments sharply divided. Finally, the league's top scorer. He should have been in the national team long ago. The national team desperately needs a forward like Su Feng who can dribble and shoot. Don't get too excited. With that personality of his, he'll probably cause trouble within 3 days of joining. Su Feng quickly scrolled through the comments. One in particular caught his eye. Being flamboyant isn't wrong. Being flamboyant without the skill to back it up is the real joke. I hope Su Feng can prove that behind his swagger lies true talent. Su Feng let out a soft chuckle, turned off his phone, and headed back to the training ground. There were less than 10 days remaining before the national team's June training camp, with 2 rounds of league matches still to be played in the interim. June 2nd, 1935. The 11th round league match between Xinjiang FC and Pengcheng FC commenced at the Linen Huanglong Sports Center. Remember Pengcheng's Achilles heel? Li Tixiang, the team captain for this match, patted him on the shoulder and continued, their right back Zhang Xiaofeng is quick, but slow to turn. Exploit the space behind him. In the center, Yuan Minsheng is strong in the air, but ground balls are his weakness. Su Feng nodded, replaying the pre-match tactical meeting in his mind. Head coach Jody had circled the half-space gaps in Pengcheng's 5-4-1 formation on the tactics board. Su Feng, your task is to strengthen our wing play. Mu Xiekue will occupy the center backs. You focus on making runs into the box for scoring opportunities. In the player tunnel before the match, Su Feng noticed Zhang Xiaofeng from Shenzhen staring at him with a hint of defiance in his eyes. With the 19-year-old Su Feng tearing up the league, the Chinese Super League defenders, who hadn't yet faced him, were eager for the challenge. Stopping Su Feng would be their ticket to overnight fame. Once the referee's whistle blew, Xinjiang took control of the tempo. Pengcheng retreated into a defensive shell with Ah Kimpeng and Du Yuezheng lurking up front waiting for counter-attacking opportunities. Su Feng roamed fluidly between the striker position and the wing, sometimes pulling wide to the left to combine with Yuxian, other times drifting central to receive the ball, all while Zhang Xiaofeng shadowed his every move with aggressive defensive pressure. In the 13th minute, Ah Kimpeng broke down the right flank, bypassing Sun Jingao, and squared the ball for Du Yuezheng's shot, but Liang Noyong made a crucial clearance, sending a scare through the Xinjiang defense. The match then fell into a stalemate. Xinjiang's crosses were repeatedly claimed by Shenzhen's goalkeeper Wei Minjia, and Mu Xiekue's header went agonizingly wide. Despite Su Feng's energetic runs, Zhang Xiaofeng's tight marking prevented him from finding comfortable positions to receive the ball, and his attempts to turn and beat his man were consistently thwarted by physical challenges. In the 30th minute, Pengcheng's midfielder Zhang Yuan suddenly pulled up with a hamstring injury and limped off, replaced by Su Yu. The midfield's rhythm was noticeably disrupted. Su Feng seized the opportunity to intensify his forays down the left. In the 36th minute, receiving a pass from Li Tixiang, he executed a simplified step-over, feinting inside with his right foot before chipping the ball, with his left lofting it perfectly over Zhang Xiaofeng's outstretched leg. Su Feng accelerated to sprint past him, but Zhang Xiaofeng in desperation grabbed his shirt. A loud RIP echoed. Su Feng's shirt was torn, and he lost his balance, tumbling to the ground. Beep beep. The referee's whistle sounded, awarding Xinjiang a free kick and showing Zhang Xiaofeng a yellow card. The first half booking made Zhang Xiaofeng noticeably more cautious with his challenges. Su Feng took advantage, creating several breakthroughs down the left, but his crossing was subpar and the deliveries lacked precision, failing to break the deadlock. During the halftime interval, a hush fell over the Xinjiang changing room. Jody tapped the tactics board. Pengcheng have lost their rhythm. We'll strengthen our wing play in the second half and target Zhang Xiaofeng specifically. He pointed at Su Feng. Be more decisive with your runs. Yao Junsheng will supply the ammunition. Su Feng took a sip of water, wiped the sweat from his brow, and nodded. Don't worry, boss. I'll tear him apart in the second half. Just 4 minutes into the second half, Xinjiang's attack found the breakthrough. Li Tixiang intercepted the ball in midfield and played a quick through ball. Yao Junsheng sprinted down the right flank, cut inside past his marker, and squared the ball across the face of the goal. Mu Xiekue occupied the 2 center backs, controlling the ball with his chest while facing away from the goal. Just as everyone anticipated a turn and shot, he let the ball run through his legs. Su Feng emerged like a phantom from behind Yuan Minxing, striking the ball into the empty net with his right foot. Goal. 1-0. The commentator's voice soared a perfect run. Mu Xiekui's decoy and Su Feng's lethal finish. This is the epitome of a poacher's goal. His instinct is just too sharp. The stands erupted in thunderous cheers as Su Feng sprinted to the corner flag, leaping into a shoulder bump celebration with the onrushing Yao Junqing. Having discovered that the Xiao celebration yielded no tangible benefits, Su Feng decisively abandoned the gesture he had always detested. The goal spurred Qianzhang on to even greater attacking intent. In the 58th minute, Su Feng received a pass from Uxian, accelerated against Zhang Xiaofeng, executed a step over with his left foot to shift his defender's weight, and then burst past him down the byline with an outside-of-the-foot touch from his right. Zhang Xiaofeng instinctively reached out to grab Su Feng's shirt again, but then remembered his yellow card and awkwardly withdrew his hand. Su Feng delivered another cross from the byline, but Mu Xiekui's diving header went just wide. 2 minutes later, Yao Junqing produced another exquisite pass. He collected the ball on the left and lofted it into the box. Mu Xiekui controlled it on his chest, and with his back to the goal, he executed a spectacular side volley, the ball rifling into the bottom corner like a cannonball. Qianzhang FC extended their lead. The Huanglong Sports Center erupted in frenzy, as Musa Sao moved swiftly to Su Feng's side, patting him on the shoulder and shouting, "Brother, that pass was brilliant." Su Feng nodded, his gaze locked onto Zhang Xiaofeng, who was already on a yellow card. He knew the opportunity was still ahead. The Pingqing team's defense was in complete disarray. In the 64th minute, Su Feng launched another attack on the left flank. He dribbled past the challenges of Su Yu and Huang Ruifeng consecutively, but was brought down by a returning Zhang Xiaofeng as he cut inside. The latter's right leg tripped Su Feng's ankle, and the referee pointed decisively to the penalty spot, while simultaneously brandishing a second yellow card. Red card. Zhang Xiaofeng is sent off, the commentator roared. Su Feng's breakthroughs are too sharp. His relentless attacks shattered Zhang Xiaofeng's composure. Down to 10 men, Pingqing's defense has completely collapsed. Zhang Xiaofeng tore off his jersey and stormed off the pitch in fury, kicking a water bottle fiercely as he passed the substitutes bench. Meanwhile, Su Feng was surrounded by his teammates, with Li Tixiang patting his head and saying, "Well done, you tore their right flank apart." The penalty was taken by Evra, and the ball struck the bottom right corner with precision. The remainder of the match turned into a training exercise for the Qianzhang team. Xiao Di gradually substituted the starters, with Su Feng being replaced by Gao Di in the 75th minute. As he left the pitch, thunderous applause echoed throughout the stadium. As the final whistle blew, the score of 3-0 was etched onto the scoreboard. The Yellow Dragon Sports Center erupted into sheer pandemonium. Green confetti rained down from the stands as fans rushed to the sidelines, exchanging high fives and cheers with the players. Su Feng and his teammates took a lap of honor to thank the crowd. He spotted a young boy in the stands holding up a sign that reads, "Su Feng, you're amazing," and couldn't help but break into a smile. Back in the locker room, assistant coach Tin Yang burst in and shouted, "Dagong lost." They fell 0-1 at home to Rongqing. In an instant, a roar of celebration nearly blew the roof off the place. After 11 rounds, Qianzhang remained unbeaten with 7 wins and 4 draws, amassing 25 points. They leapfrogged Dagong, 7 wins, 3 draws, 1 loss, 24 points by a single point to claim the top spot on the Hua Super League table for the first time. "Coach Tan, is there any reward for reaching the top of the league?" a veteran player shouted. "Huh. If we win the championship at the end of the year, I'm sure the club will give everyone a satisfying reward," Tan Yang replied with a chuckle. "That promise is too far off. Let's have something more tangible. You guys, the club has already made arrangements. The win bonus for this match is doubled, and you all get 3 extra days off. We'll reconvene on the morning of June 6th to prepare for the next league match," Tin Yang announced. "Long live the club." The team roared in unison. The team had been playing twice a week since the season began, leaving everyone exhausted. The next match was a week away on June 9th. Finally returning to a 1-match-per-week schedule, they could all take a well-deserved breather. Su Feng stepped out of the Huanglong Sports Center with a backpack slung over his shoulder, his agent Lin Mo already waiting for him in the car outside. "A phone, your vacation is finally here. The Taboo endorsement deal is done. We've already gone over the main terms. We need to get to Modu tonight, sign the contract tomorrow morning, attend a promotional event, and film a brand commercial," Lin Mo said as he opened the car door. So many tasks. Su Feng had barely gotten a few days off and was hoping to rest. He couldn't help but complain a little upon hearing the news. "You think endorsements are easy? The brand isn't a charity. They'll want to squeeze every bit of value out of you. The hotel in Modu is already booked by the brand, and it's close to the filming location." Lin Mo paused, worried Su Feng might not take it seriously, then added, "This is our first endorsement deal. It's crucial for boosting your commercial value. Don't take it lightly. Dress formally tomorrow." "Alright, I get it. Commercial stuff is such a hassle." Su Feng grumbled as he got into the car, then took the contract preview Lin Mo handed him and began to read. When he saw the string of zeros following the number in the endorsement fee section, his thoughts of catching up on sleep vanished instantly. Money makes the world go round, let alone a trip to Modu. Lin Mo first drove Su Feng back to his apartment to pack some clothes, and then they set off for Modu. Fortunately, the distance from Linen to Modu wasn't too far, just a bit over 2 hours by car. Su Feng got in the car, adjusted the backrest of the rear seat to a comfortable position, and picked up the tablet Lin Mo had placed beside him to start reviewing the Taboo brand materials. Taboo's main focus this time is the Sport Youth series targeting young people, so they've paired you with Zhao Xingtian. Lin Mo in the driver's seat adjusted his glasses and kept his hands steady on the wheel. She's a popular post-05 rising star with good online presence and a clean image. Cooperate well during the shoot, don't pull any star tantrums. When have I ever thrown a tantrum? Su Feng muttered in defiance. Really? You stole a teammate's goal with a hair's breadth touch, claimed you single-handedly won the match, and took a penalty against the coach's orders. Having spent time with Su Feng, Lin Mo knew his character and didn't hold back. Stop. 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 Su Feng quickly interrupted before Lin Mo could continue. These were his flaws, but it was all the system's doing. Of course, he couldn't tell Lin Mo that. Su Feng could only rub his temples and say, hey, on the pitch you naturally fight to win. It has nothing to do with being a star player. Besides, that post-05 girl is probably more famous than me. How could I throw a tantrum at her? You know it. Zhao Xingtian, despite her young age, has already starred in several films and TV series. She's the hottest young actress of the post-05 generation. If you two clash, the brand will definitely side with her. Lin Mo retorted bluntly. So being a football star really lacks status. You just realized? Look at the state of the national football team. If not for your phenomenal performance in the league recently and Taboo betting on you making it to one of Europe's top 5 leagues, they wouldn't have given you this endorsement opportunity. Speaking of the top 5 leagues, Lin Mo, their summer transfer window should be opening soon. Are there any clubs interested in me? Su Feng asked immediately. There are some, but they're still evaluating. We should hear something once the window opens. Alright, keep on it. I need to get to a top league soon. As they chatted while driving, they soon arrived at the booked hotel in Modu. It was already late, and Su Feng, having played a full match, politely declined the brand's late-night dinner invitation and went straight to wash up and sleep. After breakfast the next morning, the special car arranged by Taboo was already waiting outside. They arrived at the brand's headquarters in downtown Modu, where the brand director Li Shiais personally received them. Li Shiais, in his 40s, wore a warm smile. Shaking Su Feng's hand, he said, Mr. So your performance since the start of the Chinese Super League has been outstanding, especially your speed and shooting technique. They align perfectly with our brand philosophy of break through yourself. Su Feng responded politely. Thank you for your recognition, Director Li. I'm honored to cooperate with Taboo. As the preliminary terms had already been settled, Su Feng signed his first endorsement contract at a price of 5 million yuan after tax for 2 years. The amount wasn't huge, but given football's awkward status in China, it was considered a premium deal. As the pen touched the paper and he wrote his name, Su Feng felt a strange sense of accomplishment. It wasn't just an endorsement contract, it was a validation of his football career, and it was the largest income he had ever earned in his life. The 5 million endorsement fee was to be paid in installments over 2 years. The first payment of 2 million was transferred to Su Feng's bank account right after signing. Although Su Feng's annual salary at the Xinjiang team was 3 million, the monthly amount hitting his card after taxes was only around 2,000. This endorsement fee alone was equivalent to nearly 10 months of his salary. Afterwards, Director Li personally accompanied Su Feng and Lin Mo on a tour of Taboo's design exhibition hall. The display cases featured various new sportswear and sneakers in vibrant colors and stylish designs. He couldn't resist picking up a pair of the latest football cleats, running his fingers along the sleek contours of the shoe. This Gale 3.0 foot is specifically designed for speed players. It has superior traction and is lightweight, a Taboo staff member introduced. During this shoot you'll wear them to perform some football action demonstrations. Su Feng nodded, already looking forward to the shoot. As a player, he had a natural passion for sports gear. After lunch, the group headed to the studio. The studio was located in a creative park on the outskirts of Modu. It was vast and divided into multiple filming areas. As soon as he entered the main hall, Su Feng was captivated by the scene before him. In the center of the floor lay a green artificial turf surrounded by various sports equipment. The backdrop featured a pattern of blue skies and white clouds exuding youthful vitality. The director was using a walkie-talkie to direct the crew in adjusting the lights, while makeup artists and stylists were busy on the side. Su Feng is here. Someone called out, and all eyes turned towards him. Su Feng gave an awkward smile and followed Lin Mo to greet the director. Just then a clear, crisp voice came from behind. Hello, Su Feng. Su Feng turned around and was instantly stunned. A young woman stood there wearing a white Taboo athletic tank top and light gray sports shorts paired with white sneakers. Her hair was tied up in a high ponytail, revealing a smooth forehead and delicate collarbones. Sunlight streamed through the skylight, casting a soft golden glow on the tips of her hair. Her profile was soft, and when she smiled, a small beauty mark near her eye added a touch of perfect sweetness. I'm Zhao Xingtian, the young woman said, extending her hand. Her fingertips were slightly cool. I love sports, and I've watched your matches on TV. Su Feng felt his ears inexplicably grow warm. He was used to grand spectacles on the green field, facing the cheers of tens of thousands of spectators without flinching. Yet facing this bright-smiled young woman, now he found himself at a loss for words, only managing a dry reply. Hello, I'm Su Feng. He gently held her fingertips for just a moment before letting go, but the cool touch felt like a brand lingering in his palm. Agent Lin Mo shot Su Feng a look of utter exasperation before stepping forward to greet her. Tian, you're such a young and vibrant beauty and you've already achieved such remarkable success in the entertainment industry. That's truly rare. Zhao Tian's cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her head shyly. You flatter me. I still have so much to learn. Ding. System notification detected host's first collaboration on stage with a female celebrity. Random quest issued. Quest learn Cristiano Ronaldo's flirting techniques, immediately pursue the collaborating actress, and raise Zhao Tian's affection level to over 75 within 1 month. Reward inherit Ronaldo's commercial acumen and professional level singing skills. Failure penalty random deduction of 5 to 8 core football ability points, including random attributes such as shooting speed and stamina. Su Feng's face fell instantly. He screamed inwardly, what is the system playing at? What does this have to do with playing football? System, do you think Ronaldo's legendary rivalry with Messi was built on skills alone? His commercial and marketing prowess is world-class in sports. How could inheriting Ronaldo's skills not include these? But this has nothing to do with flirting, and it's way too difficult. Despite living 2 lives, Su Feng was practically a novice when it came to romance. System, do you really want to settle for a life filled only with football? Aim for fame and fortune and the best of both worlds just like Ronaldo. Su Feng, damn System, I seriously suspect you're trying to corrupt me. System, just tell me if you accept the quest or not. Refuse, and the penalty activates immediately. Seeing the system was serious, Su Feng backed down instantly. Alright, I'll accept the quest. But can you at least give me some help? Like maybe passing on some of Ronaldo's flirting experience. He was a footballer who lived by his feet, having joined the Xinjiang Youth Academy at 14 or 15. He could barely string together a romantic sentence, let alone possess any skills for picking up girls. But more than the fear of flirting, Su Feng dreaded the system deducting 5 to 8 ability points, his very livelihood. Su Feng, are you alright? You look a bit pale. Zhao Tian leaned in with concern, handing him a bottle of cold water. Are you tired? Maybe you should rest for a bit. Looking into her clear, bright eyes, Su Feng felt a fierce internal battle. Reject the quest. His abilities would plummet, and who knows how long it would take to recover. Accept the quest. He was truly hopeless at this flirting game. Torn, his mind went blank for a second. He took the water from her and replied, I'm fine, maybe just a little heat stroke. But I feel better seeing you. The moment those words left his mouth, the air froze solid. Su Feng wished he could crawl into a hole. What a ridiculously cheesy pickup line. But Zhao Tian burst out laughing, her blush deepening. Su Feng, you're actually pretty funny. Just then the stylist walked over, breaking the awkward tension. Both of you, it's time for makeup and wardrobe. Relieved, Su Feng quickly followed the stylist to the dressing room. Sitting before the makeup mirror, he studied his reflection, sharp brows, piercing eyes, a defined jawline. Thanks to constant training, his skin was a healthy tan, and with his athletic build, he was undeniably handsome and rugged. But handsome as he was, his flirting skills were still zero. Ding. Detected host has accepted the quest. Unlocking partial access to Ronaldo's flirting experience. Ah, the damn system comes through when it counts. Su Feng praised the system in his mind for once. Instantly a cascade of images flooded his mind. Ronaldo's smoldering gaze into the camera, his confident and charismatic interview statements, romantic gestures, like gifting custom-made presents to women, and those perfectly timed moments of physical contact. Su Feng watched, utterly flabbergasted. Could this really work? Learning this was worse than playing 2 consecutive matches. But whether it worked or not, he had to grit his teeth and try. He couldn't afford to lose ability points. After makeup and wardrobe, the promotional shoot officially began. Su Feng donned Tebu's latest black athletic tracksuit, paired with the Gale 3.0-foot football boots, making him look even more striking and sharp. Zhao Tian changed into a pink sportswear set, further accentuating her youthful vitality. The director called out with the script in hand. First shot, both of you run side by side, showcasing athletic energy. At the end, stop, look at each other, and smile. After the crew cleared the set, Su Feng and Zhao Tian stood at the starting line. At the director's call of action, they both took off. Su Feng instinctively slowed his pace to match Zhao Tian's rhythm. He could sense the light footsteps of the girl beside him and occasionally catch a faint scent of citrus, the fragrance of her shampoo. At the finish line, he turned his head and met Zhao Tian's gaze. Her eyes sparkled, slightly breathless from the run cheeks, flushed, her smile as radiant as the sun. Su Feng's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. He quickly averted his eyes, yet couldn't resist stealing another glance. Just then the experience he'd just learned flashed in his mind. Appropriate eye contact increases mutual affection. You must bravely hold eye contact to win someone over. Su Feng rolled his eyes internally, but obediently looked back at Zhao Tian. This time he didn't look away. Instead, mimicking Ronaldo, he curled his lips into a confident smirk. Zhao Tian felt shy under his gaze, quickly lowering her head, her ears turning bright red. The next shot required Su Feng to demonstrate his football skills. The director asked him to perform a sequence of volley kicks, juggling, and dribbling around cones, while Zhao Tian cheered him on from the sidelines. Su Feng took a deep breath and walked to the designated spot. As the ball was tossed up, his gaze sharpened. He extended his body and struck the ball powerfully with his right foot. It flew with a whoosh, hitting the bullseye with a solid thud. Wow. Amazing. Zhao Tian couldn't help but cheer, her eyes full of admiration. Su Feng, you're so skilled. Hearing her praise, Su Feng felt a swell of pride. He then showcased his juggling skills, the ball dancing nimbly across his toes, knees, shoulders, and even his head never touching the ground. Even the crew members around them couldn't help but applaud. From the corner of his eye, Su Feng caught Zhao Xingtian's awestruck expression, and a sense of pride welled up within him, making his movements even more fluid and impressive. During a break, Zhao Xingtian ran over with a bottle of sports drink. Su Feng, you're incredible. Can you teach me how to juggle? I can barely manage 2 kicks myself. You play football too? Su Feng asked curiously. Just a little. I tried it once or twice back in school. I think playing football is really cool. Zhao Xingtian said with a smile. Seeing her expectant eyes, Su Feng couldn't refuse. He took the drink, unscrewed the cap, took a sip, then picked up a football from the ground. Alright, I'll teach you. When juggling, relax your toe, use the inside of your foot to gently strike the bottom of the ball. Keep the force even, and keep your eyes on the ball. He explained while demonstrating, then handed the ball to Zhao Xingtian. Zhao Xingtian carefully touched the ball with her toe. It bounced up and she hurriedly tried to catch it with her other foot, but the ball disobediently fell to the ground. She frowned in frustration. Oh no, it dropped again. Don't rush, take it slow. Su Feng coached her patiently. Try again. Remember what I said, lighter touch, keep your eyes on the ball. Zhao Xingtian nodded and tried once more. This time she managed 3 touches before dropping it. Yay, I got one more, she cheered, jumping up excitedly like a child given candy. Su Feng couldn't help but laugh at her joyful reaction. Not bad, you're improving quickly. Try again, see if you can get to 5. In the following moments, Su Feng patiently taught Zhao Xingtian the art of ball juggling. He would occasionally place a gentle hand on her shoulder to correct her stance or guide her ankle to adjust the angle of her touch. These were all techniques gleaned from Cristiano Ronaldo's experience. Appropriate physical contact could swiftly close the distance between 2 people. Indeed, with each touch they both paused in unison, a subtle air of ambiguity filling the space between them. Su Feng could sense Zhao Xingtian's body tensing, her breath becoming hurried, and he too felt a warmth creeping up his ears. System notification, physical contact effect, significant affection 5, current affection 45. Please continue your efforts, host. You damn system, you never show progress updates during training, but you're this proactive for a flirting mission. I seriously suspect you were developed by some old pervert. Su Feng complained internally. However, with the system's confirmation, he now knew for certain that this method was effective. It seemed Ronaldo's skills with women were indeed superior. Watching Zhao Xingtian's earnest demeanor, the conflict within Su Feng began to subside. Initially, he had merely been completing a task, fearing the deduction of ability points. But now he discovered he was genuinely enjoying the time spent with Zhao Xingtian. She was lively and adorable, without a trace of celebrity arrogance, curious about everything. Being with her brought an inexplicable joy to his heart. Could this be the taste of love? During the midday break, staff delivered boxed lunches. Su Feng and Zhao Xingtian sat together on a bench in the rest area to eat. Zhao Xingtian opened her lunchbox and frowned. Why is there a chicken drumstick again? I dislike chicken the most. You don't like chicken? Then what do you like to eat? Su Feng asked. I like carrots and baby bok choy. All vegetarian. That makes you a little white rabbit. Su Feng teased, surprising himself with the quip. Hee, we entertainers have to maintain our figure. Su Feng glanced at his own lunchbox, which happened to contain carrots and greens. He picked them up with his chopsticks and placed them into Zhao Xingtian's box. Zhao Xingtian didn't stand on ceremony, accepting the vegetables, and then transferred the large chicken drumstick from her box to his. My drumstick is for you. You're an athlete, you need to eat more meat. She then picked up a piece of carrot and cabbage, eating in small delicate bites. Su Feng watched her, captivated by her graceful and beautiful manner. Blushing under his gaze, Zhao Xingtian quickly sought a topic. Teacher Su Feng, besides playing football, what do you usually like to do? The question caught Su Feng off guard. Since his transmigration, his days had been filled with training and matches, coupled with maintaining Ronaldo's rigorous self-discipline. He hadn't really had time for anything else. He scratched his head and replied, me. When I'm not playing, I'm either at the gym working on strength or getting physiotherapy. Is your life really that disciplined? I've heard that Chinese Super League players often go to bars to drink and chase after girls. Zhao Xingtian asked, a hint of surprise in her voice. Maybe that was more common in the past. The football environment isn't great now, competition is fierce and players earn less. I can't speak for other teams, but everyone on our team is pretty dedicated and hardworking. Also, as a young player, I have to train relentlessly every day just to get a chance to play, Su Feng answered truthfully. Hee, then you're really a good boy. I'm also very busy every day and my diet is strictly controlled. Sometimes I really want to sneak out and have some barbecue skewers. Zhao Xingtian's eyes sparkled as she spoke. I've never been allowed to go. My company says it's bad for my skin and causes weight gain. Seeing her look so pitiful, Su Feng felt a pang of sympathy. It was true that public figures, especially young female stars, faced many restrictions. If you ever get the chance to come to Linen, I'll take you. I heard from a teammate about this incredibly delicious barbecue place. I promise you'll want more after trying it. The words slipped out before he could stop them. As soon as he said it, Su Feng regretted it. Wasn't this an obvious invitation? What if she rejected him? How embarrassing would that be? But then he thought about performing Ronaldo's signature celebration in front of tens of thousands of fans without a shred of shame. This was nothing. Zhao Xingtian's eyes, however, lit up. She nodded enthusiastically. Yes. But we have to go secretly without letting Sister Zhang know. Sister Zhang was Zhao Xingtian's manager Zhang Hong, who was always very strict with her. Su Feng's heart leaped with joy. He nodded quickly. No problem, I promise to keep it a secret. After finishing their meal, they sat on the bench to rest. Zhao Xingtian took out her phone and started scrolling through short videos. Occasionally she'd find something funny and laugh out loud, then share it with Su Feng. Su Feng leaned in to watch the screen with her. Their shoulders were closed, and he could feel the warmth radiating from her body. He caught a faint scent of citrus from her hair mingled with the subtle fragrance of her perfume. The unique blend was intoxicating, and he found himself getting lost in it. System notification creating a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. Affection 3, current affection 48. Host should press the advantage or consider offering a small gift. Recalling Ronaldo's experience of giving custom gifts to beautiful women, Su Feng had an idea. He reached into his pocket and pulled out an exquisite football keychain. It was a prize he had won for being man of the match in a league game engraved with his initials. "This is for you," he said, handing the keychain to Zhao Xingtian. "It's a memento from my first time winning the Best Player award. I'd like you to have it as a keepsake." Zhao Xingtian took the keychain, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Wow, it's so cute. And it has such special meaning. Thank you, teacher Su Feng. I'll treasure it." She immediately attached it to her bag, admiring it several times, a persistent smile gracing her lips. System notification gift successfully given. Affection 7, current affection 55. Mission progress is halfway. Host should continue the good work. "Damn it, have you turned into a flirting system? I'm destined to be the king of football. Don't waste my time with this nonsense." Even as he complained, Su Feng was secretly thrilled. He never imagined such a small keychain could have such a significant impact. This little interlude brought them closer, and it felt only natural for them to exchange contact information. The break ended quickly. The afternoon shoot required them to collaborate on a series of interactive game scenes. The director instructed them to play a game of catch the ball, using Tebeo sports wristbands, trying to catch the soft balls thrown by the other person. The one who caught the most would win. Once the game began, both Su Feng and Zhao Xingtian were fully engaged. Su Feng's reflexes were incredibly fast, catching every ball Zhao Xingtian threw with precision. Zhao Xingtian was a bit slower, but tried her best. Whenever she missed a catch, she'd stick out her tongue in a particularly adorable way. At the height of the fun, Su Feng deliberately slowed down, allowing Zhao Xingtian to catch more balls. When Zhao Xingtian finally won, she jumped for joy and threw her arms around Su Feng, exclaiming, "I won! I won!" Su Feng's body went rigid instantly. He could feel the softness of the young woman pressed against him, a faint, pleasant fragrance lingering at his nose along with the gentle touch of her chest. His heart raced, blood rushed to his head, and his mind went completely blank. Zhao Xingtian, realizing the impropriety of her action, quickly released him, her cheeks flushing as red as a ripe apple. I'm sorry, I was just so happy." It's fine." Su Feng's voice came out a bit hoarse. He couldn't bring himself to meet her eyes, so he looked down, pretending to straighten his clothes. System notification: accidental physical contact greatly boosts affection. Current affection 65. Host is performing excellently, please keep it up. The system's voice in his mind helped Su Feng calm down a little. He stole a glance at Zhao Xingtian, only to find her sneaking a look at him as well. Their eyes met, and they both quickly looked away, the atmosphere between them turning subtly charged. The filming continued. The next shots required the two to sit together on the lawn and chat about sports and youth. The director didn't provide a fixed script, letting them improvise. "Su Feng, why do you like playing football?" Zhao Xingtian asked, resting her chin on her hand. Unconsciously, she had dropped the formal address of teacher. "Because when I was a kid I watched the World Cup, and I thought the players running on the pitch looked incredibly cool," Su Feng recalled. "Later I started playing myself, and I fell in love with the feeling of pushing my limits and winning matches. Even though training is tough and sometimes I get injured, as long as I can play on the field, everything feels worth it." "Wow, that's so inspiring." Zhao Xingtian's eyes were full of admiration. "When I was little I actually wanted to be a dancer. Then a talent scout discovered me, and I entered the entertainment industry. At first it was really hard to adapt. I had to film every day, rush to appearances, and learn various skills. The pressure was immense, and sometimes I thought about giving up." "So how did you persevere?" Su Feng asked. "Because I love acting," Zhao Xingtian said with a smile. "Every time I see the characters I play being loved by the audience, I feel it's all worth it." Su Feng looked at her determined gaze, and his fondness for her grew even more. He had initially thought that a young starlet like Zhao Xingtian from the entertainment industry would be pampered and fragile. He never expected her to be this strong and thoughtful. "You're really amazing," Su Feng said sincerely. "Finding something you love at such a young age and sticking with it is truly remarkable." "Thank you," Zhao Xingtian said, a shy smile blooming on her face. "Actually, I still have many shortcomings. I need to learn a lot from the more experienced seniors." The two chatted amiably, moving from sports to life, from work to dreams. Su Feng noticed that since unlocking part of Ronaldo's experience with women, he seemed to be getting more and more natural at talking to girls. Moreover, he genuinely enjoyed talking with Zhao Xingtian. Being with her made him feel relaxed and happy, allowing him to temporarily forget all his worries. He even forgot about the system task, simply enjoying the time spent with her. However, beautiful moments are always fleeting. Just as the filming was about to wrap up, a discordant voice shattered the peace. "Zhao Xingtian, what are you doing?" Her manager Zhang Hong had taken the opportunity during the promotional shoot to visit some business partners and had just returned. As soon as she entered the studio, she saw her young star chatting happily with that Super League player. She immediately pulled Zhao Xingtian aside, her eyes watching Su Feng with the wariness of a hawk guarding its chick. "Sister Zhang, why are you here?" Zhao Xingtian asked, a bit surprised. "If I hadn't come, you'd be flying high." Zhang Hong's tone was stern. "How many times have I told you to stay away from those men, especially football players? Why won't you listen?" You're in the crucial phase of your career right now. If you get caught up in a scandal with one of them, especially someone with a notorious reputation, it would be over for you. Zhang Hong had intended to say a notoriously infamous football player, but with Su Feng present, she swallowed the rest of the sentence. However, Su Feng wasn't stupid. His expression instantly darkened. He knew there were many prejudices against football players, with people assuming they had chaotic private lives and bad tempers. But Zhang Hong's words were too much. Sister Zhang, Mr. Su Feng isn't what you think. He's a really good person, Zhao Xintian tried to explain. A good person? How would you know if someone is good or bad when you've just met them? Sister Zhang sneered. Are there few negative stories about the football world? Drinking scandals, messy personal lives. Are those labels not common enough? Your public image is a pure and lively young girl. You can't afford to be associated with any negative news right now. Sister Zhang, is it? Please watch your words. Su Feng couldn't help but speak up. You can't condemn everyone because of a few bad apples. There are also many hardworking and disciplined people among football players. Do I need you to teach me how to speak? Sister Zhang retorted rudely. Mr. Su Feng, I know you're a star player, but please stay away from my Tian Tian. She's a public figure and can't afford any scandals. Don't you try to use her to hype yourself up either. The entertainment circle and the football circle rarely intersected. Zhang Hong was a veteran in her field and naturally had no fear of a young man like Su Feng. I have no intention of using her for hype. Su Feng's anger flared up as well. All right, Sister Zhang, Su Feng, stop arguing, Zhao Xintian said on the verge of tears. This is just work. We're just filming an advertisement. Work is not an excuse. Sister Zhang's stance was firm. From now on, you are not allowed to have any private contact with him. Once the filming is done, you're leaving with me immediately. Zhang Hong then said to Su Feng, I don't care if you have any thoughts of using my Tian Tian to hype yourself up. I'll give you one piece of advice, know your place. I won't even get into the image of you football players. How much do you earn a year? 1 million? 2 million? Our Tiantian's commercial value is in the tens of millions, and it will only get higher. If you damage her image, can you afford the consequences, eh? With that, Zhang Hong pulled Zhao Xintian aside and whispered something to her. Su Feng could see Zhao Xintian's shoulders trembling slightly, as if she was crying. He felt a mix of emotions, anger at Sister Zhang's prejudice and rudeness, and sympathy for Zhao Xintian's plight. Lin Mo quickly walked over and grabbed Su Feng's arm. Don't be impulsive. Think about the bigger picture. Su Feng took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He knew Lin Mo was right. Now was not the time for an argument, or it would only make things worse. After the shoot, Zhao Xintian was hurriedly pulled away by Sister Zhang. As she left, she glanced back at Su Feng, her eyes filled with apology and reluctance. She also secretly made a phone call gesture at him. Su Feng watched her retreating figure, his heart a whirlwind of emotions. He took out his phone and found a text message from an unknown number. Su Feng, I'm so sorry. You were wrong because of me. This is my private number. We can contact each other secretly from now on. I'll be careful not to let Sister Zhang find out. Reading the message, Su Feng's mood instantly brightened. He replied, it's not your fault. The reputation of the football world isn't great right now, but I will prove myself. Zhao Xintian quickly replied, yeah, I believe in you. I look forward to seeing you score even more goals in the Super League. Thank you for teaching me how to juggle the ball today, and I love the keychain. Su Feng looked at the screen, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. Despite the obstacles, at least Zhao Xintian had feelings for him and was willing to stay in touch. Back in his hotel room, Su Feng lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Images of his time with Zhao Xintian kept flooding his mind, her radiant smile, her admiring gaze, her shy blush, and that unexpected hug. He realized he was no longer just approaching her to complete a task. He had genuinely fallen for this lively, cute, strong, and courageous girl. Ding. Host has successfully gained 70 favorability points with Zhao Xintian. The task is nearing completion. Please continue to consolidate the relationship in the coming time and strive to establish a formal romantic relationship as soon as possible. The system notification sounded in his mind again. Su Feng was beginning to seriously suspect that this damn system had turned into a dating simulator, given how invested it was in his pursuit of a girl. Still, having the system's guidance was better than guessing blindly. The situation had its pros and cons. On the bright side, Zhao Xintian definitely had feelings for him. On the downside, her manager and the company behind her would surely be strongly opposed. Judging from the manager's attitude, she seemed to have significant influence, perhaps even enough to make decisions for Zhao Xintian. This was common for young celebrities. The company often held more power. So despite being only 5 away from the required favorability to complete the task, it seemed it wouldn't be easily achieved. Especially facing the company's resistance, Su Feng didn't know how long the budding feelings between him and Zhao Xintian would last. But at this moment, he just wanted to follow his own heart. He picked up his phone and sent Zhao Xintian a message. Get some rest early, don't overthink. No matter what difficulties we face, I'll be by your side. Soon Zhao Xintian replied with a goodnight emoji followed by a heart. Su Feng looked at the heart, feeling a warmth spread through his chest. He didn't send another message. There was no point in saying more now. To win her heart, he needed to achieve even greater success on the football field and become the hottest star in the country. With that thought, Su Feng felt his motivation to train intensify. Early on the morning of June 4th, Su Feng declined the sightseeing tour of Modu arranged by the Taebuke brand and drove back to Linen with his agent Lin Mo. The disdain shown by Zhao Xintian's agent Zhang Hong towards football players had stung him deeply, fueling his determination to return and train immediately. I must become stronger. The resolve in Su Feng's heart was stronger than ever. As a chosen one who had traversed time and possessed a system, being so underestimated naturally left a bitter taste in his mouth. Initially, he had been reluctant to inherit Ronaldo's skills from the system, but now such thoughts were gone. If it meant improving his football skills, what did it matter if he picked up a few of Ronaldo's habits? The team had been given 3 days off, but Su Feng returned to the club after just a day and a half. Fengzi, weren't you in Modu? Why are you back so soon? Lu Haofan, his roommate, asked in surprise as Su Feng walked in. As a young single player with nowhere to go during the break, he had gone out yesterday and stayed at the club today. Where's Haoqi? Is he here? If he is, let's go train. Su Feng called out. Train? The club is on holiday. Lu Haofan was puzzled. Can't you train during a holiday? Don't you want to earn a starting spot? What about the national team? Su Feng goaded him. Lu Haofan quickly nodded and said, yes, of course I do. Then why aren't you changing into your gear and heading to the training ground? Is Haoqi here? He is. I'll go get him. After 2 hours of intense training, both Lu Haofan and Su Haoqi were thoroughly exhausted. Damn, Fengzi, what happened in Modu? You've been destroying us out here today. Lu Haofan groaned, collapsing to the ground. Su Haoqi, holding his back, chimed in. Yeah, Fenggu, your breakthroughs were too aggressive today. Remember, weakness is the only sin. If you don't want to be underestimated, then train hard. Su Feng said, then walked off to shower without looking back. He still had strength training to do in the evening. Ding. Detected host training intensity at 120 over the past few days. Training results are outstanding. Strength 1, passing 1, a defense 1. After several days of training, the system notification sounded, and finally 3 attribute points had increased. On June 9th, though, before joining the national team training camp, Su Feng had one more match, an away game against the Yunnan team. In this match, Su Feng seemed to unleash all the pent-up fury within him, performing violent breakthroughs all over the pitch, turning Yunnan's right flank into a sieve. By the end of the match, Su Feng had once again contributed a goal and an assist, helping his team secure a 3-2 victory over Yunnan and maintain their lead at the top of the standings. However, his aggressive dribbling in this match led to him being repeatedly fouled by opposing defenders, resulting in some scrapes on his knees. The biggest gain from this match was that Su Feng finally completed the task of 100 header attempts, upgrading his superb heading skill to an advanced level. He immediately navigated to the special skills section. 6. Superb heading intermediate 1500. Then he checked his ability attributes. Basic abilities: speed 9193, strength 8195, 1 shooting 7898, 5 passing 5386, 1 dribbling 7188, defense 3350, 1 off-ball movement 7695, 5 free kicks 6591, confidence 82100, overall 7895 too. Besides the 1 gains in strength, passing, and defense from daily training, the superb heading upgrade added 5 points each to shooting and off-ball movement. Su Feng's mind was suddenly flooded with insights about precise positioning and heading. His overall ability had risen to 78 points, bringing him closer than ever to the level of a starting player in a top 5 league. After the match, Su Feng traveled overnight to Luda to attend his first national team training camp. Outside the fully Hilton Hotel in Luda, reporters with cameras and microphones were already waiting. Their target wasn't just the arriving national team players, but also to get an interview with the controversial Su Feng, who had been called up for the first time. In the hotel lobby, national team staff were busy registering players. Team leader Cui Lei stood at the front desk, repeatedly instructing the staff, pay close attention to Su Feng's words and actions. Report any anomalies immediately. At 10:30 p.m., Su Feng walked into the lobby with his luggage. He wore a simple white t-shirt and black track pants, his hair neat and clean. The arrogance seen in league matches was gone, replaced by a hint of restraint and anticipation. He spotted Xiao Jiai in the lobby and immediately walked over, extending his hand. Coach Xiao, hello, I'm Su Feng. Xiao Jiai shook his hand and nodded with a smile. Welcome. Coach Yankovic is waiting for you upstairs. Follow me. As they crossed the lobby, the reporter's camera flashes flickered continuously and questions rang out. Su Feng, what are your thoughts on being selected for the national team for the first time? Will you change your personality to adapt to the national team? Why did Coach Yankovic choose you? Su Feng didn't stop walking. He just turned his head, smiled, and said, I will answer all questions with my performance. In the elevator, Xiao Jiai noticed his slightly tense profile and said softly, don't be too nervous. The head coach chose you because he sees your potential. In his team, as long as you follow the rules and give your all, you will earn recognition. Su Feng nodded. He wasn't worried about his football skills. According to the system's rating, his overall ability had reached 78, though enough to be a substitute in a top 5 league. Looking at the national team's front line, no one could compare except Wu Lei. Moreover, Wu Lei at this time was past his peak. His ability value might not even be as high as his. However, Su Feng had long heard that the national team's internal affairs were quite complex. Although the sustained anti-corruption campaign should have eliminated match-fixing, dealing with interpersonal relationships was still a headache. After all, in his previous life, he mainly played semi-professional football and had no idea where the national team's door was, let alone any experience in this regard. In head coach Yankovic's room, the old man kindly inquired about Su Feng's physical condition and highly praised his recent league performances. Only then did Su Feng begin to relax. Seeing that it was already late, he finished his registration and returned to his room to rest. Meanwhile, in the team leader's room, Cui Lei was discussing the management plan for the national team during the training camp with Li Tao, Record the daily management situation in detail, especially Su Feng's performance. That guy is a troublemaker, and we absolutely cannot allow him to receive special treatment. Also, media interviews must be arranged uniformly and strictly controlled to prevent him from making inappropriate remarks. We can't afford any mistakes. Li Tao sighed. I hope he stays out of trouble. The national team situation isn't easy right now. We really can't have any more negative press. Exactly. The higher-ups have put us in charge of managing the national team. We don't need to make great achievements, we just want to avoid mistakes. Chui Lei immediately agreed. The night was deep and the streetlights of Luda illuminated the city sky. After washing up, Su Feng sent a WeChat message to Zhao Xingtian. Tian, I've reported to the national team. Feng Ge, you have to work hard. Sister Zhang reported our relationship to the company, and they are strongly opposed to it. Only when you become a world-class star will they have nothing to say. MMI will work hard. At the training camp mobilization meeting the next day, the rules announced by team leader Chui Lei weighed heavily on Su Feng's mind. A mandatory group run at 6:30 every morning, lights out at 1:00 p.m. Phones and computers handed over to the team leader, training plan set solely by the coaching staff, and strict prohibition against players adding extra practice or altering the training regimen. The national team has no room for individual heroics, Chui Lei declared, tapping the table, his gaze deliberately lingering on Su Feng. Some players may have flamboyant personalities in the league, but here you will rein in your temper and strictly adhere to every rule. Violations will be dealt with accordingly. Li Tao, the director of the Football Association's management department, added, this camp discipline is the red line. Coach Yankovic's tactics and training arrangements must be followed to the letter. Anyone who dares to seek special treatment can blame no one but themselves for the FA's ruthlessness. Trouble arrived the very next morning during the run. Following the FA's stringent physical training demands, the squad was assembled at 6:30 a.m. for a 10-kilometer run. Su Feng initially kept pace with the team on the outer track of Suwon Stadium, but after less than 5 laps a dull ache began to creep into the ligaments of his knee. He had pushed too hard during the match against Yunnan before the camp, overextending his lateral knee ligament, leading to fatigue and multiple falls that left him with abrasions. In this state, he should be focusing on recovery, hydrotherapy, ice packs, not high-intensity running. As he deliberated whether to continue, a system notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host's right knee ligament is fatigued. High-intensity running is prohibited as it may cause irreversible damage. Ding. System mission: as the inheritor of Ronaldo's skills, you must maintain a distinct and independent character within the national team. Design Ronaldo-specific strength training based on your physical condition and refuse any unreasonable training arrangements that could harm your body. Completing this mission will grant a 20 training bonus during the camp. Failure will result in a random deduction of 5 to 8 points from your ability values. Damn, another mission. Su Feng grumbled inwardly, but the mission aligned perfectly with his own intentions. He stopped running, immediately approached the fitness coach, and explained his situation. He then walked to the strength training area on the sidelines, pulling out his own resistance bands and balance pad. Following the Ronaldo-specific recovery and conditioning program provided by the system, he began with dynamic warm-ups like lateral shuffles and crossover steps, followed by core exercises like wall sits and Bulgarian split squats. Moves designed to strengthen his quadriceps and core stability, without putting impact on his knees. Su Feng, what the hell do you think you're doing? Chui Lei's roar shattered the tranquility of the training ground. He strode over, pointing at the track. The entire team is running the 10K. What makes you so special? Team leader Chui, my knee is a bit sore. Long distance running isn't suitable for me right now. I need to do targeted strength training instead, Su Feng replied casually. A little sore, and you defy the team's plan. Do you have any respect for discipline? Chui Lei's anger flared. He had just emphasized the rules at yesterday's meeting, and here was a troublemaker on the very first day of training. Li Tao arrived on the scene. Sir, if you want comfort, you should just stay in bed. Why are you here at the national team? Let me tell you, don't use injuries as an excuse. You can run and shoot in the league, but you're suddenly fragile at the national team. I think you've gotten too cocky from your league play and don't want to follow orders. He turned to the fitness coach. Coach Wilk, according to the rules, any player who doesn't participate in the unified physical training will have their training attitude assessed as unqualified. Wilk looked troubled. Director Lee, from a sports science perspective, Su Feng's recovery plan is sound. Individualized training is more effective than uniform laps for his situation. Sound. Who knows if he's really injured or just faking it? I think it's an attitude problem. But under Li Tao's insistence, he ultimately wrote negative attitude in the training log. Su Feng did not yield. Even without the system mission hanging over him, he wouldn't gamble with his own body. A knee injury could drastically shorten his football career. If it were a crucial match for the national team, perhaps a sacrifice would be worth it, but for this, it was nothing. Over the next 3 days, he skipped the 10K run each morning, opting instead for his targeted strength training. Combined with nightly physical therapy massages and contrast baths, the discomfort in his lateral knee ligament quickly vanished. However, his actions caused an uproar within the national team. Veteran player Zhao Lin complained openly in the locker room. Everyone follows the rules, and he gets special treatment. Isn't he just destroying team harmony? Wang Yinchao, who had a history with Su Feng in the league, chimed in immediately. Some people get a little famous in the league and let it go to their heads, showing no regard for national team discipline. Yes, some people think the national team is their own home, doing whatever they please. Most of the younger players remained silent. The team's only overseas player Wu Xiaosong privately said to Su Feng, "Feng, you're drawing too much attention. Director Li and team leader Chui will definitely find a way to come down on you." Su Feng remained unmoved. His performance during training, however, earned him silent admiration from some teammates. Despite skipping the runs, his explosive power and finishing accuracy were still in a league of their own. During a scrimmage, he unleashed a thunderous 30-meter dipping strike that blasted past goalkeeper Yin Junling, earning even a round of applause from Yankovic. Su Feng's forays down the wing were unstoppable, tormenting the defenders. Yet this outstanding display only fueled Li Tao's discontent. That Su Feng performed better by defying his orders was a direct affront to his competence. As the highest-ranking FA official with the team, how could he tolerate such a challenge? It was a blatant provocation against his authority and that of the Football Association. The conflict reached its boiling point during the tactical analysis meeting on June 14th. Yankovic explained the 4-4-2 high-pressing tactic, emphasizing every player must cover no less than 12 kilometers over the course of the match. Su Feng raised his hand. "Coach, our midfield and defensive pass completion rate is only 68. Blindly pressing high will leave too much space behind our defensive line. Perhaps we could learn from Ronaldo's Portugal, using a more flexible press to keep space for the forwards to counterattack." The meeting room fell silent instantly. Li Tao's face darkened. "Su Feng, are you a player or a coach? Tactical decisions are not up for discussion. Coach Yankovic's tactics are scientifically validated. Your job is simply to execute. No tactic, no matter how scientific, should ignore the player's characteristics," Su Feng argued. "Football isn't just about mechanical execution, it requires flexible adjustments. Our wingers lack the pace for it. Forcing a high press will just leave us vulnerable to counters. How dare you talk back?" Chui Lei slammed the table. "I see you have no regard for the rules whatsoever. Starting today, you're stripped of your starter status for the scrimmages." Yankovic tried to mediate. "Su Feng's ideas have some merit. We can try adjusting things in training. But team discipline must be upheld. You should participate in the unified training first, and then offer your suggestions." Su Feng said nothing more. The veteran players were long accustomed to just listening, while the few young players who had ideas saw Su Feng's fate and swallowed their words. This was a chronic ailment of Chinese teams at all levels. A focus on cultivating obedient, well-behaved players that severely stifled their individuality, resulting in matches devoid of creativity. The conflict continued to escalate. Su Feng adamantly resisted the national team management's nightly practice of confiscating electronic devices. "Su Feng, hand over all your electronic devices immediately." At 10:30 p.m. sharp, the team staff would arrive at each player's room to urge them. Team leader Chui Lei personally came to collect from Su Feng, the notorious troublemaker. "Team leader, we're all adults here. Don't we have the right to keep our own electronic devices?" Su Feng needed to message Zhao Xingtian later that night, and had no intention of surrendering his phone. "It's for your own good. Some players lack self-discipline. They stay up late playing games on their phones, and then they have no energy for training the next day. Team leader, I complete all my training tasks flawlessly. Besides, I'm used to listening to music before bed. Oh, I can't fall asleep otherwise." "So you're refusing to hand over your phone and other devices?" Chui Lei questioned. "I don't see the need. This isn't something the national team should be managing anyway," Su Feng retorted. "Fine, just you wait, Su Feng. You're nothing but trouble." Chui Lei's face flushed with rage as he stormed off. His roommate Wu Xiaosong quickly gave him a thumbs up. "Feng, you're a legend. How you're benefiting from this too. Did they confiscate your phone as well? Haha, why not take advantage of it? But seriously, I support you on this. European clubs would never interfere with players' personal affairs like this." Wu Xiaosong replied. "Sigh, outdated management, rigid tactics, the future of the national team." Su Feng shook his head and went straight to bed. At Li Tao's room. "Director Li, this Su Feng is absolutely lawless. He doesn't respect the team's rules at all." Chui Lei complained as he pushed open the door. "What stunt is he pulling now?" Li Lei asked immediately. "He refused to hand over his electronics, and even had the audacity to say we have no right to stop him from gaming all night. This Su Feng is too arrogant. He's a rotten apple that spoils the barrel. We must punish him severely." The two huddled together to devise a scheme. On June 16th, the national team's friendly match against Myanmar took place as scheduled. Su Feng's name was absent from the starting lineup announced before the game. After head coach Yankovic announced the starting lineup, team leader Chui Lei added, "The starting players are those who obey management and maintain a proper training attitude. I hope everyone cherishes this opportunity." He then deliberately glanced at Su Feng, who was sitting in the corner, his look conveying, "Act tough, will you? Whether you play or not is my call." Once the match began, Su Feng sat listlessly on the bench. Myanmar, ranked in the 160s globally and considered weak in Southeast Asia, should have been a straightforward opponent. It was one-sided, but clear-cut chances were scarce. The national team executed a rigid high-press tactic, confining Myanmar to their own half. This resulted in numerous attacks, but by compressing the opponent's defense so much and lacking incisive dribbling, they found it difficult to break through. The game looked lively, but threatening attacks were few. Instead, Myanmar dominated possession with agile passing and movement, with so frequently cutting in from the wing to create danger. In the 32nd minute, a defensive lapse by the holding midfielder allowed a Myanmar striker a one-on-one chance, but the goalkeeper's desperate save averted the danger. At halftime, the national team barely led 1-0, thanks to a Wu Lei penalty. Fans in the stadium loudly chanted, "Bring on Su Feng! Bring on Su Feng!" During the break, Su Feng approached Yankovic. Coach, let me play. We can drop deep and hit them on the counter. My pace can create chances. Li Tao immediately interrupted. Substitutes should follow orders. Sit tight until your number is called. He turned to Yankovic. Coach, don't indulge his bad habits. The more chances he gets, the more unmanageable he becomes. Yankovic hesitated. Considering the opponent's lack of strength, it probably wouldn't matter if Su Feng didn't play, and he didn't want to create conflict with the Football Association over this. So he chose not to field Su Feng. The second half unfolded as Yankovic expected. Myanmar's limited stamina made the gap in quality even more apparent. The national team eventually won 4-0. However, the attacking quality was poor and the defense was chaotic. They were lucky not to concede. In the mixed zone after the match, a reporter asked Su Feng, as the current league's top scorer, how do you feel about not playing? Su Feng's pent-up frustration finally boiled over. I'm disappointed. Football should be about form and ability, not obedience. My form is fine. I score in every training match. As for not playing, you'd have to ask the team's management. The reporter immediately latched onto the implication Su Feng's form was good, and it was purely the management's decision to sideline him. He quickly followed up, are you suggesting there's a problem with the team's management? Su Feng, unwilling to suppress his feelings any longer, stated, it's obvious. Some people put their so-called management above the game itself, and this outdated approach can't improve our competitiveness. His words were like oil thrown into boiling water, instantly igniting public opinion. The hashtag Su Feng criticizes national team management rapidly climbed the trending charts. Li Tao and Chui Lei were furious upon seeing the interview. Li Tao slammed the table at a team meeting. Su Feng has gone too far. Publicly slandering the national team's management is a serious disciplinary violation. Chui Lei added, we must deal with this severely or no one will follow orders in the future. Despite Yankovic's plea that the national team desperately needs players like Su Feng, Li Tao insisted on making an example of him. Due to the well-known Chinese characteristics, Su Feng had indeed given the interview without permission, and head coach Yankovic, lacking assertiveness, had to yield to the pressure from the national team's management. On June 20th, in the friendly against Palestine, Su Feng was again confined to the bench. The national team won 2-0 thanks to goals from Wu Lei and Zhang Guangda, securing their second consecutive victory. At the post-match press conference, Li Tao triumphantly declared, these two victories prove our management and tactics are correct. The national team needs unity and obedience, not individualism. That evening, Su Feng received a notice from Chui Lei to report to the meeting room. Upon entering, he saw Li Tao, Chui Lei, and several Football Association staff seated at a table. On the table lay a document titled Decision on Disciplinary Action. Su Feng, after deliberation by the Football Association, we have decided to expel you from the team. Li Tao read the document aloud. The reasons are as follows. First, refusing to participate in unified physical training, violating the national team training, camp management regulations. Second, publicly questioning tactical arrangements, disrupting team order. Third, maliciously slandering national team management in an interview, causing a severe negative impact. Su Feng glanced at the document and said, so it's because I insisted on scientific training and spoke the truth. It seems you don't want players who can win games, but obedient puppets. Insolent. Chui Lei slammed the table. You're expelled. Pack your bags and leave the national team now. If you don't seriously reflect on your mistakes, don't ever expect to return. If this is how the national team is managed and selected, I'd rather not be a part of it. Su Feng shot back angrily and strode out of the meeting room without looking back.